Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We got little crazies up there. Thank you for joining us for a new Ego Takes the Stand. It is Oregon versus Nancy Brophy, the romance novelist. Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee. I hear my audio works. How's everybody doing today? I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Angelique, good morning to you. Iowa Backyard, let's go. Pammy Squeakers, that's the sound that goes through my head when I think of squeegee. Jennifer, good morning to you. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, who is with us? Arwen, thank you for joining us. Willow Johnson, we'll get to that. We're gonna listen to opening statements from the prosecution, so we'll hear all about why Miss Brophy did what she did. Nanar, good to see you. Richard in the kitchen saying hello. Michelle Phillips, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Drunky the Bear, good morning to you. Tim Pace saying hello, checking in. Bella, good to see you. Deviant Croissant, good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. I guess, right? Is it afternoon for you or is it evening even? Good morning, good evening, good night. All right, so over the weekend, let's see here. Ed's with us too. Let me say, hey, there you are. Squeejectomy. I can't even say that. It's too early for that. Mama C, good to see you. Sherry, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we did receive some gifts over the weekend. Alice and Richard. I did not receive, those are the only two things that were at the office. So Alice gave us more of these springs and some food. So these are big now. We had the smaller ones. Now we have these big ones. So we have all of these springs. These guys love these. These guys love these springs because they literally they like go everywhere. So thank you, Alice, and the food. The food is very much appreciated. They are literally eating us out of house and home right now. So that came from Alice. Big springs. We had little springs. The big springs came from Alice and some food. And then Richard sent us Animal Paradise. You guys, are you ready for this? Wait. What? These things look so real. Richard, these things look so real. As it climbs up the stairs. Climbs up the, what do you call it? The camera. I'm telling you, these things look so real, Richard. So I got two of these, two of the skinks. This is what they look like too. That's the tail. So that's what they look like. Little skinks. But I haven't actually put those down yet to see what Polly does with them. But that was from Richard. Thank you, Richard. And Alice, thank you for the springs and the cat food. And Sherry, those are the only two things that I picked up that were there. So I'll go again Saturday. Yeah, Aaron reminded me that somebody also gave us some litter 2 weeks ago, and there was no note, so I don't know who that was from, so I can't thank you for that. But anyway, thank you today. Thank you for the springs and food from Alice. And Richard, the lizards. So we haven't put those down yet. I'll save those for maybe lunchtime or something. But anyway, here's the springs, guys. All right. All right. So let's get to and thank you for those, you guys. Appreciate it. Yorkie Mom, good morning to you. JMS saying hello. Miss Trial and Susie, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Alice, there you are. Thank you for the springs and the cat food. Appreciate that. Deviant. It's nearly midnight there. Sherry K, good morning to you. I love the lizards, right? Red Snap, they do look real. They do. Cat toys abound. Miss Trial, I have loads of those lizards outside my house. Well, it seems like Polly likes to bring in the skinks. She brings these guys in. She brings these guys in all the time. and I have to save them. I have to rescue them. Green-eyed cat, good morning to you. There was a skink come up to the back of my cat. She turned around and chased it. Funny. Bama Green-eyed girl. Why do I want to say that? Bama Green Eyes. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Deb, thank you for joining us. Chasing Sunshine, good morning. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. We did. Sherry, it should be there by Wednesday. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Skinks and slinks. Exactly. Funk, I like this ego series you're doing. Thanks to everyone who has donated to the kitties. Cool, thank you, Funk. Yeah, it's a fun little thing to do during off when there's no trial. Although there's trials going on, but there's one that started Wednesday, so we'd be too far behind. We're waiting for this one to start tomorrow. So jury selection was last week, and they're starting tomorrow. Gretchen saying you're joining from Honduras. Wow. Okay, interesting. Aren't some of those poisonous? I don't think so. Oh, Polly had a snake, I think on Sunday. Was it Sunday or Saturday? She caught a little snake, and I had to rescue it. It survived, but had to rescue that. Hello, Mary Fitz. Good to see you. Barry Adams, how are you? Thank you for joining us. How many cats do we have? We have 7. 3 adults, Superball, Polly, and Rafa, and then we have 4 little kittens. And I did a new Cooking with Chris over the weekend. I released it on Sunday night. It's a cheese strata that my mom used to make that as a kid growing up. I absolutely loved it. And if you guys have a chance, go check that out. Good Trouble, good morning to you, Teresa. My question to you is, how do you sleep at night with one? My one cat will come and wake me up just by looking at me in the face. Well, right now, Superball sleeps downstairs. So we're upstairs. Superball is basically here in the office. This is where she stays. Polly and Rafa usually will sleep with us. A lot of times, Rafa will sleep in the room with the kittens, because right now we keep the 4 of them in a room where they were born, basically. And they're still a little too young to let out all night, because I think they'll just chew on everything and climb curtains and just destroy. So right now they're in a room, and sometimes Rafa will be with them, and sometimes I'd say like 80% he's with them, 20% he's not with them. So for now we're just keeping them in a room. I think, let's see, they're 3 months. They just turned 3 months. So probably maybe November, December, we'll start to let them out, and they can sleep with us. So yeah, they are so rowdy this morning. Aren't they, Drunky and Michelle? Yep, cat tree action. They are going crazy up there. All right, you guys, let us get started with Nancy Brophy. All right, for those that do not know, Nancy Brophy, she was a romance novelist. Her works are on Amazon, or at least they were back in the day. Let's see, Amazon. Let's see, Nancy Brophy. All right, so she's got quite a lot of books. The Wrong Brother was The Wrong Cop. Oh, no, that's not. Here's Nancy Brophy. Let me go to here. Nancy Brophy, books. All right, so Nancy Brophy is an award-winning author whose first published work was a pamphlet for the University of Houston entitled Between Your Navel and Your Knees. The subject matter dealt with the changing mores of sexuality in the 60s and 70s. Much of her career has been focused on nonfiction, with articles published in trade journals and technical writing for HR departments. But her true love was storytelling. Eventually, she wrote a novel which is still available somewhere under her bed. In 2003, she joined her local chapter of Romance Writers of America and learned the craft of storytelling. Since then, she has published both romantic suspense novels and 2 novellas under her name and others. Her stories are about pretty men and strong women, about families that don't always work, and about the joy of finding love and the difficulty of making it stay. So she's a romance novelist. If you look at her, well, here, let me see if I'll pull up. Hold on a sec. Here, let me take a screenshot of some some of her books. If you guys aren't familiar with it, I'll just take a screenshot. They're available, $4, $3. You know, so here's, let me come back here. Let's see. So people can still buy her books. So here's some of her work, so you guys can kind of get an idea of what she's about. For those that know about romance novelists, there's some of her stuff. The Wrong Cop, The Wrong Brother, The Hell on the Heart. What's that called? Hell on the Heart. The Wrong Seal, The Wrong Husband, The Wrong Hero, The Wrong Lover. Everything is the wrong, right? So that's what she's about. Kitty's under the guitar? Yeah. That's okay. Okay, so this is what Nancy Brophy's all about. All right, so back to this. So her husband, Daniel Brophy, was a chef, and he was a very good chef. He taught at the Oregon Institute of Culinary Institute, I should say. Daniel Brophy. He was American chef, culinary instructor. Let's see if I can find some information about him. Let's see. I just want to, okay, so he was a teacher, and I'm trying to find, I know here, Daniel Craig Brophy. I want to get a little bit of backstory on him. All right, here's his obituary. Is there anything in here? Really nothing there. I wanted to see if I could find something. So she wrote a book, How to Murder Your Husband. So that was a book that she wrote. All right, so this happened June 2nd of 2018. So she was charged with second degree and then unlawful use. So Nancy, she was 71 at the time of the trial in 2022. She was a self-published romance writer who once wrote an essay titled How to Murder Your Husband. She was on trial for the murder of her chef husband, Daniel Brophy, in June of 2018. She wasn't arrested until September, and she pled not guilty. So Daniel Brophy was 63 when he was shot. He was prepping for work at the Oregon Culinary Institute. He had worked there since he was 2006. Now, his autopsy showed that he'd been shot in the back and then in the chest at close range. So, let's see. He worked at the Le Cordon Bleu. He was an instructor there in Portland. And let's see what else. So his students arrived. So he's shot in the early hours, and then his students arrived and they found his body. And that was terrible. If you guys saw the actual trial, they testified. Some of them testified. It was pretty sad. All right. So forensics. He got shot by 2 bullets from a Glock pistol. And this is where the ghost gun comes in. If you guys remember the trial, there was a ghost gun, which means she purchased a ghost gun, which meant like you put it together. It was like a kit or something like that, if I remember correctly. She received kits. Okay. Prosecution entered evidence that Brophy had purchased a receiver blank kit. I thought it was like a ghost gun from parts on the internet. She conceded that she had bought a slide and barrel for a Glock pistol via eBay. So that's kind of the background. Deviant, yeah, so nice of her to provide evidence in the form of a book. Michelle, my husband says he knows I know how to dispose of a body just from watching true crime, right? And no serial number, right? That's true. Aaron's saying no serial number. Oh, yep. I'm sorry. That should be Brophy, not Forda versus Nelson. My bad. I did that last night. You can tell when there's mistakes. You can tell when it's late at night. I did that last night. So it's Florida versus Brophy, you guys, not Nelson. Landy, welcome. All right, so let's get started. Who else is here that I didn't say hello to? Rough Rider, how are you? I hope you had a good weekend. Trixie, nope, that's my bad. That's all. It should be Oregon versus Brophy. I messed all that up, so that's all my bad. Did she write the book before? It was before. JMS, yeah, she wrote it's How to Murder Your Husband. That's what she called it. Hello, 13th Juror. Good to see you. Yes, it's Oregon versus Brophy. I screwed that up, so forgive me. Did request add Anthony Todd? Yes. Yeah. We want to, Charmaine, I want to do, we'll add, he is already added. We've added him. I want to do like a full rewatch of him, but we'll get there. Really, Super Bowl? I don't know if you guys heard that. Now it's Super Bowl. Super Bowl's turn. Look how much bigger she is. She's just a big cat. She's a big cat. All right. All right, so we're going to start off with some news. That's why I like to start these off, is with some news. So let's get to some news. Hold on a sec. That scares me. I'm not sure what this is going to show once we get to it, but we'll find out.
Look at her post the day after Daniel was murdered. Daniel Brophy wrote, quote,
all right, hold on. You're moving too fast for me this morning. Chill out. All right, so here's a little news clip. I was trying to find like her arrest, but I couldn't quite find that. But anyway, here's a little background.
Look at her post the day after Daniel was murdered. Daniel Brophy wrote, quote, for my Facebook friends and family, I have sad news to relate. My husband and best friend, Chef Dan Brophy, was killed yesterday morning. For those who are close to me and feel this deserved a phone call, you are right. But I'm struggling to make sense of everything right now. We got this video of 68-year-old Nancy Brophy at the candlelight vigil for Dan outside the Oregon Culinary Institute in downtown Portland just 2 days after he was killed. Now, 3 months later, she is charged with murdering him. Dan was shot multiple times inside the cooking school on Southwest Jefferson early in the morning on June 2nd. He was a lead instructor there for years. And when students arrived that day, they found him and tried to do CPR, but he didn't make it. Dozens of students have said how much he meant to them and how caring and passionate he was about food and gardening. Even friends on a public Facebook group called Remembering Dan Brophy are shocked to hear this twist to what they thought was a loving, happy couple, saying, I don't want to believe this. I'm in total shock. I didn't think this would be the outcome, and I'm livid and sick. Brophy worked as an author, selling her romance and suspense novels on Amazon. Her blog talks about her marriage ups and downs, but that there were more good times than bad.
Police have not really revealed a motive, and so far there's nothing telling in the court documents. We are talking with those shocked by this case, and we'll be in court this afternoon. Stay tuned on KGW.com. Brenda?
Thank you, Nina.
All right, so there's that. I was trying to find a little bit more background, but there wasn't much. So let's just get into it. So here's the state's opening. There's some clicking going on. There's somebody. It's not the best audio, so just bear with the audio. And then there's also, I guess it's the court reporter taking notes.
7.
So there's the court reporter taking notes. So just Just bear with it. Just bear with it. Yes, I did. I had, hey, Ellen. Hello to you. Deviant, yes, I had heard of the mushroom murder, but it wasn't streamed. I wish other countries would stream because we would definitely cover, different trials from different countries. But yeah, we did hear about that. All right. Bama says, from reading the reviews on Amazon, all her Wrong Men books are basically the same. Yeah. Trixie, this is so sad. I don't know this case. Rough Rider, I'm pretty sure there was money involved. If I remember correctly, we started to watch we got through like 4 or 5 days, like we were doing a rewatch back in the day, and we had to delete it because I wasn't on screen. So, we needed to delete that for YouTube. And I want to think like, they had taken out like a couple different insurance claims and there definitely money was involved. So, all right. Denise, Mushroom Lady got 3 life sentences. Wow. Yeah. I wish I had streamed it too. All right. So let's get to it. This is the opening. I'll do my best with the audio. We'll figure out how to work the audio, but just bear with the, I think it's the court reporter does some typey, so just bear with us on that.
Seven. And Lisa Maxfield here from Ms. Brophy. My bar number is 844-337. My last name is spelled Maxfield.
All right, give me just one moment to get set up here and we'll get underway. Having a little bit of difficulty here. This may take just a second. Yeah, why don't we go off the record for just a moment?
I was just trying to figure out whether it was...
We're already off, so give me just a second.
Everyone can be seated. And Mr. Overstreet, when you're ready.
Dan Brophy met Nancy Crampton when Miss Crampton moved to Oregon and enrolled and attended the Culinary Institute in the early 90s. Dan Brophy was her instructor. The two started dating, and within a couple of years, and enough convincing by Miss Crampton, the two were married by 1999. They bought their first house in 1999, and they lived in their modest home in a suburb of Portland until Dan's death in June of 2018. Although Dan Brophy had a child, now an adult, from a previous marriage, Dan Brophy and now Nancy Brophy never had any children. They also did not have anyone in their lives when Dan died that depended on the Brophy's financially. Over the years, Nancy worked as a caterer. She sold life insurance and life insurance products, or other insurance products. But she also wrote romance novels. Nancy wrote and published several books over the years. None of them really led to much financial success. As time went by, Nancy seemed to focus more on selling insurance. While that's going on, Dan Brophy continued his employment at the Oregon Culinary Institute. He worked at other culinary schools over the years, but at the time of his death, he was working at the Oregon Culinary Institute. He was a lead chef instructor there, but he also had other employment at a care facility called Avamere, where he was a cook as a favor to a friend who needed some help in the kitchen. On the surface, the Brophies appeared to their friends and family to be a couple in love who were entering the next stage in life. After leading what Nancy would later tell detectives was a simple life. To Dan Brophy, that simple life was raising chickens and tending to a garden where he grew spices. And he would take these spices to school and sell them to his students for a pretty nominal price. Dan was content with Nancy running the household, as Dan Brophy would refer to Nancy as management, a role that Nancy Brophy gladly accepted. The financial struggles really began to develop in 2016 as the two struggled to pay their $1,530 mortgage starting in June of that year. At one point, they even drained their only retirement account, a 401k, that had about $35,000 in it. And they also took a $5,000 loan on a life insurance policy. They used that money to catch up on the mortgage, to pay for home renovations, landscaping, pay the IRS, pay for some travel, housekeeping, storage, and Miss Brophy spent about $1,500 of that money on guns and gun parts. They were also spending well over $1,000 each month on life insurance premiums. Due to a pattern of overspending, they were on track again to be in financial despair within months. By late 2017, financial despair evident and no end in sight, as their mortgage just continued to rise due to a mortgage rate increase. Nancy started researching and planning the murder of Dan Brophy. Nancy started first by researching ghost guns online. Ghost guns are available for purchase online. They are marketed as unserialized, unregistered, and untraceable firearms. They sell them as a kit online. And what this kit is the lower frame of the gun that requires some knowledge and skill to be able to build it. However, the slide and barrel that comes with the ghost gun kit is fully intact and ready for use. Ms. Brophy visited the Ghost Guns website on November 27, 2017, and again on December 12, 2017. Then on Christmas Eve of 2017, Nancy Brophy, once again, while Dan Brophy was just getting off of work at Avamere, visited the Ghost Guns website. But this time she didn't just visit. This time she purchased a Glock 19 9mm ghost gun build kit. That build kit was delivered in early January 2018. And it was later found by police when they searched a storage unit rented by Nancy Brophy. When the police located it, it did not appear that Nancy Brophy ever built it. It became apparent that it required a level of skill to build that Nancy Brophy simply did not possess. By late January 2018, Nancy was once again searching for information regarding Glocks, including whether or not a Glock had a kickback when fired, as well as searching videos regarding Glock 19 ghost guns. Apparently unable to complete the build of the ghost gun kit, Nancy Brophy once again returned to her online research, where she searched for gun shops in the Portland area. And on February 15th, 2018, she was searching for a Portland Expo gun show. On February 17th, Nancy visited the Portland Expo gun show alone, while Dan Brophy was at work at the Culinary Institute. At the gun show, instead of a Glock 19 9mm like she had purchased from Ghost Guns, this time she purchased a completed Glock 17 9mm. And the seller gave Nancy Brophy written directions on the back of the receipt to a public gun range out off of Highway 26 towards the Oregon coast. 2 days later, forensic evidence will show that Nancy was again searching for a Glock 17 for sale online. That search took Nancy to eBay, where she set up an eBay account and started shopping for a Glock 17 slide and barrel. By February 23rd, Nancy had won an auction for a Glock 17 slide and barrel. That slide and barrel arrived at Nancy's home on February 28, 2018. Shortly after that, Nancy deleted her eBay account. Investigators determined that the slide and barrel that Nancy Brophy had purchased from eBay would fit perfectly on the lower frame of the gun that she had purchased from the gun show. You'll hear from forensic scientist Leland Samuelson in this case, who will tell you that the slide and barrel is what leaves what he will call tool marks on the shell casings when bullets are fired from a gun. And that it is the comparison of shell casings fired from the same slide and barrel that would result in a match. He will tell you that if you shoot a gun and then swap the slide and barrel, the shell casings markings would not be a match on a comparison. Evidence will show you that Nancy possibly attempted to use the ghost gun slide and barrel, the fully intact ghost gun slide and barrel, to swap out with the gun show slide and barrel. And that she possibly just made a mistake. You see, the Glock 19 and the Glock 17, both 9mm firearms, look incredibly similar. In fact, the only difference in the two guns is that one of them has a slightly shorter barrel. By the time Nancy Brophy could have realized that she could not use the ghost gun slide and barrel on the gun show gun, she turned to the internet to find another slide and barrel that could replace the gun show gun slide and barrel. As I said, that eBay slide and barrel that she purchased would fit on the gun that she purchased from the gun show. And that eBay purchase, that slide and barrel that she purchased, that is the only firearm or firearm part that law enforcement did not uncover in this investigation, despite the fact that they executed search warrants on Nancy Brophy's home, her public storage unit, and the 2 pods that she rented for storage. Leland Samuelson will conclude that Nancy Brophy did not use the slide and barrel from the ghost gun in this homicide, nor did she use the slide and barrel that came with the gun that she purchased from the gun show. However, since law enforcement was unable to recover the slide and barrel that she purchased on eBay, Leland Samuelson is prevented from doing a comparison to that slide and barrel. Now by February 28th, once the eBay slide and barrel had arrived, Nancy had everything she needed at that point to carry out and conceal the murder, except the experience of shooting a firearm. After returning from a short trip in mid-March, Nancy got up on a Monday morning and started researching how to load a Glock 9mm. She found herself on YouTube that morning, with access to numerous videos instructing the viewer on how to load Glock 9mm. Later that same morning, after she was done with her research, Nancy's phone can then be tracked leaving her and Dan Brophy's home in Beaverton and heading westbound on Highway 26. Now, Nancy's phone in the past has made the same journey, as it appears that Nancy would frequent the Oregon coast. However, on March 26th, Nancy Brophy's phone does not go all the way to the coast. Instead, it stops somewhere along the way, and cell site evidence will show you that Nancy's phone was hitting off of a tower that serviced that same public shooting range that had been provided she had been provided directions by the gun broker from the gun show. Now, it doesn't appear that morning that she had much time to even shoot that morning before she had to return to Portland for lunch. However, Nancy returned to that same area the very next morning on March 27, 2018. And it appears that she did remain in the area long enough in order for somebody to fire a gun. You're going to hear about how this range is set up, how it's public and open, and that you simply just have to drive up a gravel road, park on the side, get out, and begin shooting downrange without any need to interact with anyone. Both of these trips that she took up there on the 26th and 27th were both done while Dan Brophy was at work at the Oregon Culinary Institute. Now by June 2nd, Nancy had purchased the necessary firearms and parts to carry out and conceal the murder, as well as now had an opportunity to practice with the gun and further educate herself online about the assembly, disassembly, and cleaning of a Glock. Nancy left her home early that Saturday morning on June 2nd, and it's first seen on surveillance video downtown near the Oregon Culinary Institute at about 6:39 a.m. We'll see you heading here eastbound on Jefferson. Minivan being driven by Nancy Brophy. She is then seen on numerous cameras around the area of the Oregon Culinary Institute. You'll get to see all of those videos. She's seen on several of those videos until she's finally seen coming down Columbia, turning on to 17th at about 7:08. She's not seen again on camera until 7:28. I believe the evidence will show you that she remained within this area during that time, between 7:08 and 7:28. Otherwise, she would have been caught on the various other cameras leaving the area. Now at 7:20, we can see Dan Brophy coming into town near the Oregon Culinary Institute. And this is the view of that camera up this way at Jefferson. See a white pickup truck coming into frame. That is the white pickup truck being driven by Dan Brophy. Now he turns on the 20th or 19th and comes in to the Oregon Culinary Institute from that direction. Dan parks his truck on 17th Avenue, right near Jefferson, right in front of the Culinary Institute. You'll see his white pickup truck on the picture on the left. That is a picture taken from the crime scene. And Again, that's where he's parked, right in front of the Culinary Institute. I want you to take the picture on the right up on the screen. This is just a Google Map image of the Culinary Institute. But what you can see, I'll stand up here. There's a man door there and a roll-up garage door, both that go into the Culinary Institute. Oh, thank you. A lot easier. And what we know is at 7:22 a.m. and 30 seconds, Dan enters through this door and he disables the alarm. First person there that morning. And once he goes in, he goes around and he opens that roll-up door. Now here on Exhibit 1, you'll see this is the layout of the Culinary Institute. It's a large building that takes up this whole portion of the block in that area. This is that side door that I talked about Mr. Brophy entering. Side door on 17. His car being parked somewhere, or his pickup being parked somewhere over here. This is that roll-up door that you can see in the photo over there. Again, that door was now open sometime after 7:22 a.m. That door open, Mr. Brophy is able to unload some larger objects from his pickup and easily carry them inside. Now at that time, Nancy Brophy would have had the opportunity to walk through this roll-up door and enter a building that she had been to several times in the past. A building that she was very familiar with, knowing the layout, knowing that there were no cameras inside or out, and even knowing the other employees' schedules. That would allow Ms. Brophy the opportunity to enter through the storeroom, navigate the labyrinth that is the Oregon Culinary Institute, and find Dan in the very back of the school, kitchen 1. Dan was standing at a sink, a commercial sink. He was filling up the ice and water buckets as he did every day for the students. He would have had his back to the door that Nancy Brophy likely entered into. Standing about right here. Nancy shot him first in the back. Penetrating his spine, piercing through his heart. After Dan fell onto his back, possibly paralyzed from the first shot, Nancy fired one more round into his chest, also piercing through Dan's heart. The medical examiner concluded that either shot could have been fatal. 2 9mm shell casings were recovered from the scene near Dan's body. Those 2 shell casings had consistent markings, as you'll hear from Leland Samuelson, as if they were fired from a Glock. Minutes later, at 7:28 a.m., Nancy can be seen once again on surveillance video, turning off of 17th Avenue, in front of the Culinary Institute, and onto Jefferson. She drives out of town towards her home. Nancy is then seen around her home a short time later by neighbors. They noted that she seemed distressed and kind of frantic. Nancy Brophy was claiming that she was looking for her dogs that had gotten out. However, the neighbors did not see any dogs. Nancy eventually returned home. The first call that morning came in at 9:54 a.m. from a good friend of Nancy's and Dan's, Maxine Bourgearding. Miss Bourgearding told Nancy that something had happened at the Oregon Culinary Institute, and there was a lot of police down there. Miss Brophy gets off the phone with Miss Bourgearding, and she calls Dan Brophy's phone 2 times. She also sends a text. She never tried to call him or text him again. Nancy Brophy then speaks to Miss Bourgearding several times, calling each other back and forth for about the next 10 minutes. Nancy Brophy then calls Karen Brophy. That's Dan Brophy's mother. As Miss Brophy explains to Karen Brophy that something has happened, Karen Brophy becomes concerned and asks why Nancy Brophy is not going to the Culinary Institute, why she has not left her house. And Nancy Brophy said something along the lines of, because there's going to be too much police activity down there. A short time later, Nancy Brophy did decide to finally drive down to the Culinary Institute. She arrived down there at about 10:28 a.m. About 20 minutes later, at 10:47 a.m., detectives conducted what they call a death notification. That is when there is a homicide of some sort, they will meet with the next of kin and explain that their loved one has died. The detectives recorded that death notification. And in that death notification, Nancy told detectives that she was home all morning. She even went on to explain the interactions that she had with Dan that morning.
I was going to ask you, when you said Dan woke up, he's an early riser, has his routine, walks the dog, feeds the chickens. So this morning, did you wake up at the same time or after him, or how'd that go?
I didn't sleep well, and I don't know why I didn't sleep well, but I'm to that age. So I woke up when he came up for a shower. So that would have been 6:50, 6:45.
And you said because he was getting a shower, that's when you woke up? Okay.
And he used to shower downstairs.
And then, so after he got his shower this morning, though,
he managed to, he didn't need a spotter.
Okay. So, and then when did you see him after that? Did you have breakfast with him? You know, I mean, what happened after that?
I didn't get out of bed.
Oh, you just kind of woke up and you were alert in bed.
Yeah, and we have, our bedroom is an attic, and so the bathroom's right here, and so, you know, he got dressed and left.
Did he say, did you guys talk before he left or anything like that?
About the water leak.
About 7 minutes to that same conversation, the detectives finally broke the news to her.
I just want to let you know that, you know, we believe, you know, Dan, we believe it's Dan that has been killed. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of got that when everybody gave me the sad sack look.
Yeah.
The reaction that she kind of figured. Nancy went on to explain during that same conversation that everyone loved Dan. She can't think of a single person who would want to hurt him. However, it's not until 10 minutes into this conversation that Nancy finally asks, "What happened?" It's not until 47 minutes into the conversation that Nancy finally asks where Dan is. During the conversation, when asked if Dan and Nancy Brophy owned any guns, Ms. Brophy disclosed that she had bought a Glock 17 at the gun show several months prior, and that she thought maybe that it was a 9mm, that sounded right, and that they bought the gun in response to recent school shootings. She said that when she got that gun home, that she realized it wasn't something she wanted anymore. So instead of attempting to return it or sell it, she decided that it was too heavy and too ugly and that she just was going to put it away. She put it back in the case, put it up in a closet, and never even bought ammo for it. However, during that same conversation, even when asked about firearms, Nancy failed to mention that she had purchased a ghost gun build kit online. She also failed to mention that she purchased a slide and barrel from eBay. Now, after the death notification concluded, and you will get to hear the entirety of that death notification, Detective Merrill enlisted the help of two other detectives, Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga. Now, Detective Merrill had asked Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga to accompany Nancy Brophy back to her home to ensure that the firearm that they had purchased at the gun show was still there, as the detectives at that time were concerned that maybe Dan Brophy had brought the gun with him to the school because he was worried about something. Now, Nancy Brophy believed that the gun was still at home and intact, so she agreed, and Detective Broughton actually drove Miss Brophy back to her home in her own minivan, so that she didn't have to drive after just learning that her husband had been shot to death. When they got back to the house, Nancy Brophy went straight to the closet, straight to where she believed the gun had been, and in fact it was there. And she handed the gun case over to Detective Broughton. Now, Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga took photographs of that gun before they collected it, and the condition that it was in when given to them by Miss Brophy. And what they noticed, as you can see in the big circle here, that slide and barrel is not seated appropriately on that firearm. Meaning, that gun is not ready to be loaded and fired. What they noticed, and they'll use a term called out of battery. This gun seems to be out of battery. And what that means is when that slide is not fully seated, that means it's been manipulated. That means that when that slide and barrel had been removed, when it was replaced, it was not properly set. Something you'll hear from the gun broker who sold her the gun. They would not have let the gun leave when purchased in that condition, meaning it was not ready to be made safe. Now, while Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga were at the Brophy home, Detective Merrill and Detective Posie were searching the area around the Oregon Culinary Institute for surveillance video. They went across the street to Bellagio's Pizza, roughly located around this area, kind of across from the Oregon Culinary Institute. And it had a camera angle that pointed north. As they watched that video, they recognized a minivan that they thought was visually consistent with Nancy Brophy's minivan, because they had just seen her with it downtown minutes prior. As they continued watching this video, they realized that this van actually passes, heading this direction, heading westbound, 2 separate times that morning. First at 7:08, and the second 7:28. Now, detectives knew that the next instructor had arrived at about 7:35 at the Culinary Institute. And detectives knew that Dan had disabled the alarm at 7:22 and 30 seconds. So now they had a window of opportunity for someone to kill Dan. They had about a 13-minute window, and as they're watching this video, they realize that it appears that Nancy Brophy is leaving the area of the Culinary Institute and heading out of town at 7:28, right in the middle of their window. After seeing that, Detective Merrill contacted Detective Beniga, who was still out at Miss Brophy's home. Detective Merrill requested that Detective Beniga take a photograph of the minivan and text it to him. Detective Beniga took several shots of the minivan on different angles. And when Miss Brophy saw that Detective Beniga was doing that, she immediately questioned him as to why he would need photographs of her van, because she wasn't at the Culinary Institute that morning. So what's the need? Detective Beniga nonetheless took the photographs and sent them on to Detective Merrill. Detective Merrill then compared that still shot on the left that Detective Beniga had taken. You can see him kind of in the reflection. What Detective Merrill noticed immediately was there's this large gouge in the picture that Detective Beniga sent. Compared to the photograph or the still shot that he's looking at in Bellagio's video, Detective Merrill believes there's a visually consistent mark in that minivan. Now Detective Merrill believed that this was in fact the minivan that Nancy Brophy was driving around that morning, and is the same minivan that he's seeing in the video. However, that was a direct contradiction to what Nancy Brophy just told them less than an hour prior during the death notification, when she was at home, and as you heard, further elaborated on the conversations and interactions that she had with Dan Brophy that morning. June 6th, 2018, just 4 days after the murder, when Detective Posie was speaking with Nancy Brophy, Nancy Brophy asked a question that Detective Posie has never been asked before.
Okay.
I don't want to do, but this may give you a laugh this afternoon. I don't want to be the stupid question of the day, but I think I need to be the stupid question of the day.
Okay.
My insurance company said, well, just have the detective write a letter that you're no longer a suspect. And I said, man, I just don't know that he's there. And I'm not sure that he looks at it that way. But if you do, I'd get you to write the letter. My sister, when I told her this as a lawyer, laughed so hard she fell out of the chair. So.
Why?
Because.
Why would you need that?
Because they don't want to pay if it turns out that I secretly slipped down to the school and shot my husband, because I thought, hey, going into old age without Dan after 25 years, it's really what I'm looking for, you know?
Okay. Well, we never would do something like that. I
really didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something that we never do something like that. That's never been done. I've never heard of that being done.
I was shocked when he told me this. And the other thing he says, I said, so what happens if, in fact, based upon your, and this is such a stupid little policy, I can't believe they're making me jump through the hoops like this. This is only $40,000. And as my sister said, you know, usually when they do that, it's for millions. And I said, yeah, we weren't insured for millions. But the other thing is, I said, what happens if, in fact, this case never gets resolved? And they said, well, that has to go to up to the supervisors to be evaluated. And I'm thinking, great.
So a little quiet.
But when this woman asked for this today, I thought,
It's a little quiet, but essentially what Ms. Brophy was asking Detective Posie to do was to write a letter exonerating her from the murder, that she was no longer a suspect. And Ms. Brophy's requesting this letter apparently, as she made a point to say that it's just a little $40,000 policy. She can't believe that she's being made jump through these hoops. However, as the investigation would later reveal, Nancy made claims on 10 separate life insurance policies in which she was the beneficiary of over $1.4 million. Detectives also discovered other financial incentives, as Nancy would have been entitled to all the equity in their home, as well as a workers' comp claim that would have paid because Dan was killed at his place of work. Through financial records, detectives discovered that Nancy Brophy was maintaining all those life insurance policies while continuing down a path of financial ruin. Investigators discovered, as I said, well over $1,000 per month was being paid into these policies at a time that they were struggling to even pay their mortgage. In fact, on certain months, foregoing to pay their mortgage. As you'll see throughout this trial, the investigation was wide and extensive. And based on the scene, detectives knew from the beginning that this was not a burglary, this was not a robbery, as the Oregon Culinary Institute was void of any evidence of those crimes. Nothing was out of place, as you'll see in the photographs and hear testimony from students and faculty, and nothing was missing. Despite the valuable items that are inside the Culinary Institute, nothing was missing, including things that Dan had on his person, his wallet, his keys that were left on a table near the door, his cell phone, his watch, cash. None of it was touched. Eventually, all of the evidence and all of the leads the detectives followed up with all pointed back to Nancy Brophy, which resulted in her arrest on September 5th, 2018. As the officers placed the handcuffs on the wrist of a 68-year-old woman who had never been arrested before, she simply stated, "Oh, you must think I killed my husband." At the conclusion of the evidence, in this case, I will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty for the single charge of murder. The actions of Nancy Brophy on June 2nd, 2018, when she executed what she perhaps believed to be the perfect plan, when she ended the life of beloved chef Daniel Brophy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Okay, so that is the prosecution. That was the state's opening. So now we're going to get to the main event, what you've all been waiting for. And she takes the stand. The ego takes the stand, and she takes it for a while. We're going to be here all day. 2 hours and 46 minutes, 3 hours and 10 minutes, 2 hours and 56 minutes. Now, there's probably breaks in there, but she takes the stand for 3, 5, 7 to 8 hours. So we'll be here. If you guys aren't sick of Nancy Brophy at the end of this, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, she's going to be on the stand for a while.
Is day 21 of trial.
And day 21, she takes the stand. This was a long trial. This was like, I think, 29, 30 days. So she takes the stand, and she's going to be on for a while. So here we go. The ego takes the stand.
All right, Ms. Herman.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Herman, HERMANN, bar number 126353.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madeline Loeb, spelled LOEB, bar number 173970.
Barbara, Ms. Weinmiller?
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Weinmiller, Ms. Brophy. Weinmiller is Winemiller, and my bar number is 863177.
All right, Ms. Maxfield?
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Maxfield, also here with Ms. Brophy. My bar number is 844-337, and my last name is spelled Maxfield.
All right. And before we get started, I have to rule on the two motions that were argued on Friday. For each of them, I'm going to give a fairly detailed explanation of my ruling so that the side.
All right, I can zoom, so let's go to when she actually takes the stand and not the judge's rulings. So I can go ahead and
Andrea Jacobs, and that motion makes
do some zoom in here. There we go. There she's on the stand.
Mrs. Brophy, just come next witness.
Okay, here we go.
All right, please be seated. And is defense ready for its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The defense calls Nancy Crampton-Brophy.
Okay. Mrs. Brophy, just come on up into the witness stand, and the clerk will give you an oath.
I'll have you please raise your right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, then you may be seated and you may remove your mask.
I think we need to do something about the hearing thing, too.
Yeah, can we get a hearing so that
Sure.
she can hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
That one straight up there with her. I can help, counsel.
I think you can probably unplug it.
Oh, hang on, I have to disconnect myself.
And then if you just keep this device a little farther from the microphone so it doesn't have feedback.
Okay,
So in your lap.
okay.
And then because we're being recorded, once you're set up, if you could please state and spell your first and last name, please.
I will.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Crampton-Brophy. That's NANCY-CRAMPTONBROPHY.
All right, when defense is ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me know if you can't hear me,
I will.
because you can't read my lips.
Sorry.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Wichita Falls, Texas.
And how big is Wichita Falls, Texas?
It's 100,000, but a lot of that is the air base that's there.
Okay. When did you move to Oregon?
1990 or 1991.
And why did you move to Oregon?
Because I wanted to take a year off, and I thought going to culinary school sounded like a whole lot more fun than saying, oh, I'm just taking a year off.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Dan Brophy?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about it.
Culinary school in Western Culinary, which was where I was, had a program where 101 was the first class you took, and it was 6 weeks long, and you were separated out from the rest of the students. So when we joined the students, Dan had been hired either that day or the day before. So it was like we all came together at the same place at the same time.
Had you ever met a guy anything like Dan Brophy before you met him?
No. He was unique.
Can you tell us 5 things about him, maybe 5 things that separated him from the pack for you?
He was smart. He was really smart. And he was funny. I laughed all the time when I was with him, and a lot of people going, what'd he say? What'd he say? What'd he say? Because he was very dry in his sense of humor. He was kind. He was so kind. That probably won me over more than lots of other things might have. He not only thought outside the box, this man lived outside the box. He really did not operate going forward the way most of us did. But the thing I probably liked the best about him, he loved me. And if that isn't a big, I don't know, a big number one item, I don't know what is, you know? And I loved him back.
How many years were you together?
24 years, 10 months, 2 days.
That's pretty precise. What are you measuring from?
We were friends for a couple of years before before our friendship moved further. I count it from the time our friendship moved further. You can be friends with a lot of people, but it doesn't count. You know, once you've said we're committing to others, people in other ways, then that's where I start the counting.
Did you and Dan Brophy complete each other or balance each other out?
Completely. I'm a flawed person. Dan's a flawed person. We came together and made up one really good team. His weaknesses were my strengths. My strengths tended to be his weaknesses. And together, it just fit immediately and never stopped.
When the two of you were together, did you try to give him a platform from which he could do his very best work?
I did. Dan was bright. He was funny. He was lots of things, but he was also humble. And this is a man who needed a cheerleader. And I was his cheerleader. And this was not a one-way street. He was mine as well. But I helped him become more known for who he was, and because he would have just stayed in the shadows. He was that kind of guy, and he needed somebody to say, hey, this guy over here, he's really, really smart. You ought to listen to him, you know?
We've heard a lot during this trial about Dan and his demeanor in social settings.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that Dan was socially unaware?
No. Dan was very aware. He just wasn't a big participant. He didn't need to fill in the blank space. You know, a lot of times when there's a void in the conversation, somebody absolutely feels that they have to jump in and say something. Not Dan. Dan's perfectly okay with silence. So I'm sorry to say I lost the direction I was going there.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. I was supposed to be paying attention, but I went off.
Okay. Let me stop you. You've been described as the one who had better social skills, or the front of the house, I think is what someone said, and that Dan was back doing the cooking or preparing meals or being the quiet guy to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Were there times that Dan helped you socially?
Oh, yeah. Oh. As someone said earlier, I'm a chatter, and I don't remember who said that, but I am a chatter, and I can just start running. I never met a rabbit hole I didn't like, and there were times that Dan would come out, and he would be so subtle, and he would make this little move, and I knew I needed to calm down, back up, because he was trying to help me not run away with things.
Let me back you up.
Oh, sorry.
This move.
And actually, he did it. He did it with this hand because it was a C for chill. And it was real calm. If you were standing next to him, you wouldn't have noticed it. But I was looking at him, I knew exactly what he meant.
If you were on your way down a rabbit hole, he had a very subtle way of kind of trying to bring you back.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard that Dan didn't always lock doors. Is that true?
True.
We've heard that he collected stuff, lots of stuff. Is that true?
That's true.
What did you think about that?
One, well, this is a complicated answer. All right. I was perfectly okay with that. And the reason why I was perfectly okay with that is Dan didn't collect stuff that didn't mean anything. Everything he collected, he had a purpose for, or he could see a future purpose for. It wasn't like, you know, he was gathering stuff he didn't need. It was gathering stuff that he could see he would need, maybe not today, but next week. To give you the best example of that, I was still catering in a kitchen I didn't own when Dan encouraged me, and I did it, started purchasing equipment. By the time I had my own kitchen, because of Dan's help on this, I was ready to go. I had all the equipment I needed. I didn't have to stop and buy equipment. Dan had the kind of vision where you could see it further down the road. And he had that vision for me, and he had that vision for himself as well.
Did Dan tend to, well, I don't want to use that word. Would it be fair to say that Dan's kind of working style, at least to the untrained observer, seemed chaotic?
Oh, yeah. Even to his wife, there were times when it seemed chaotic.
Was it?
No. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had a plan to get through to the end. And you may not have thought, if you were a stranger, that he really knew everything was going on, but I assure you, Dan knew everything that was going on. And later on, he'd start a conversation in which I thought, well, Dan wasn't even paying attention to that, but Dan knew every detail. That was not him. He knew what was going on.
You said that you were flawed and that he completed you.
Mm-hmm.
Were there parts of your personality or parts of who you were that maybe could be frustrating to Dan or exasperating to Dan?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I don't think that I'm not coming into this situation perfect by any wild stretch of the imagination. And I am a person who has been self-employed all my life. And if I see an opportunity, I tend to leap in feet first. And Dan is not like that at all. Dan is research. Okay, we'll do this. And here's how we'll do it. Me, I'm already in the middle of the water before I think, maybe a plan would have been a good idea. What do you think?
How did you guys resolve those times when maybe your imperfections were coming to the surface?
Well, we talked, every night we sat in the hot tub and we talked, and the TV wasn't on, and we were sitting there, and he was giving me guidance on my catering company and what to do, and he was telling me about his day, and the frustrations we had were relatively minor, but I don't want to jump into a rabbit hole here, but there is an issue I could go to.
That's all right. We're going to try to keep you out of the rabbit holes.
Thank you.
In the nearly 25 years that you were with this man, did you ever doubt Dan Brophy's commitment to you?
No. And I never doubted his fidelity either.
Did you ever doubt your own commitment to him?
Never once.
What's it like to be without him now?
It's like you've lost an arm, like you're just not as good as you were when you were with him. When you were with him, you were the best you could be when you were together with him. And now it's like, yeah, I function, but there's something missing.
Do you think, looking back on it now, that you held up your end of your marriage?
Oh, I do. And I would tell you, if Dan was here, he'd tell you the same thing. And he would tell you he held up his end of his marriage, of our marriage as well.
Did each of you marry the right person?
100%, absolutely.
I want to shift gears for just a minute.
Okay.
And talk to you about money.
Okay.
There's been a lot said during this trial about how you and Dan handled finances.
Mm-hmm.
At times, they sounded like maybe you were even being shamed by some of the expert witnesses. Did it feel that way to you?
I would say, when I told you Dan thought outside the box and maybe didn't even lived outside the box, yeah, but I would say I did the same. We made choices that other people wouldn't have made.
Did you graduate from the University of Houston?
I did.
What was your degree in?
Economics.
And did Dan have a college degree?
He did.
And what was his degree in?
Biology.
Was Dan a very, very, very smart man?
Yes, he was. Probably one of the smartest men I've ever known.
Between the two of you, did you know how to run a business?
I did.
Did he know how to run a business?
It was a learning thing, and he learned with me as we went along.
And between the two of you, did you know how to run a household?
I did.
No. Maybe you did things a little different than other folks. Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Financially, did things just kind of go off the tracks for you and Dan somewhere between 2014 and 2017?
Yes, they did. It was a series of things happened that all came together at the wrong moment, you know.
Let me ask you this. Was there a reduction in the income that the two of you were making?
Well, that was one of the first things that happened. Dan had a second income, almost a second job, because he taught classes all over town. He taught a lot for In Good Taste. He taught a lot for Portland Nursery. He taught a lot for Bob's Red Mill. In addition, he taught private classes in people's homes, as demonstrated by Vicki Schmalz, who talked about the fact that he did classes in her home for people. He did this constantly. We had a strong second income. I don't know if it was 14 or 15, but In Good Taste closed. Bob's Red Mill decided to remodel, and it changed the ownership from Bob to the employees. The Portland Nursery decided that they wanted to go in a different direction, and did. So it was just a series of things that just kind of all in the same small period of time shut down that money.
Well, let me ask you this. In 2014, were you just about, was it 2014 or 2015 that you were about to turn 65?
I turned 65 in 15.
Okay. As you were looking at 65, did you want out of selling life insurance?
I did. And that was even more emphasized by the fact when I was having eye surgery.
I'm going to bring you back to that.
I know, but I couldn't work. And all of a sudden, when you can't work, you suddenly realize there's no income coming in.
Okay. Oh, you mean from life insurance?
Right.
Okay. During the same period that your income dropped, did you have some changes in your expenses?
Yes, we had a bunch of unexpected medical expenses, both on me and on Dan and on the dog, you know.
Dan's expenses were what?
Dan had a tooth that he had implanted, and it was $4,000. It wasn't, you know, an outrageous amount of money, and normally we could have handled it. But if you put it on top of the fact that I just had $8,000 worth of eye surgeries, and the dog decided to have a seizure one night, and to the tune of $2,000. You know, it was just suddenly, all of a sudden, we had an unexpected, what is that? $14,000 worth of unexpected expenses that year.
Okay, let me redirect you just for a second.
Sure.
You talked about your own medical expenses and your eye surgery. Was there a time in early 2015 when you had an alarming experience?
Oh, yes.
What was that?
I'm driving, and I reached up and I scratched my face. I must have done it this way. Okay, let me think about this. I reached up and scratched my face, and the tail lights of the car in front of me disappeared. And I'm going, oh, that's wrong. You know, so I spent the next little while going, is this a fluke? Is this a fluke? And it wasn't a fluke. Now, perhaps if I'd been more rational, this would have made sense. But my mother had been diagnosed with macular degeneration, and I knew that by the time she died, she was practically blind. I am scared out of my mind that I'm going this direction. And so, yeah, I thought that was an alarming experience. However, because I was so afraid, and because I was an idiot, you can choose either one, I didn't go to the doctor right away because I didn't want to know what he was going to say. You know, my mother certainly never got better. And, you know, I'm thinking, oh, man. So it took me a while to go to the doctor to get it checked out.
Did you finally go see a doctor at the end of the summer?
I did.
And what did the doctor tell you was happening with your eyes?
Well, it was not quite that straightforward. One doctor sent me to another doctor who sent me to another doctor who sent me to another doctor. And finally he said, you have a macular hole. And so my left eye has, let me do a demo here, which will not show up. But the back of your eye looks like this, and there's a divot here that runs down. I think it's the ocular nerve. Well, what happens is when you have a macular hole, it gets worse and worse. It doesn't get better. And so he recommended surgery for me.
Okay. What happened when you showed up for surgery?
Another little exciting moment in my life. I showed up for surgery. I was with my mother-in-law, Karen Brophy, and they took a blood test and said, you can't have surgery today. You've got diabetes. So I went home. I went to another doctor who got me on medication for diabetes, and finally got to have the surgery by having shots of insulin so that we could get through it.
Before you had the surgery, were you nervous that that was going to be a risky surgery for you?
Yes. I'm from the generation who believes minor surgery is on someone else. On me, it's major surgery. And I was terrified. And I was terrified not only for me, but I was terrified for Dan as well, you know.
I want to stop you for just a second. Mr. Breton, could you show Ms. Brophy Exhibit 203? And could you maybe, do you recognize Exhibit 203?
I do.
What is that?
That is what's been known in this case as the Dearest Dan letter.
When did you write that?
In the middle of the night. I got up because I thought, if I don't come home, Dan doesn't know where stuff is. You know, I'm the keeper of the stuff. And Dan doesn't even know what we have. Now, we haven't paid for all this stuff all these years to have him leave it on the table. And he needs to be protected as much as anybody else in this. And I thought if I could write it out for him clearly and tell him how I felt at the same time, that he would have a basis to start with, you know?
Let me ask you about, in the third paragraph of that letter, it says, I saw Larry Schneider and realized how difficult it would be for you if I died in surgery. More than anything, I'm afraid your life would be worse because you would leave money on the table and help, that would help you get through this period. Who's Larry Schneider?
He was a client of mine whose wife died unexpectedly, and I had consolidated a lot of their insurance policies. She died before the 2-year period was up, and the insurance company slow walked the 2-year period. It's not fraud, it's something. It's the insurance companies have 2 years after you purchase the property after you purchase the policy to come back and say, we don't think this is right, you know, you don't get this policy. So if you die after 2 years, they don't have that right. And people would ask me questions like, well, this policy will cover everything, but if I commit suicide. And I would say, no, if you commit suicide after the 2 years, now this then.
Rabbit hole.
I'm sorry.
Did Larry Schneider's wife died during a period of time in which the insurance company could contest the death benefit for her?
Yes.
Okay. And so during this time period, just before you wrote this letter, were you trying to help Mr. Schneider as he was sorting out?
I spent many evenings with Mr. Schneider really doing nothing more than being a friend, you know, and I pushed everybody I knew to push to get that insurance, to get the insurance to work.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some other parts of this letter. It looks like you've set out for him the policies that were in place on your own life. Is that right?
That's correct.
And And you've given him the policy number, the amount, and I think there was a phone number there about who to call. Is that right?
That's right.
If you'll scroll down a little bit further, you gave him, let me stop right there. You gave him some advice about selling the house. What was that?
The one asset that we had was our house. And Portland Market being what it was, we had some equity in it. And also we'd lived there at that point for 15, 16 years. So we had some equity in the house. And so I was giving him my opinion on what he needed to do. I knew Dan well enough to know that he would do what he wanted to do based upon what the circumstances were. But I was giving him my input up front, so if he,
Thank you, Mr. Breton. Go ahead.
I think we've gone rabbit hole again.
No, that's okay. That went missing.
Oh.
Did you talk to him in that letter about the need to fix up the yard if he was going to sell the house?
Right.
And why is that? Why were you telling him that?
Because the backyard had gotten away from us. He was, and I don't know exactly how it happened. Maybe we had a particularly rainy season and it got away and we just never got it back. But we also had, this other stuff going on, the medical, the lack of income coming in. And, I think we just lost focus. And so it had gotten away from us. So we knew in order to get what the house was worth out of it, we had to clean up the backyard.
Okay. The other thing you say there is, I understand you think you can live in a tiny house. Why did you say that?
Well, when Dan and I started talking about we were going to sell the house and we were going to make some adjustments, Dan said, you know what we could do? Because part of the problem thing was we talked about subdividing the property, which would make it more valuable. And Dan said, we could live on the back half and get two tiny houses. One I could have and have my stuff everywhere in it, and one that was tidy that you would want to live in. And I thought, Dan, you can't live in a 4-bedroom house. You certainly can't live in a tiny house. But we talked about the tiny house situation for quite a while.
Okay. And you thought that was a silly idea?
I did.
Okay, let's scroll down a little further if we could. I want to get to the part where you talk about your possessions. I think you have to go back up, if you would, Mr. Breton, to the first page. I can't think of anything I care enough to worry about.
Oh, I can't except the wedding crystal and my jewelry. And
so in 2015, were those really the only possessions that you had that you thought really mattered much?
They were. Everything else was just stuff.
Okay. You and Dan made choices early in your marriage, is that right?
It is.
Could Dan have taken a job, for instance, as an executive chef and made a lot more money?
He could have.
There was testimony from the OCI folks saying that I think they got salaries like in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, and those just never changed over the years.
That's true.
If Dan had wanted to make money, with his skills and his intelligence and certainly as well known as he was, could he have made a lot of money if he wanted to?
He could have. But everything in life is a trade-off, and he would have had to have given up things that he loved, like the garden. But more than anything else, he loved teaching, and he was good at it. And he was the sort of guy who, when you came out of his class, you knew, you could identify the difference between rosemary and something else. You knew your herbs, you knew your product, and you knew your techniques. He loved teaching. He loved helping people who came to him and said, I'm not getting the math on this. Can you show me? So yeah, he could have made a lot more money doing something else. He could have been an executive chef for any number of restaurants in town, but we chose happiness over anything else. And so if he's happy and he's not making as much money, that didn't bother us, you know. I was totally okay with what he contributed to the household, and the fact he wasn't working 80 hours a week to bring that money in, that we were together, you know.
We're going to get to this in just a minute. I don't want to talk about it now, but you also made some financial choices
I
to
did.
do things that were interesting to you rather than make money.
I did.
And did Dan have any quarrel over that?
Not at all. He felt the same way I did.
Did the two of you, just kind of as a married couple, prioritize joy or fantastic experiences over things?
Mm-hmm.
Is that true, even though Dan had lots of things?
Well, yes, but you know, that becomes much more apparent when you have a house fire and you realize how little things matter. But oh man, we love to travel together, and that was, you know, we were at our best when we traveled together. We love being together. Period.
I'm taking you back.
I know you are.
Taking you back. I'm taking you back between 2014 and 2017 when the financial wheels have come off.
Okay.
You've had this sudden loss of income.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, an increase in expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think that was going to cause the economic upheaval that it did?
No. It was kind of like dominoes. I mean, one fell and then another fell, and you're thinking, really, you can stop falling now, and it didn't.
What did you do in the beginning? What did you do personally to address this upheaval? Did you have some Band-Aid solutions?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. The first year was easy to fix. The first year was a very small amount of money. And what we did was I wrote a life insurance policy on Dan, which immediately brought in a couple of $1,000s. The next thing I did was I borrowed money from an interest-free account that we had life insurance in. And that brought in enough money to get our house payments made, and it didn't cost us anything.
Let's talk first about that policy.
Okay.
Was that a policy that was taken out in November of 2016? Is that right?
That's right.
And how much was that policy? Do you remember?
250,000. I think it was 200, and there was some accidental on top of it.
And I don't remember which insurance expert, but it was suggested that you could have had a different $200,000 policy that would have cost you less.
Yes.
Is that true?
It's true.
Would you have gotten a commission on it?
Not the way it was suggested, but I wouldn't have gotten a commission, which would have been number one. And number two, it wouldn't have happened as quickly as the policy we chose. What he suggested was that we go through underwriting. And underwriting takes sometimes up to 6 months to make a policy come. We didn't have 6 months. We needed it to happen today. We had financial issues, and we were doing it more for the financial issue than we were doing it so we'd have another insurance policy. So we didn't have the time to wait for fully underwritten.
Okay, so this brought a quick influx of cash into your home.
It did.
And if you continued to pay the premiums on that, or the premiums on that policy for a year, you'd be able to keep the commission?
Mm-hmm.
So was it kind of like a no-interest loan?
That was exactly what it was like.
Now, let's talk about this other quick Band-Aid that you talked about, the Forester's policy. Forester's is a weird kind of policy, right?
It is.
I shouldn't call it weird. It's just unique.
It is unique.
And does it have a savings component to it?
Yes. You pay a premium. Part of it goes for life insurance. Part of it goes to a savings account. And the savings account at the time we bought it, I believe, was 5.85%. Now, real frankly, if we'd put our money in savings in the bank, we would have gotten somewhere maybe 1% of interest. This gave us 5.85, and it was required savings. You might not have noticed this, but I'm betting you did, that I am not a saver. And so being forced to save helped me. you know, and that was what we liked best about that. Also, we aren't going down that rabbit hole.
When you put money, when you paid this premium, part of it went into the savings account, part of it went toward the life insurance benefit.
Exactly. And when we borrowed from the savings account.
So you're actually taking money out of your own savings account.
That's right.
And when you pay that back, do you pay it back with interest?
You don't ever have to pay it back. They don't care. It's, you know, because you're continuing to put more money in each month, but they don't care if you don't pay it back. It doesn't bother them at all. I never got a done letter from them, you know, said, really, you need to pay this back. It was interest free and we didn't pay it back.
So that was a good Band-Aid.
That was a good Band-Aid.
I want to kind of jump back in time because I can go down rabbit holes too. I want to talk to you
I've
about.
trained you well.
I want to talk to you about the earlier years of your marriage and talk about the financial stability kind of early on.
Okay.
There was testimony, I think, by Tiffany Couch regarding your 1999 tax return.
Mm-hmm.
After you got out of culinary school, did you start a business?
I did.
And what was its name?
Chef de jour catering.
And in 1997, what year did you begin?
When did we start? We started in 92.
Okay. And did it take a few years before that company started to make money?
Yes. You know, they say if you start your own business, it takes 5 years. And at 3.5 years, we could see it. It wasn't there yet, but we could see that this was going to be a money-making thing.
Okay. And was it a money-making thing by 1997?
Yes, it was. 97, 98, 99, the year 2000, we made serious money. And serious enough money that we put $40,000 down out of Chef de Jour on a house. Now, Dan put down $10,000, which was a gift from his parents, but $40,000 of that came from Chef de Jour.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We took a month-long trip to Asia. And in that month-long trip, we took a week-long cooking class in Bangkok at the Oriental Hotel. It was fabulous. That was a time in our lives where we had money and it was comfortable, and life is always easy when you don't have any external, you know, issues. You know, it's not can you get through the good times, it's can you get through the bad times.
It's true. I want to talk about buying that house.
Okay.
You said that you took $40,000 out of the business as part of the down payment, and that Dan got 10 from his parents to help with the down payment. When you first bought that house, were you both on the mortgage?
We were.
And how did you plan? What was your plan between the two of you for covering that mortgage?
The mortgage fell to me. One, I made more money, but two, it made more sense for me to pay the mortgage and for him to pay the other things. And that's how we worked it out.
Okay. When you first bought that house, you were on the mortgage. Were you also on the deed?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9/11, what happened to the catering business?
Oh man, I was scrambling to keep it together. And I was watching fellow caterers drop like flies. I used to joke that the only business worse to be in at that point was to be a florist. Nobody was partying. People were putting things off like marriages and things like that. And I mean, I was really working to hold on to it. And then we had a couple of fortunate things happen. You know, that allowed me to get through the rough period, but we tightened our belts and got through it.
Well, this period right after 9/11, when it all just kind of becomes difficult and stressful, is that a period in which you refinanced the house in 2000?
Probably.
Let me show you. It's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 205. Was there a time when you had a conversation with Richard Freimark that he sent you this property report?
Yes.
Okay, and if you'll scroll down, Mr. Breton. You can see that better than I can, Nancy, because those are tiny.
Mhm.
And if you can keep scrolling down, stop. Go back. So it shows that in 1996 that the two of you buy that house. Does that make sense? Or is that 99? I
It's
can't see
99.
from here. Okay. And at that time, both you and Dan are on the deed.
Yes.
Is that right? And then all of a sudden, Nancy falls off the deed, and now it's just Dan Brophy.
Mhm.
And that occurs, is that in 2004?
Yes.
What happened in 2004 that caused you to want to refinance that house?
Oh, we were struggling to keep our business together, and while the business may have been in my name, it was our business because Dan was just as involved as I was. So yeah, we refinanced to keep from losing the business.
Okay. When that refinance occurred, Dan was the only person on the mortgage?
Apparently, when we put it back in,
Okay.
this was a time when all the mortgages were being stated mortgages, and if we did it with Dan rather than with Dan and Nancy, I didn't have to show our income taxes. And since my income in the past few years had gone like that, we didn't think that was exactly what we wanted to do. So we put Dan on the mortgage because he could show a stable income.
Okay. Did you know then in 2004 that you'd fallen off the deed?
I didn't know I'd fallen off the deed. No, I thought I wasn't on the note.
Okay. After Richard Freimark sent you this property report, and you realized what had happened, did you and Dan then take steps to put you back on the deed?
We did.
And do you remember about when that happened?
Not really.
Okay. It sounds like from what you're saying that there were times when the steadiness of Dan's income got you through various things.
It did.
You were self-employed and you had more the famine feast cycle. Even though you had these uneven times, did the two of you still kind of separate responsibilities where you would be primarily responsible to cover that mortgage? And did that continue even after Dan was the only person on the mortgage?
Yes.
So what would happen then? How would that happen that this mortgage would get paid?
Well, I would put a deposit into Dan's account, and he had a Wells Fargo account, and then we could just slip the money from his account right into our mortgage account.
Okay. So Ms. Couch testified that when she looked at things maybe from 2016 on to 2018, that she could see where this money moved.
Right.
Was that just always the case, that that money would move from one account to another? Did you eventually sell Chef du Jour?
I did.
When was that?
2005 or 2006. I think it was 6.
Okay. And by then, did the company have some debt?
Yes.
A lot?
Yes.
Were you able to, did you use the proceeds from that? You didn't go bankrupt though.
No.
Were you able to use the proceeds from that sale to pay off that debt?
We paid off a large portion of the debt.
So after you sold your company, what did you do to make a living?
I worked for Typhoon Restaurants for a while, and then we were skirting I'd signed a 5-year non-compete, and we were skirting with the non-compete because Typhoon wanted to open catering, and it really was close on whether or not I was living up to the terms of my agreement when I sold it. And so in the end, I had a guy who called me one night, and I thought it was a headhunter. And he said, and I was pretty casual because I hadn't really had a plan. And he said, I'd like you to come in for an interview tomorrow. And I hung up the phone and I had to Google to find out what it was. And I said to Dan, I said, I have a job interview tomorrow. And he goes, with whom? And I said, selling insurance. And he said, do you want to sell insurance? I said, no. And he said, why are you going to the interview? And I said, because I committed. And so I went to the interview, and that was how I shifted into selling insurance.
Did you have modest success selling insurance?
Yeah, some years were better than others.
Okay. Did you like selling life insurance?
No, I didn't like selling life insurance at all.
Was it hard?
Yes, but it was, when you're selling something that is intangible, like insurance, versus something that's tangible, like big screen color TV, people can see the need for the big screen color TV a lot faster than they can see the need for life insurance. And so sometimes they made choices that I would think, what's wrong? But it was hard.
Your niece Susan described the two of you actually going and knocking on people's doors.
We did. But it wasn't cold calling, knocking. I mean, we had something that they would have sent in that said they were interested.
Okay.
And so we could, and you know, you call people up and say, I got your form that said you were interested. And they'd say, oh, I didn't send a form in. And you just say, yeah, pretty much you did. And so a lot of times it was easier to knock on the door and say, see your signature? Is this your signature? Okay, here I am. Let's make an appointment for when we can come back. And you didn't have to argue really, I didn't sign anything and send it in. I don't know why. You have my name and number. You know.
So when Susan described you guys getting in the car and traveling all around the state, like to the coast and all these other places, and going and just knocking on doors, was that what it was like to sell life insurance?
It was a hard scrabble. So yes.
And if you sold a policy, if you were lucky enough to have someone remember that they signed the form, and then actually was willing to make another appointment for you to come back to talk about insurance, and then you were actually lucky enough to get them to say, yeah, I'll buy that policy.
I'd like to think there was more skill than luck in that, but yes.
Okay, all right. But you sell the policy and you go away, and then like 3 months later they go, you know, why the heck did we buy this policy? What happens then?
We're not going to die. What happens then is they call the company, they say, we don't want this policy anymore, and the company notifies us. Hopefully, some of the companies notify you, let me be clear here, and say you have an opportunity to save this policy, and you might go back out and see them, or you might call them, or you might talk to them. However, some companies just said, oh, by the way, you had this fall apart, and therefore you owe us this many $1,000s.
So you'd have to pay the commission back?
You would.
And when you got paid a commission, did you get paid the whole commission, or did the company hold some back?
You got paid 9 months of the commission. 3 months were held back, the last 3 months of the year, so that, which was kind of what was known as the bucket. And so you had money in the bucket all the time. So if the company suddenly says you owe this many $1,000, they have something to take it out of, you know.
Did that cause, and I don't know the answer, but Ms. Estrada has suggested that that didn't really cause a lot of cash flow bumps, maybe because of the bucket, but did you experience cash flow bumps because of that commission payback?
No, Susan and I were a good team, and we were a good team together, and so we pushed each other to continue, you know, sometimes being self-motivated is hard. But together we managed to keep things rolling, and we never had big bumps in our insurance when we were working together.
So how often could you sell a couple of insurance policies to the same clients?
Oh, that's not unusual.
Okay.
It used to be, to give you an example, we've all heard of double indemnity. And double indemnity is, okay, you've got this policy. If you die in an accident, you get double the money. Insurance companies quit doing that. They may say, oh, you get $25,000, something like that. But what they really did was encourage you to have a second accidental policy, so that you could say to somebody, hey, this covers you for any cause of death, but for really only a few dollars more. As you saw in my figures, Dan and I were both covered for $250,000 for $67 a month.
Let me stop you.
Am I rambling on?
I had a different question, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
If you want to finish that answer, you can, but we're going to come back if it's okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. No. I'm rambling. But so they encourage you to do that. So that would be an opportunity where you would sell at the same time two policies, but you might actually come back to them later and sell them a different policy in addition.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
But to keep making money off of life insurance sales, did you need to keep finding fresh bodies?
Yes,
You need to keep buying leads?
yes,
You need to keep knocking on new doors?
yep,
You needed to keep finding new people willing to admit that they signed the form
yeah.
and let you in their house.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine going door to door like that and knocking on doors into your late 60s and 70s?
No.
What, as you and Dan are trying to figure out your solution to this financial
Right.
pinch, we'll call it a financial
Sure.
pinch. Let me ask you this, was it unnerving?
The pinch? Yeah. I mean, this was the worst that my part of the finances had ever been. Most of the time, I'm basically a hard worker and I worked. So this was the worst it had ever been. And it seemed like a lot of things were changing. Suddenly we're looking at retirement. Suddenly we're looking at the things that maybe we have been able to skirt along. One of the things, well, I'm not going to look at her when I tell you this because she'll say I'm going down another rabbit hole. But one of the things I heard about my generation of people is that we all believe we're 14 years younger than we are. So when we get to retirement, we go, how did this happen? And so, yeah, there was lots of things we had really not taken seriously that we should have that got us there.
Was Dan worried about whether you're going to be able to keep the house during this period?
No.
Were you?
No. Both of us knew we had the availability to, if we needed to, turn to family. We had the availability if we need to both of us take another job. There were things we could have done to make this work. Losing the house was never part of the plan. It was never even something that we got close to. We always knew, even in 2017, when I went a month longer than I thought we were going to go, we knew we had worked through how we were going to do that.
Okay. So sometime after your eye surgery and as you're bumping into the 2017 period, did you and Dan sit down and try to come up with a more comprehensive plan to take you into the future?
Yes, we did.
What was your plan for making money for you?
Well, in this, I guess I'm going to tell you my in-laws saved me on this. They came to me and said, hey, look at Medicare. Can you help us with this? And so I looked at, and I had other clients as well who were changing. They like you. They're buying policies from you. They want to have your opinion on this. And so the first year that they did this, that they said, hey, we need help. And I said, hey, let me get trained so I can do it. I rushed down and took Medicare training so that I could do it. So I wrote 12 policies that year where I was scrambling to do it.
Sure.
About 10:45. Let's take our morning break and resume at 11.
All right. Well, that's, I guess, the initial direct of Miss Nancy Brophy. What do you guys think so far? There's a poll if you guys haven't taken it yet. How is Nancy coming across so far? I believe every word coming out. She's doing pretty well. I'm finding it a bit hard to listen. She's terrible and not sincere. So take a moment while I fast forward through here and they come back out of the break.
And what year was that happened?
Sorry, if you want, Ms. Brophy, you can take your mask back off.
Oh, thank you.
I think you were testifying that you kind of stumbled into Medicare because your mother-in-law and your father-in-law needed some help.
Yes.
And what year was that happened?
That would have been 2015.
Okay. And you probably already testified to this, but how many policies did you sell?
That year, 12.
Okay. So 10 more than your in-laws.
Right.
How did it come to be that you were able to sell the other 10?
Because some of my clients were older and going into it, and they called me, and said, "What do you know about this? Can you help us?"
Does a life insurance license, a license to sell life insurance, also allow you to sell health insurance?
Yes.
And so is that how you were able to sell Medicare with your life insurance license?
That's how you're eligible to be able to sell.
Okay.
But they won't let you sell Medicare with that. You have to take a specific Medicare test. You have to, for every Medicare provider, you have to take their qualification test. And so it is, you spend a month to 6 weeks every year getting prepared.
And I'm imagining there are a number of different Medicare products, or
Yes.
different companies that sell Medicare products.
Yes.
And if you worked for Company A, could you sell Company B, C, D's products, or just Company A's?
No, you could sell B, C, and D if you took B, C, and D's qualifying test, which meant that you had passed the initial test, and then they had their own version of it, which was essentially like training you on their product.
Okay, but in 2015, did you have both the licensing and kind of the company's leeway to sell any Medicare policy?
No, I was really limited in what I could sell in 2015. But by the time 2016 came around, that had expanded greatly.
Okay. Well, before we get into the different years, I want you to describe the advantage of selling Medicare over selling life insurance.
Well, if you sell a life insurance policy, you get a big hunk of money, which you may have to pay back if they don't keep the policy. Medicare doesn't work like that. One, it's complicated. Two, the people are all over 65 and they are not eager to change 18 times. There's not a huge significant difference between each policy. There are some reasons to have a different type of policy, but once you've determined that, nobody's offering a better deal. It's really regulated a lot by the government. So people don't change that much. They find something they like, they find something that works, and you keep up with them and you check in with them every year. Here's the magic about Medicare. You don't get that much money for selling a Medicare policy. You can sell, a policy till the cows come home. But if I sell 12 policies in 2015, and I sell, I think, 36, 50 maybe in 2016. In 2016, not only, actually it's 2017 because you don't get paid till the next year, but you get the money from 2016 all over again, plus 2017. In 2018, now if you haven't lost anybody, you get 2016, 2017, 2018. Money will all come in 2019. So you can see if you worked hard for even a short period of time, like 5 to 6 years, you could have a retirement income that would continue on and on and on. And this was like a light coming on over our heads. We said, look at this. We have a retirement income if we do this right. So, for example, you could have $100,000 a year coming in retirement if you worked for probably about 10 years. And you worked hard. This is not a question of you sailed through. I mean, you work hard during that period to pick that kind of money up.
But eventually you have a book of clients that would carry you through.
Yes.
As long as you made the minimal effort of taking care of them, making a call and making sure things happen the next year.
Right.
Okay. And I think you said that in 2000, did we start in 2015?
We did.
And you sold 12 policies.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in 2016?
I'm trying to remember the number of policies I sold. It's I want to say 50, but it could have been less than that. But in 2017, when we figured out how this worked, and Dan and I had come up with the plan, I figured out enough about Medicare that I wasn't fumbling in the dark. I sold 120 policies. I was considered one of the outstanding salespeople with United Healthcare who was operating with them, and they told me this on a regular basis because I sold that many policies. And it wasn't that hard. You just had to commit to things.
What
I
did,
was,
what
I'm
did
sorry.
you have to do to sell those policies? We heard about kiosks because I keep talking about them.
Right.
Tell us about a Medicare kiosk.
Well, I'm trying to remember how many days a week it was, but it ended up being a total of 6 days a week. I was in a Fred Meyer's kiosk in Oregon City. In McMinnville, I was in a Walgreens kiosk. I occasionally had picked up other kiosk short-term visits. So what you do is you cannot go and approach somebody in the grocery store and say, hey, you look like you're Medicare age. You want to talk to me? That's not done. You sit there at the kiosk, and if somebody walks by and says, you know, my mother-in-law's on this, you can start a conversation. And as you can see, when I told you I was chatty, I'm chatty. This is an ideal situation for me. People walk by and they chat, and sometimes we talk about books, sometimes we talk about other things. But I can talk to a stranger. And so for me, it was just like, and you sat in a kiosk and they came to you. It wasn't like you had to go and knock on a door. Now, other places, and I was with Providence, and and that's who I'm thinking of first, and also United Healthcare would have these people who called in and said, we need information. And yeah, they all had in-house salespeople. But a lot of times they would have do what was known as a blitz, and they would invite you in, and you got to call these lists of people. And sometimes that would result in 7 to 10 policies. A lot of it was you had to just keep working. You had to keep. You hang up the phone and you call the next person, and you talk to them long enough to see if they really have a question. And sometimes you went out and saw people who you knew weren't going to buy another policy from you, but you went out just to solve their Medicare problems.
Let me ask you this, these phone blitzes, you're calling through people. You can't sell a Medicare policy over the phone, can you?
You could.
You could?
I would think it would be bad, but you could.
Okay.
People need to be able to know what they buy, and particularly with Medicare.
So typically, as you called through these people, if you found someone that was interested, you would actually go out to their home?
Mm-hmm.
Where were these homes?
Everywhere. Everywhere. Mainly, I would tell you they were, but you kind of got to pick. You had call lists from various places. Like occasionally I called Salem, but I tried not to get too far out into the boonies. But I went to the coast. I went to Vernonia. I went to, I'm coming back this way, Oregon City, and all those little towns around Oregon City, like Estacada, Malala, all those places. Down in McMinnville, there's Sheridan. There's all of these places around there that you call and you say, I'm in your area, and they would say, great, and you would come to see them.
So would it sometimes be that you do a phone blitz in the morning and find yourself out in Estacada or Malala in the afternoon, meeting with the client that you'd called earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like the upside of Medicare is that you can build up this book of clients that if you take care of them well, will provide an income stream all the way into your 80s.
Right.
How old are most of the people who sell Medicare?
Oh, I'm young. When we go to a Medicare meeting of people who sell Medicare, I'm the young one in the room. And it's generally men, so there's not a ton of women. They're older. I would say old, but I'd have to include myself there as well, and so we won't go there.
So you have this job that you can do into your older age, that you could also just take the book of clients that you've developed over 5 years, hold steady, and just take care of those clients.
You could.
But if you wanted to, you could just continue doing what you're doing, heading out to kiosks and phone blitzes and build your book into your 70s.
You could, and beyond. I saw men who easily had to have been 85 to 90 who were still out working it. And the problem with just letting your book sit is you end up with the law of diminishing returns. And so people die, people change, so you have to keep pumping air into the balloon to keep it up.
Okay. So So what's the downside to Medicare, selling Medicare?
It is a very short window. 90% of the policies written on Medicare are written between October 15th and December 7th. That's when you get all those repetitive ads on TV, and you just pray for Medicare season to be over so you don't have to see Joe Namath one more time. But what I can tell you is that is the downside, and that is also the upside. As retirement income, you're only working 6 months out of the year to create this, and you don't have to work 365 days a year, or whatever it breaks down to with weekends and holidays.
Well, is there another disadvantage, like when you get paid?
Oh, major disadvantage. Okay. So you go out October 1st because you have a 2-week prep time. You go out October 1st, you're lining up appointments, you're doing what you can do. You work like a dog through Thanksgiving and into December the 7th. And so in the following January, your money starts to trickle in. So you've now worked since October 1 to the end of the year, and you've got not one dime. But in January, it starts to trickle in, and it trickles in January and February. But I've had it trickle in as late as April. So it's a real cash flow crunch, and you have to be prepared for that. And that was kind of what caught us up in 17, was that we knew it was going to happen. You just really aren't prepared to work as hard as you're working and realize you have no money coming in, and you have to figure out a way around that.
Dan, you said you had to be prepared for a cash flow crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Had the two of you talked about and thought you were prepared?
That was when our program really started coming together. Yes, we had talked about it. And yes, we came up with a solution that we hoped would work. But it really wasn't until the Medicare season had ended that we thought, yeah, this happened, and it's happened the way we planned it to happen, and we can see that the light at the end of the tunnel is not another train. So,
well, here you're having this happy time, and your house is almost in foreclosure. So what's that about?
Okay, so let's go back to what the plan was. The plan was pretty simple. I was going to start taking Medicare myself. That eased up a couple $100 out of Dan's employment benefits every month, because I'm now paying through a different source. Okay, we're going to take a loan out of his 401k, which we had done before and paid back. And we were going to take a loan to make up house payments and just get us started on getting the house ready to sell.
When did you take out this? Before we talk about the loan, I want to talk about one other thing that changed. The other thing that changed wasn't just your income.
Right.
The other thing that changed was Dan's income.
Right.
And what was that?
A friend of ours, Tanya Medlin, needed a weekend chef, and at that point, she needed somebody who could get food out on time in a reasonable hour that tasted good. And she said, "Do you think Dan's got any students?" And I said,
"Did you say weekend?"
At that point, he was working days.
Okay.
And I said, Dan would probably look at doing it. And she said, "You're kidding." I said, "No." And I went home, and Dan said, "Sure." And so for the first time in several years, Dan has a job where he's actually cooking. And he likes it because he actually gets to cook for somebody other than me. Not that I'm not appreciative audience, but this appeals to him. So.
And would Ms. Medlin give Dan some of the better shifts?
Yes, we were very lucky. Tanya would say, "Come and work Christmas Eve," and it was more money. Work Christmas morning, and it was a lot more money. And we rearranged our schedule to hit the high money times.
Okay. What did you guys agree to do with the extra income that Dan was bringing in?
We had credit card debt, And we also had three things we were worried about. We didn't have car payments, but we had credit card debt for two credit cards, and we had a second lien on the house. And Dan was paying those off, and you could see it happening in that woman's testimony, that she could see how we went from having 20,000 to down to almost nothing in the period of about a year. You know,
And that's what the Avamere income did for you?
that's what the Avamere income did for us.
And if Dan had stayed alive and was able to continue working at Avamere, when did you think he would be completely out of this credit card debt and the second mortgage debt?
Oh, we would have been out of that. It might have taken till December, but the second mortgage debt, we planned to take care of when we sold the house. So that part would have probably been a little faster.
Okay. And now you started on down a rabbit hole, and I can't remember which rabbit hole I stopped from going down.
We were talking about what was the plan.
Yeah, okay. So part of the plan was to reduce your debt.
Yep.
Part of the plan was for you to make more money selling Medicare
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully to withstand the cash flow crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the plan was for Dan to make more money working at Avamere.
Yes.
And we've talked about this as a plan, but it sounds to me like much of this you've just sort of stumbled into.
Yes, I would say, we had the plan, okay, where it probably started was with the 401, was with the loan from his 401k. But the rest of it kind of blossomed around that.
Okay.
So that we had, Dan knew that the credit card debt was going to kill us. And so he, you can only sustain so much interest. And so that was really his first concern was, let's get rid of debt. My first concern is, let's also get the house ready to be sold, because that was our major asset. And in addition, let's figure out how we're going to have an income in the future. And that turned out to be Medicare.
Okay. So this 401k loan that you've just described, you took that out in September of 2017?
That sounds about right.
And at the time you were behind on your mortgage, what, about $8,000?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere between $8,000 and $9,000? I can't remember. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
But Dan took out a loan for $35,000 against that 401k.
Mm-hmm.
Why take out that extra money from his 401k when you're only behind $8,000?
Well, we did it so we could get the house ready to sell. We knew we were going to have to invest some money in that backyard to get it back to where it could sell, and we knew it wasn't going to be cheap. There were also little things the house needed, a touch-up paint job, stuff that we thought we could do. But we thought the $35,000 would cover that. And our plan was, he was now making these payments of $500 a month, but it wasn't really $500 a month because I had pulled out my insurance out of it. So it was really more like $300 a month he was making to pay it back. And then we were, I lost my thought.
That's okay. Let me take you back.
Sure, thank you.
So you took out this loan for $35,000.
Right.
You took the loan for $35,000 out of Dan's 401k.
We did.
And we called it Dan's 401k, but did you guys ever consider this is my money, this is Dan's money?
No, that was our 401k.
Okay.
And while it doesn't look like I contributed as much, keep in mind, I'm making house payments on a house that has serious equity in it. So I see it, in my thinking, is that I'm contributing to our retirement in the house, in making the house payments and having equity in the house, and Dan's contributing to our retirement by having a 401k.
Okay. So at least in September of 2017, when Dan takes the loan against his 401k, it sounds like Dan is in agreement that you guys need to get the house ready to sell, because he actually borrowed money to do it.
He is. And I think, not everything in life is clear in terms of how you feel about something. Very seldom do you feel 100% about anything one way or the other. And I think Dan wavered back and forth on this because I think he loved the house, he loved the yard, but the excitement I have a new yard that I can rethink the plan on. Because for Dan, I mean, his motto was life is a science project. And if somebody says life is a science project, that means that once they've kind of at least worked their way through this science project, they're willing to go on to a new one. And that is really how I thought he saw it.
Let me stop you for just a second.
Sure.
Before you ever took out this loan, had you and Dan the two of you had a conversation with Richard Freimark?
We had.
And was that about subdividing your property?
It was.
What did you learn about subdividing the property?
Well, I learned that we live in a unique neighborhood. So our neighborhood is unincorporated Washington County. And what that means is we don't have curbs, we don't have street lights, but we have large lots. And not only did we have large lots, so did all of our neighbors. So the neighbor just north to us had subdivided their property into 3. The neighbor further down the road was in the process of subdividing their property. There were, you don't have houses.
I can help you with a picture.
Oh,
what about
good.
that?
Hey.
Could we show Ms. Brophy Exhibit 330, please, Mr. Bredden?
Oh, this is good.
What is that?
This is our neighborhood.
And
Can I gesture?
Sure. You might have to stand up.
I may have to unplug too. Okay, so this is our house right here.
Can you show me where your house is? Right there. Okay.
Right there. And this is 108th. At the end of this road with the little jogging is Walker Road. At the end of this road is Canyon Road, to give you an idea of where we are. 217 is right over here. So we are on the east side of 217, which also makes it desirable. Don't fall down, Nancy. So this is our house. Now, the house to the north of us is this house, which was there just like this when we moved in. Then they subdivided this and built this house. So the people who owned, they sold this house. The people who owned all the lots at one point or another were these people. They got a job somewhere else and sold this lot in the middle to these people. Further down, and you can't really see it, but there's another subdivision here. It's an interesting neighborhood, which you can't see, but it's an interesting neighborhood because everybody has chickens or alpacas. They're like little farms right in this area.
Where are the alpacas?
The alpacas are right back here. And that...
So Ms. Alva really was feeding alpacas?
She was. She thought she was feeding llamas, but yeah. So that property is an interesting property because it runs like here. When she said it was 5 to 6 acres, she was exaggerating, but she was right from the standpoint it's bigger than all of our lots. And they have alpacas, and this house at one point or another had been a house where you could rent rooms for something. It was like, a retreat place. But you can see how this is just a unique neighborhood for Portland. And we love this neighborhood. We lived there for 20 years. We knew all the neighbors. We took Christmas cookies to all the neighbors.
So I'm looking at your property though. And
Okay.
your property looks like it's all cleared out. Was that photograph taken while you were living there?
No, this was after it had been sold. And we felt because our house extends back slightly than this house, that what we wanted to do was rip out the garage, bring the driveway all the way back, and not divide it into 3, but divide it into 2 pieces of property so that everybody had an adequate yard.
Okay. Can you sit, or you got more to say?
No, I can sit.
Okay. I didn't mean it that way. It sounded bad.
That's okay.
I'll ask you to roll over in a minute. Okay. So that was that's what your thinking was regarding subdivision.
That was.
And had one of your neighbors who was just a resident, Mr. Freimark's a commercial realtor.
He is.
Had one of your neighbors who had some residential real estate experience looked at the property?
They had.
And after getting all this input from other people, did you have I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but did you have a notion about how much more you could sell that property for if you had it not subdivided, so to speak, but ready to be subdivided?
Right.
And how much more could you make?
We expected it to sell in the neighborhood of 700,000+.
Okay. If you were able to do all that.
Right.
Were you going to be able to do any of that with the state of the backyard, of the back lot?
Not at all. That absolutely had to be dealt with. And even though we talk about the backyard, it creeped to the side yards as well. It, it was, the yard needed work.
Okay. Was that something that, we know that Dan's really, that he loves being outdoors, that he loves being in gardens. At this point, he's what, 63, going on 64. Would he have been able to do that?
He wouldn't have been able to do the bulk of the work. But he would have been able to continue to garden in an area that was cleaned up.
Okay, but could he have cleaned up that property so that it could be sold?
No.
Did he know that?
Yes. We discussed several options. One of the options we discussed was bringing in goats to get rid of our blackberries. And we looked into that quite seriously for several weeks and decided against that. And so then we started looking for who turned out to be the yard warriors.
Okay. Throughout this trial, there's been a suggestion that Dan maybe didn't know that there was a plan to sell, or maybe Dan wasn't in favor of a plan to sell, or maybe Dan had decided not to sell. You said your house was your primary asset.
It was.
Was it also your primary debt?
Yes, it was.
And how long do you think it would take to pay off that mortgage, the mortgage that you had on the house, if you didn't sell the house?
I would have been in my 80s and he would have been in his late 70s.
Okay. Did it seem reasonable to either one of you that you would keep working at the pace that you were working in 2017, 2018, at that pace that you were working when you were 80 or in your 80s and Dan was in his late 70s?
No.
If one of you got sick while the mortgage was still due, would the other one have been able to carry the mortgage by themselves?
It would have been incredibly difficult.
Okay. You have a degree in economics.
I do.
But it wouldn't require a degree in economics to know that selling the house and downsizing was a reasonable choice.
Yes, but there was also, that is absolutely true. And you didn't have to have a degree in economics, nor did you have to be able to teach math. Everybody in the family could figure out what was going wrong with our plan. But our plan had been built in from the very beginning. When we looked at the house and we bought it, I was 49. And we have a flight of stairs that goes from the first floor to the second floor, and a flight of stairs that goes from the first floor to the basement. And we knew, with a history of medical issues in our family, we knew that we would not have been able to keep this house in the old age. We talked about that in 1999 because of the flights of stairs and the fact that it was not set up for people who in their 80s would be climbing those stairs. And they were narrow stairs because it had originally been attic stairs.
Okay, so the house, just the structure of the house itself was going to create challenges in old age.
Mm-hmm.
But my question to you is, you said that, yeah, if Dan could do the math,
Mm-hmm.
did Dan do the math?
Dan did the math.
We talked about kind of the state of that garden that had been Dan's pride and joy.
Mm-hmm.
By 2017, 2018, was Dan enjoying his garden like he had in previous years?
No, he still gardened, but it wasn't the same. And also his gardening had changed because at that point he had picked up, this must have happened also when we talk about our income going up, Dan picked up cucumbers and a couple of the restaurants in town pickle their own cucumbers. So we would grow little cucumbers to be pickled. And Dan had this whole little concession thing going where he planted 2,000 pounds of cucumbers a year for these restaurants. And he would go and harvest and take them down and go and harvest and take them down and go and harvest and take them down. So that was also how we, but it was a struggle, more and more of a struggle as we kept losing more and more of the backyard.
Okay, so he didn't have the same area in which to garden.
Right.
You talked about taking out this loan against the, and right around the same time that you took out the loan, did you also rent a storage unit?
Yes.
And where was that storage unit? No, the name of the company. Was it Public Storage?
It could have been, yes.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that you secretly rented this storage unit. Is it true that that was a secret?
Not that I know of, because
I'm going to stop you for just a second, okay? I want to show you something. I want to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 212. Got your glasses on, good. And I just want you to read this. Don't read it out loud, just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Is that an exchange between you and Dan Brophy?
Yes, it is.
A text message exchange?
Objection.
To have the jury step out for just 1 second.
All right for the jury?
Its entirety could not come in. However, I had left open the possibility that individual text messages might. I don't know which text message we're talking about right now. I don't
Could
know
we
if,
put it up on the screen? Would that be possible?
I'm not sure either.
okay, yes, why don't we do
Which
that?
sub exhibit is it?
212.2 or 212.1, is that right, Ms. Weimuller? Yeah.
Yeah, you might as well go through all
Oh,
of
that's,
I can't.
like, that's teeny weeny.
Okay, hold on, I can read that on my screen.
Yeah, I can read it out loud if that helps. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make each individual one big if you would.
Okay, I've now had a chance to read it, and just so the record reflects, the initial message, which is sent from a phone number listed as Nancy, says our yard guy is coming by after 2 today. Then there's a reply from a number associated with Dan saying, okay, does that mean we wait to visit storage? And then there's a response to that which says yes. All right. I'm not sure what you were about to ask, Mrs. Brophy, but the state objected, so let me hear the state's objection first.
The objection overall is hearsay, Your Honor, because these are hearsay offered for.
Maxfield, go
Well,
ahead.
Your Honor, the statement itself is, does that mean that we wait? Whether they wait or not is irrelevant. This is offered to show both that Nancy Brophy shared the knowledge with Dan Brophy that they had a.
You seated? Okay, I did overrule the objection. Ms. Maxfield, you can ask your question.
Thank you. Mr. Breton, would you display Exhibit 212.1, please? And that's itty bitty. Can we go bubble by bubble? Would that work? Can you read that, Ms. Brophy?
Yes.
So let's begin. Can you tell me who this exchange is between?
I am texting Dan with this information.
Okay, and Dan's responding?
Yes.
All right. So, let's see, 2/12/2017. So it's December of 2017, and you are texting Dan, our yard guy is coming by after 2 o'clock today.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan's response? Okay, does that mean we wait to visit storage? And your reply? Yes. So my first question is, you had this storage unit at public storage. Was that a storage unit that you both used, both you and Dan?
Yes, it was.
So he was aware of this storage unit?
Yes. And we purposefully located it between his work at Avamere and our house. So it was really right down the road from Avamere.
After borrowing, you can take that down, Mr. Breton, thank you. After borrowing against the 401k, did you and Dan start looking for a professional landscaper to hire?
Yes, we did.
And how many landscapers did you contact?
3 total.
Okay, what were the answers?
No, and oh, wow, yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing, but who was, oh, wow, yeah?
That was Mr. Denny.
Okay. When did you hire him?
Well, I actually tried to hire him before he could get away, once he said, oh, yeah, I figured he hadn't looked that closely. But I'm going to say December of 2017, but it could have been late November.
Okay. In December, or even November, December of 2017, I don't remember what the weather was like, but was it possible to get heavy machinery onto that lot?
No. We had a driveway.
Are you going to talk now just about geography?
Yes.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, sorry.
Did Mr. Danny have restrictions about when he was willing to come onto the property based on weather?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any control over that?
No.
Okay. So when would he come and when wouldn't he come?
Well, he pretty much came when he wanted to come, but when he said he wouldn't come was with the heavy equipment when it was still wet soil, because we would chop up the yard too much.
Okay. So did they start though in December of 2017?
Yes, they did.
Were they doing this heavy machinery type work or something different?
No, it was more the smaller items that could be done without the heavy equipment.
Okay. How did Dan Brophy react to James Denny?
I think he was, I think his hackles were up in the beginning. I think he was concerned about what was going on in the yard. I think he wanted somebody who was as concerned about his yard as he was. And I think Mr. Denny was the perfect man for that job, because he and Dan saw eye to eye on things. And I would say, after Mr. Denny had been there for a while, that in fact he and Dan ended up being friends over it, because they both, he would say this is important, and it was like Mr. Denny leaped on that and said this will be taken care of.
Let me back up and just ask you to look at Defendants Exhibit. First of all, Your Honor, I forgot to move to admit Defendants Exhibit 212.1, so I would do so at this point.
All right, that'll be admitted.
Now let me show you, Ms. Brophy, what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 212.2 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Again, is this an exchange between you and Dan Brophy?
Yes.
Can we make that a little bigger, Mr. Breton? Thank you. And who's writing in the beginning?
I'm writing to Dan.
And what's the date? Are we in December again of 2017?
We're 2 days later.
Okay. And so by now, have you hired James Denny?
We have.
And can you just read your part of this exchange?
I don't know where the yard people are. Maybe they don't work in the rain, but the maids are here already, so you ought to be able to come home at the regular time. I'm getting my hair cut at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And what's Mr. Brophy's response?
Hard to keep that burn barrel going in this rain.
Okay. So the first time they came, did they have a burn barrel?
They established a burn barrel. I think that they perhaps had been there a little more by this time. They had a burn barrel so that they didn't have to haul off as much of the wood and what have you from the trees. So yeah, We had a burn barrel going in the beginning quite a bit. By the end, not at all.
All right. So now I want to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit. Oh, Your Honor, I move to admit 212.2.
All right, it'll be admitted.
And now I want to show you, Ms. Brophy, what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 212.3. And this time, who begins the exchange?
Dan begins the exchange.
And what does it say?
Got it. See you in a bit. Are the Yard Warriors in action today?
And what's the date on that one?
That's January 17th, so that's about a month after.
Okay, so did Dan have a name for James Denny and Tamara Alva?
The Yard Warriors.
Okay. And is that how he referred to them always when the two of you were exchanging?
Yes.
Yeah. You said that Dan in the beginning was a little bit wary, but grew to appreciate Mr. Denny. Was it your sense that he actually liked James Denny and Tamara Alvey?
Yes, it was. I thought he found them entertaining, and they shared a lot of the same interest in terms of the yard, and I thought they got along really well.
You can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Britton. Oh, I move to admit defendant's exhibit 212.3, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be admitted.
So the two of you had decided to get the house ready to sell. Did you have a plan about what you would do after you sold it?
Not in the beginning. It was vague, and I think that was part of what made Dan, Dan's a guy who likes to have a plan, and I can fly by the seat of my pants much better than he can. But all that kind of changed in about the same area, in the same time frame. We went to an open house that Delilah.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm too far? So
You're going, we have 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. We won't go there.
And so
Sorry.
I can bring you back to this because that's a
Okay.
longer exchange.
Sure.
Okay.
Right now, we have just over a minute. Why don't we take our lunch break now and be back on the record at 1:30?
All right, so Ms. Brophy is on the stand. This is day 21, but it's her first day on the stand. So now that was the morning session. Now we're going to get to the afternoon session. But before we do, how do you think she's doing? How do you think she's doing on the stand? How is she coming across?
That's correct. I want to show you what's been marked as definitive.
Sorry. How would you guys rate her? How would you guys rate her on the stand? We have 125 votes. How's Nancy coming across so far? I believe every word coming out. She's doing pretty well. I'm finding it a bit hard to listen. She's terrible and not sincere. So take a moment and answer the poll if you haven't already. Would you guys... Colleen Itchy Withers, just joining. Who was off and by who? The woman on the stand here. Let me get us over here. So Nancy Brophy, top right, she's the defendant. Her husband, Daniel Brophy, he was the victim. He was 63 years old. This happened in 2018. The trial itself is taking place in 2022. It lasted like 30 days, something around those lines. Maybe Dwayne, you can tell me exactly how many days, but I think we were starting to watch it. We started to watch it as a... as a rewatch back in the day, and I have 27 days. Yeah, so I think it lasted about 27 days. That's what I have. The defense closing was on, prosecution and defense closings were on day 27. So this happened in, so basically May, the verdict came in May of 2022. So Daniel Brophy was a well-known culinary chef. He was an instructor, and he was found shot in the back and the chest while he was opening up the Oregon Culinary Institute in Portland. So that's pretty much Joanne, 5 minutes in, and her voice is already grating on me. How about her cackle? That laugh of hers is definitely a cackle. I don't think it's a laugh, it's a cackle. Nanar, I couldn't take her. JMS, how old is she here? She said in 2015 she was 65, so she's 75 now, but it said May of 2022 she was 71. So her birthday may be later in the year. So I think she was 71 here. So I have Nancy Crampton-Brophy, 21 at the time of the trial. So Denise says he kept the banquet stuff there. Sinbad, she's exhausting. All right. All right. What's all right, hold on. Let me get us back to. All right. We'll come back here. You're welcome, Colleen. Thank you. Dwayne, yes, the cackle is horrible. All right. So now we're going to get to. The afternoon of. So we just saw the morning. Now we're going to get to the afternoon.
That's correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 380. It'll show up there on your, oh, that's not it.
Can we take that down?
Did you show that to me?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
We don't have a 380.
You have the
Let's hold-
on-point records, don't you?
I forwarded it to him. That's fine.
All right.
I'm guessing they need 377.
Your Honor, it's a page out of the on-point records that have already been admitted in their entirety.
Okay.
First of all, that's an on-point account statement record, is that right?
That's true.
And was that on-point account a joint account that you had with Dan Brophy?
Yes.
And actually, Mr. Breton, that's the wrong one. So we'll come back to that, okay? Just pull that down and we'll come back in a minute. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about that was just a little stray thought that had not made its way into an earlier conversation that we were having. James Denny talked about the fact that he could see that Dan's, underneath all the brush and everything, Dan's garden was actually just a beautiful treasure. Is that right?
That's right.
And did the two of you believe, you talked about the fact that you were going to sell the house.
Right.
But did the two of you believe that if you could get that garden restored to something of its past glory, that it would increase the value of your home?
Yes, we did.
So the two of you decided to get the house ready to sell.
Mm-hmm.
And that decision started to kind of come to the fore in what year, do you think?
Where we were truly starting to work on it, I would say was 2017.
Okay. But we can tell from your Dearest Dan letter that at least you'd been teasing through the idea of subdivision maybe as early as what, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So as it starts to become sort of this idea that now is gelling, what did you think you might do after you sold the house? Did you know?
No. And we went through a lot of different plans.
Okay. We've heard testimony from people who talked about that you were talking about going to Portugal.
Yes.
Was that one of your plans?
I thought that would be fun. And I think Dan flirted with the idea, but in the end, he put a little pin in my balloon and said, you would be miserable. I would be miserable if we were that far from family. And I agreed with him.
Okay. But did you and Dan like to travel together?
We did. We thought we were their best.
Okay. Did Dan offer a compromise to maybe moving to Portugal?
He did. He felt like what we should do is take a multitude of smaller trips rather than a big trip. And so that he could continue to garden and I could continue to do what I needed to do as well. And yet we would still have the experience of being together and going places that were fun and different.
Okay. In early 2017, did you do one of those trips?
We did.
What'd you do?
I was invited to speak on a cruise ship for a writers' conference. I have a talk I give called Redeeming Your Antagonist. You'd think I could remember. Redeeming Your Antagonist. And I said, you want to come? And he said, sure. And so we flew to Fort Lauderdale, took the cruise, took a cooking class, and came home.
Okay. Did you take another trip later in 2017?
No, I think, well, to the beach, yes, but we didn't really regard that, we regarded that as, a good weekend. That wasn't really a vacation plan so much, but we went to the beach several times.
Okay. And then was there more of a planned trip that happened right at the beginning of 2018?
There was.
And what was that trip?
Dan's favorite restaurant in the entire world, and we've traveled enough that I think it's a fairly thing. At one point used to be considered one of the top 5 restaurants in the world. It's just outside of Victoria, and it's on Vancouver Island, and it's called Sook Harbor House, and it is in the town of Sook Harbor. It is a B&B, and it is a restaurant, but they were one of the first in the nation who did sustainable and local. And so everything you eat there comes from Vancouver Island, which, as you know, is not big. So we had eaten there several times over the last 25 years. I'm going to say 6, 7 times. I'm pretty sure we took Dan's parents there. It was just a place we really liked. And we'd never been able to stay at the B&B because we'd never had our timing right. Well, we discovered that we had an extra week for Christmas in there that we weren't expecting. And so we called Sook Harbor House and said, could we stay? And they said, well, we close for a month in, I think, the 5th or 6th of January. So we scheduled 3 to 5 days, I can't remember, and stayed at the B&B, which has, by the way, become a small hotel since then, and ate at their restaurant every day. And it was a great trip, and the food was fabulous. But to get there...
Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa. I know if we're going to get there that now we are in the rabbit hole. So
sorry.
Was there another trip that you took after that?
We went to Monterey Aquarium again. We had been to Monterey a few years earlier when Dan had been asked to speak at a mushroom conference in Santa Cruz, and we'd driven down to Monterey. This time we stayed in Monterey, and
remember when that was?
That was in March of 2018.
Did you take another trip that year?
No. But our next trip that we had planned was for the July break. Dan had a week off from school, and we were going to go to South Dakota, to the Black Hills, because I had never seen Mount Rushmore. And Dan grew up in that area of the country, and he wanted to show it to me.
So, I don't remember which witness it was, but one of them talked about you being at that stage in your planning where you were just kind of throwing a dart at a map and had maybe new ideas each day about what you might do next.
I think that's pretty accurate for what was happening.
Did there come a time in 2018 where you started to coalesce or gel around a particular idea?
We did. In the fall, particularly when I was selling Medicare, I was looking for, because I was out in McMinnville and out in Oregon City and what have you, I was looking for property that I thought might work for us. And as we would discuss it, the more and more and more we discussed it, the more I looked. Dan didn't really look because we weren't really to that stage yet. what really happened is Dan had fallen in love with Delilah's property. And
Talk about Delilah Marvell.
Delilah Marvell. And so it had some advantages. He wanted to be halfway to the coast. He wanted to be in mushroom hunting location. It was places that he wanted to go. And so the more and more we talked about it, the more we kind of came to a little area that we would want to look in.
Okay, and that's the area around Banks that Ms. Marvell described.
Right.
I want to shift gears. I almost don't want to shift gears, but we probably need to, and talk about insurance.
Okay.
You love insurance.
I do.
Life insurance.
I do.
When did you buy your first policy?
I was in probably 35.
And you insured yourself?
I did.
Were you married?
No.
Did you have kids?
No.
Or you bought a policy?
Yes.
After you and Dan married, did you buy insurance to protect the two of you?
I did. We were doing our first trip overseas. We were going to the Orient, and before we left, we did our wills and we bought insurance.
And were those policies identical?
Yes, they were.
One on your life?
Yes.
One on Dan's life?
Yes.
And who was the owner of the policy that insured Dan's life?
Dan was.
And why was that?
Because when you own your own policy, you control it. You control who the beneficiary is. You control what happens if you have changes in your life. If Dan and I had been divorced in 1999, he could just change the beneficiary and he could have kept the policy. It would have been his policy.
That was a policy that belonged to him?
Yes.
And the policies that insured your life belonged to you?
Yes.
We had earlier, what's the Dearest Dan letter? We had earlier talked about the Dearest Dan letter, and I wanted to pull that up again and ask you about a part of that.
Okay.
Could you pull up 203, Mr. Breton? On the second page of that policy, if you scroll down, keep scrolling. Back. Can you see it? There in the middle of the page, it says the 23rd, $266 Americo. What are you talking about there?
That is a policy that we bought for Dan and scrambled to get it to him on time when he was 59 and a half, because after that point he couldn't get it anymore. And
That's a policy that insured Dan's life.
That's right.
But this is a letter that talks about the policies that insure your life.
That's true.
Why are you telling Dan about this policy on his life that costs $266 a month?
Because it's a special type of policy that's also part of our retirement planning. So it is a policy that we got that if I wasn't there to remind him, I wasn't sure he would remember what our plan was. But basically what happens on return of premium is you pay the premiums, and if Dan doesn't die, which was our plan, we get all the money back for the premium. So once again, this is another forced savings account for us. So at 78, we would have gotten back $67,000, something like that. I could be a little off, but I think I'm pretty close.
Okay, so up until this time that you buy the American policy, in fact, even when you buy the American policy, have you attempted to each time buy one policy insuring Dan, one policy insuring you?
That's true.
And did you try to keep it even?
Yes.
We've heard about a policy that was in place that was paid for by the school that insured Dan's life.
Yes.
Did you include that policy as part of your retirement planning?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we didn't expect the school to be there when we needed it. You know, Dan had gone through a different culinary school. He'd left that school. That policy stayed with the school. It didn't stay with us. We didn't expect, if Dan left the school tomorrow, 31 days later, we would not have that policy. So we did not regard that as a real policy. I mean, it was a nice employee benefit, but that's all it was for us.
Okay. So you couldn't count on that taking you into your 70s or 80s? No. Okay. And the year that you bought this AmeriCorps policy, and I forget what the amount on that policy was that a $100,000 policy, the AmeriCorps?
Yes, no,
Okay.
yes, it was.
Okay. And at the same time, did you put a policy on your own life that had a $100,000 benefit?
Yes, I did.
But it wasn't an AmeriCorps policy?
No, it was not.
And the policy on you was just like a 10-year term policy for $100,000, right?
Right.
So why did you buy this different policy for Dan?
I would have bought the policy for me too if I hadn't been too old. I mean, this was a policy I regarded as a good policy for people who do not save, that would force us to save. Yes, I'd be the first to tell you there's no interest attached to it, but I would also be the first to tell you that having $67,000 come into us at one lump sum at the end of our 70s might be a real nice windfall.
Okay. You heard the testimony of our insurance expert.
Right.
And he said that you paid between 3 times and 6 times the premium each month that you could have paid for a simpler $100,000 term policy on Dan's life.
That's right.
So this is a premium that costs you between 3 and 6 times as much.
Yes.
But you pay it. What are you betting when you pay that?
I'm betting Dan will live and we get the money.
How long does Dan have to live for you to get the money?
20 years. Actually, it's a 19, but yeah.
So when he turns 78 is when, so that's the bet you've made.
Yes.
Now, we already talked about another policy that you took out that did create an inequality in this.
Right.
And that policy was the one that, the policy that you took out in November of 2016 when you needed a commission.
Right.
To cover some cash flow issues that you were having.
Mm-hmm.
And you needed the money quick.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in November of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
We talked earlier about Larry Schneider.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you were struggling for the term, but was the term you were looking for the contestability period?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
And that contestability period, do you understand it to be 2 years?
It is.
And I think what you testified to earlier is that if someone died within the 2-year period, the legitimacy of a policy was much more likely to be challenged by the insurance company.
At the very least.
Okay. But if someone died after the 2-year period, the insurance company's legal ability to challenge the policy became much more limited.
Yes, it did.
So if you took this out in November of 2016, when would that contestability period end?
Either October or November when they put it into effect of 2018.
So the contestability period would have ended 5 months after Dan Brophy died?
Yes.
And you testified previously about the pressures that you were feeling and how you're sometimes resorting to Band-Aids and later resorting to more long-term solutions to the financial pressures you were feeling were real. Is that right?
They were.
You came up with some solutions, some short-term, some long-term. Were you feeling that same financial pressure by December of 2017?
No. No. In fact, by December of 2017, I could see that what we had put the plan, what had been an idea plan was actually going to work. You know, it wasn't just a plan in the air. It was a plan that was going to work. I could see our credit cards were being paid off. I could see I'd had a hell of a good Medicare season and that I could continue that and that would provide an income for our retirement. I could see that our bills were paid, we had money in the bank, and we had money coming in, which would be the shortfall money that we didn't have in October. I thought we were over the hump. I thought things looked good. So good that, you know, I was kind of doing a little dance of happiness.
Okay. Did you ever, after December of 2017, did you ever feel that same financial pinch that you'd experienced before September of 2017?
No.
There's been some made of the fact that part of the pinch was alleviated by this loan that you took.
That's true.
But were you using that loan just to kind of keep your head above water, or was that loan going to be used for something else?
No, that loan was to get us back in the black with the house payments. And that loan was to get the house ready to sell. And the loan was to be repaid when the house was sold. That was the first thing that we did with the money afterwards. Even before we bought another piece of property, we repaid that money. And in the meantime, of course, Dan was making payments on that money.
But you also had we heard from Ms. Couch that your income went up in 2018.
Right.
And was that increase in income from 2018, these Medicare policies that you'd sold between, what, August and just whatever that period is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that was something that you expected to continue year after year?
It was.
You're a romance writer.
Yes, I am.
What kind of stuff do you write?
Romantic suspense.
And we've heard from some of the other writers about writing devices or things that writers use to write their books. What kind of writing devices have you used in the past, or have you bought?
Bought or traded. For a while, I loaned some money to one of my employees, and then what I held in as their collateral was a pair of night vision goggles. I thought I got the better deal on that, real frankly, but he did come up with the money, and I had to give them back.
Did those night vision goggles make it into, or whatever we call them, night vision?
Oh yeah.
Did they make it into one of your books?
Oh yeah. And I learned a lot about night vision goggles.
What other kinds of things have you either purchased?
Well, we had expensive handcuffs. We had real handcuffs. We had fur-lined handcuffs. In fact, we had a couple of sets of those. We had, what else? We took a trip to Montana because I wanted to see some property that I thought would be a good location to set a story in that I never wrote. What else have I bought? Oh man.
What about binoculars?
Oh yeah. We have a really nice set of binoculars, which started out as a writing tool, and as I moved on, they became a tool we held on to.
Okay. Did you spend a lot of money on your writing?
Yes, I did.
Did that bother Dan?
Not at all.
Did Dan spend a little extra money on his cooking?
He did.
Did Dan have some really, really nice copper cookware?
So nice that when they were filming Grimm's TV show here, they called us and asked us if they could rent it from us. And we said, yes, you know.
And was that something that Dan just wanted? He just wanted it. He just wanted it.
He wanted it, but we made a concession on how we bought it.
How'd you buy it?
Our birthdays are 9 days apart. And so every year for our birthdays, rather than buying each other a gift, we bought a copper pot.
Is that you built that collection of Dan's favorite cookware over a period of time?
Yes.
Can you describe just generally your writing process, your creative process?
I can. A lot of people plot more than I do. But what I do is I sit down and I like to have the story start to formulate. I like to know who all the characters are. I like to know what's known as GMC, goals, motivation, and conflict are. I like to work that through in my mind long before I put a pencil to a paper, or in my case, fingers to a keyboard. So I frequently have a large part of my story written in my mind before I ever sit down. And that's And that means you spend a lot of time staring off into space. You spend a lot of time giving automatic answers to people who are thinking, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. You just kind of sit there and work it through.
Your Medicare practice took you talked about driving all these different places.
Right.
Did that bother you?
Oh, not at all.
Why not?
Because it was meditative for me to drive, because most of the time I'm thinking about my plot. Almost inevitably, I have a notebook on the car open with a pen where I'm writing along and driving along and jotting things down.
I want to shift again and talk about firearms.
Okay.
In 2017, did the seed of a new story come to you?
It did.
And how did that come to be?
I read an article about a guy in California who bought a gun online, put it together, and killed his family. And I am amazed by this. I'm amazed you're able to do this. But I'm sitting there thinking, what if it was a woman who was afraid? What if it was a woman who bought the gun online or bought gun pieces online and put them together to protect herself? And so once I kind of flipped the story in my mind, I started building it. Now, the cool thing about the article, and there was other articles that followed it, was that it had links in it. And the links took me to various sites that showed me what was available.
Sometime in November of 2017, is that the article that you're talking about?
Yes.
And the links that you're talking about, do you remember what they were to?
One was to ghostguns.com, and one was to Ghost Gunner, something. There was another similar title to it.
Okay. Did you go there, after reading that article, did you go there?
I did.
Before you read that article, did you know that guns could come in kits?
No.
So as you're thinking about this story in the beginning, how did you imagine it would come together?
What I really thought is, when I was thinking about it, was that you would buy pieces one place or another. Maybe gun shops had them. Maybe gun show people. Maybe you bought them online. But I was thinking, there's got to be these pieces available where you could put a gun together. And then, lo and behold, there are kits. You don't have to go and shop everywhere.
Okay.
You just. Sorry.
So was that a challenge in the beginning, trying to figure out? Well, let me back up. The story that you had,
right?
How did the gun parts fit into the story arc?
Well, that gets to be really important. The way I was going to write the story was each month a piece would come to her in the mail, and she would. So that would be the beginning. And as the gun built, so did the story arc. And so did her character arc. And what did you learn from putting a gun together? And how did it compare to your life? How does that solve some of your problems as you're working through them?
So it was piece by piece, chapter by chapter?
That's how.
But did you know what pieces to put into your story before you found out about gun kits?
No, but I figured that I would research it. I mean, in detail. People love the internet, but real frankly, I don't know a writer who doesn't have a library card. And I don't know a writer who doesn't go to the public library to look up what they want. Yes, it's online, but it's not necessarily correct online. It's just online.
Okay, so let's go back to the New York Times article that had the links in it. How did you use that article, or how did you use the links?
Ghost guns had more appeal to me, so I went back to that site 2 or 3 times. And I will say that sometimes my lack of totally planning can be a problem. But it was, they made it sound like it was really easy to put this gun together.
Was there a video on that site?
There was a link to a video.
Okay, and what was can you remember what the video was about?
It was about how easy it was to put this gun together. Yo ho ho, some guy whipped it out and got it together, and it was just nothing. I mean, it was harder than Legos, but not much, according to this video.
Okay, so you looked in November of 2017 at this site.
Right.
Did you buy a gun kit?
I did.
No, in November, did you buy a gun kit?
Oh, I didn't buy a gun kit then, no.
Okay.
I went back and forth on buying the gun kit.
How many times do you think you went to that site before you bought a gun kit?
Oh,
If
I'll
you
bet
remember.
7 to 10.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now, you said there was a time that you came up to buy a gun kit. When was that?
December the 24th, Dan was working, and once again, these were good hours, so we knew there was more money. He had texted me he was on his way home, and I had been looking at this site, and real frankly, everything in our life was going well. You know, Christmas was bought and paid for, it wasn't charged, and it was wrapped, and we were ready to go. I was drinking wine, which probably one might construe to be a mistake. Dan had texted me on his way home, and when he walked in the door, I said, "Guess what I'm buying?" And I gave him a glass of wine because guess what I'm buying? You know, that kind of thing always helps. And he just laughed and said, "Go for it." And that's where we ended up.
So you bought the gun kit?
I did.
As a gift to yourself?
As a gift to myself.
Just kind of generally, Dan was there when you made the purchase?
He was.
And he texted you before coming home to let you know he was on his way home?
He did.
And do you know how long it takes to get from On Point to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Do you know how long it takes to get from Avamere to your house?
I would say somewhere between 6 and 10 minutes.
Okay. And let me show you what's been marked as, I want to make, I got nervous by the last one. I just want to look over his shoulder. I want to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 377. It's an On Point bank record.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is that joint account that you have with your husband?
Yes, it is.
And it looks like the date, at least that statement period, is from 12/9/17 to January 1st. Is that what it says, of 2018?
No, January 8th.
Okay, I have bad eyes. I wonder if you can scroll down, Mr. Breton, to a purchase that was made on December 24th. Do you see it, Ms. Brophy? You can see better than I can.
Well, I'm looking. Apparently, I went to KFC.
Can we scroll down just a little bit further, Mr. Breton? Maybe it shows up a little later.
Maybe. Oh, here it is. On December 26th, it shows up, ghostgunscott.com.
Okay. So again, that was a purchase you made with your own credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Or with a debit card, it looks like,
Mm-hmm.
out of that joint account?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would move to admit, does this have a number, Ms. Weinmiller?
377.
Okay, I would move to admit Defendants Exhibit 377. I think the On Point records are in as a whole, but this is a sort of a standalone.
No objection. All right, 377 will be admitted. And just so I'm clear, is that 8 pages then?
Ooh, is it? Yeah, it is. It's the
Okay.
entire statement.
Bless you.
Okay, you can take that down, thank you. After Christmas Eve, then you and Dan were planning for this Sook Harbor trip?
Yes.
And what happened before you left for Sook Harbor? Did you do anything? Was this gun gonna get delivered while you were gone? This
Yes.
gun kit? Okay. And what, if anything, did you or Dan do in preparation for this trip?
Dan had the mail held, and which was, I generally dealt with the dogs and he dealt with the mail. And I took the dogs to the kennel and he had the gun kit, had the mail stopped.
Okay. So the mail was stopped for the while you were gone?
Mm-hmm.
And you came back, did you come back over the weekend, do you remember?
I don't remember exactly what day of the week it was that we came back.
Do you remember whether on the Monday after you returned, you went in to do these blitz calls, these Medicare blitz calls?
Right. I did that, and that usually takes, depending on how long they let you do it, anywhere from an hour to 4 hours.
Okay. When you came home that night, was the mail indoors?
It was.
And was the gun kit there?
Well, a box was there.
Okay.
And so I waited for Dan to come home, and we opened it, and he probably did not see the joy in it that I did, but I thought it was great to open it and see it.
Okay. When you opened it, counsel for the state had passed out this little plastic bag that was filled with, looked to me like 5 billion parts.
Mm-hmm. I think that count is accurate.
Yeah. When you opened that and saw little parts like that and the other things that it was going to take to put together this kit, was that a little daunting?
It was. It was. I was not expecting it to be quite as intricate. They said, oh, the bottom part, they said the gun kit's 80% together. So you think, how hard can the last 20% be? Well, it turns out harder than I was expecting.
Did you ask Dan about tools that you would need to put that
Yes.
together?
I said, do we have a drill press? And he said, no. But I also knew that if we didn't have it, other people would. I wasn't that worried.
Did you talk to any of your writer friends about this story of the woman who puts together a gun from parts?
Oh, yeah.
Who did you talk to?
I talked to Darla.
Darla who?
Darla Lukenbaugh. And Sue was in the car, but I'm not sure how much Sue was paying attention and how much she was dozing. But we were debating the gun kit, and I would not say she used the word sucker, but it could have come up. She really thought this was not a particularly good idea.
Okay, and did you talk to any other writers about this purchase?
Oh, yeah. I talked to Jessie Smith, who actually knows a fair amount about guns. And I think her feeling was, this is going to be a lot tougher than you think it is. And I'm thinking, oh, great.
But you did talk to writer friends about this storyline.
I did.
And did you tell each of these people that you talked to about the storyline that you'd actually purchased a gun kit?
Yes.
Your mother-in-law testified that, leaving the gun kit aside, your mother-in-law testified that you had actually said something to her about thinking about buying a gun, like a gun, not a gun kit.
Yes.
And just so that I'm clear, this gun kit, is that separate in your mind from the gun?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because the gun is a gun and it's for protection. The gun kit is a toy and it's for writing.
Okay. So do you remember having a conversation with Karen Brophy about thinking about buying a gun kit?
I do.
And do you remember about when that would have happened? If you don't, that's okay. I'm just asking.
I really don't. I think the topic came up more than once, but it wasn't a constant topic. It was a fleeting topic.
Tanya Medlin has testified that sometime around Christmas of 2017 that she had a conversation with Dan and also had a conversation with you about buying guns, not gun kits.
Right.
You weren't there for the conversation she had with Dan.
No.
But do you recall the conversation that she described having with you?
Yes. And Dan and I discussed, did we want to do this?
Okay. How worried were you about Dan going out mushroom hunting by himself?
Yeah, I was worried on 2 or 3 fronts. Mushroom hunters, and Dan is included, do not give away their spaces. Dan may have taken his class mushroom hunting, it was never the places he regarded as his and special. He was frequently in the woods. He on more than one occasion told me he had gotten turned around. He on more than one occasion told me he could hear hunters not that far away. And he, I was worried for him. And he went mushroom hunting a lot. He had places where he would call and say, I'm going halfway to the coast, and I knew where he was going. He had other places where he was going all the way to the coast. I know he and Nathaniel in the spring would go over to Astoria and go in areas they knew about over there. But mushroom hunting is not all that safe. I mean, you have a lot of people who are territorial. The mushrooms are worth a lot of money. And maybe more so to a chef than to, not than to somebody who makes their living off of it. And there's certainly people who make their living off of it.
Were you worried that he might be in physical danger?
Yes. Yes, from other people who were mushroom hunting, from being accidentally shot from a hunter who was too close or something, yes.
When you and Dan would talk about buying a gun, was one of the reasons because you wanted him to carry a gun when he went mushroom hunting?
Yes.
What did he think of that idea?
I think he was quietly neutral on that until the gun came. And then he suddenly found he had a voice on it and he wasn't going to take it with him.
Okay. Sometime in the beginning of February, maybe January 31st, February 1st, did you actually use your computer to look online for gun stores in Portland or in Oregon?
Yes.
Did you buy a gun then?
No.
Do you remember what it was that prompted you to look for a gun store?
It had been a conversation that had gone back and forth between us for a while. And so, like any good writer, I'm doing research.
On February 14th of 2018, did something happen that kind of changed everything about guns?
February 14th was the Florida shooting. And it was a shooting in a school, and it seemed not worse than other shootings, but kind of worse in some ways. It got a lot of publicity that on top of the other shootings that had been in the area at the time. I mean, there was the Las Vegas shooting. There was, we were just killing too damn many kids. And so, and I reached the point where I said, Dan, it's time. And he said, okay.
Did you then do some research online?
I did.
Did you research how much a Glock would cost?
Yes.
Did you research gun safety classes?
I did.
Did you research the Portland Expo Gun Show?
I did.
And why the Portland Expo Gun Show?
Well, everybody told me that it's cheaper. Go to a gun show, they'll negotiate, buy a gun there. And it was interesting when I got there that there were so many different prices for the same gun, depending on which booth you were at.
Okay. Before you went to the gun show?
Yes.
Had you gotten kind of a ballpark idea of what you expected to pay?
Yes.
Did you take out, how were you going to pay for that gun?
Dan gave me $400 in cash, and I took $400 out of our joint account.
How much did you think a gun would cost?
I was expecting in the $600 range.
Okay. Now, you said that this time when you brought it up that Dan said, go ahead and buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Was he enthusiastic?
No, I would not say enthusiastic, but I think he believed that if this makes you feel better, if this makes you feel safer, then this is what we need to do.
So, the gun show wasn't on February 14th. Do you remember when it was?
It was a Saturday that followed.
Okay, so if the Saturday that followed was February 17th, does that make sense? I don't know, maybe the 18th.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. And you went to the gun show?
I did.
Describe what you did at the gun show.
Well, when you first walk in at a gun show, you have to turn in a gun if you're carrying it. And that, you know, I'm sort of surprised that this, not that made perfect sense. It's just that, you know, I didn't know anybody who carried a gun with us. So I was surprised at how there was this long line to turn in their guns. But then you go into a room and they're set up like booths everywhere. And I walked around and I compared prices. I'd already decided that I wanted a Glock. And so.
Why did you want a Glock?
Well, several reasons.
Had it been recommended to you
It
by
had been
anyone?
recommended to us. That was probably the biggest of the reasons. And also the gun kit was a Glock, so that I had similar guns in terms of, you know, I didn't have different working parts.
Did you think that you were going to buy a Glock 19 that had been put together?
I did.
Was that your goal?
That was what I was thinking when I went in.
What happened when you sat down to actually buy the gun with the people from J&B?
This guy was not only a nice guy, but he said, you're going to be so much happier with a 17. A 17 doesn't have the blowback that a 19 has, and as a woman operating it, this is more of a gun that you will find easy to manage. And I thought, I don't need a 19, I need this gun that's easier to manage.
So you bought the gun that he recommended?
I did.
Did you use your ID?
I did.
Did you go through the clearance and
I
register
did.
the gun?
I did.
When you brought the gun home, did Dan look at it?
He did.
Tell me about that event.
Well, you know, sometimes you think that if you do this, this will solve your problems, that you will relax, that you will stop worrying things to death. And it turns out that you look at the gun and you think, well, that doesn't help. You know, Dan looked at it and said, you know, I'm not carrying it mushroom hunting. And I said, okay. And then he said, maybe we ought to look at selling it if neither one of us are enthused, if it didn't do what we wanted to do. And I said, okay. And I said, or I could take it apart and then I could put the other one together. And Dan said, no, we've seen you in action before. No, 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 no. Do not take it apart. And I said, okay, which made sense. It really did.
Were you afraid that if you took the whole gun apart
Right.
and then put it back together that
I'd kill myself in the process firing it when it fired backwards? Yes.
that you'd create a dangerous gun? Is that what you thought? Okay. So you brought it home. Dan is not enthused. He's told you he's not going to carry it mushroom hunting. He's thinking maybe you should sell it. You raised the idea of maybe taking it apart. He says no. What did you do then?
I bought another piece of gun. I bought a slide. And I think I bought the slide almost immediately afterwards because I thought, okay, at this point I'm obsessed with these gun parts. You know, I'm kind of amazed at how obsessed I am. And part of it cuts down to the writing. But I bought it and I thought, well, you know, I can take this bare piece apart and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work and it's not a big deal. But that's how I bought a slide.
Was that within a couple of days of when you were on your way to a writer's retreat?
Yes, it was.
And was that the retreat that was held at Rockaway Beach?
Could have been. Yes, that sounds right.
Were you home when the slide was delivered?
No.
Let me ask you this. If you had, let's go back to the gun show.
Okay.
If you decided to buy a slide at the gun show, Could you have just bought one with cash? Was
Yes.
it like the extra money that you brought?
Mm-hmm.
Could you have just gone up to any one of those booths and negotiated a good price on a slide?
Mm-hmm.
And would they have asked for your ID?
I don't think so.
Would you have had to register it like you did the gun?
I don't think so.
So you could have just paid over your cash, left the gun show with a slide,
Mm-hmm.
and you wouldn't have had to leave your name behind.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have had to leave a credit card receipt behind.
Mm-hmm.
You would have had to leave your home address behind.
Mm-hmm.
But this slide that you bought on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to give a credit card?
Yes.
Did you have
Well, I
to
use PayPal.
use PayPal?
Mm-hmm.
And the PayPal's linked back to your
Bank
card.
account.
Is your PayPal account in your name?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have the right, I want to show you what's been marked in just a minute as Defendants Exhibit 379. You can just play it now, thank you. It's going to show up on your TV.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Again, this is your joint on-point account, is that right?
That's right.
And can we scroll down somewhere, maybe closer to February 17th, 18th? I don't know where it'll show up. Tell us when you see it, Ms. Brophy.
Okay.
Do you see? Oh, you see it yet?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Is that it? That PayPal transfer on?
On
226?
226. Uh-huh.
And how much was that?
$364.99.
Okay. So that was a PayPal transfer, and did they require shipping information?
Yes,
And did you have that shipped to your home?
I did.
Brendan, whatever that is. Oh, this will show that it is. Oh, can I also show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 378? And does that look like the transaction receipt for the slide?
It does.
And it says that it's shipped to you. Is that your real name?
That's my real name.
To your home address?
Yes.
It looks like the United States Postal Service was going to bring it to your house.
Okay.
Is that right?
That looks like it. Yes.
USPS?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the slide that you purchased carried somewhat of a paper trail behind it. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendants Exhibit 378 and 379.
Any objection?
No objection. This already exists as a state's exhibit.
378.
Okay, all right. Well, they may be duplicative, but
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. What we have as 378 is not what defense is showing us.
Well, it
378.
is that first page. There's stuff attached to it.
What are you saying?
Are you only intending to this one page?
No, I think I just had her look at one page, but I think it's, how many pages are in the document, Mr. Breton? Pardon me?
20.
20? Wow.
Yes, so I would have an objection.
okay.
There were 20 pages, I'm
First
sorry.
2 pages, I do not have an
Your
objection.
Honor, I will modify that and offer the first page later, because that's the one that I think is important. Whatever's the actual receipt that shows the shipping address.
Is there an objection to that particular page?
No, it already exists as a state's exhibit, so
Okay,
no.
all right, so that particular page can be admitted as, this is Defense Exhibit 378.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then
We'll
with
modify
regards to
it.
379, is there any?
No, Your Honor, that's the on-point records. We don't have any objections to any of the on-point records.
All right, so 379 in its entirety is admitted.
Were you home when this slide was delivered to your house?
I don't think so.
Okay. And you listened to the testimony of one of these cell site location experts, and I don't remember which one.
Mm-hmm.
But Dan was home.
Mm-hmm.
And do you I think what they said was that you were in McMinnville at the time of delivery.
I think that's absolutely true.
And what would you have been doing in McMinnville, do you know?
It's Medicare. Or seeing, if it wasn't because this was in February, it was probably seeing a Medicare client.
We saw a couple of different, there've been reference to a couple of different YouTubes or videos that you watched.
Mm-hmm.
And did you watch them with us? Do you remember seeing them real time?
Yeah, I had seen them before. It wasn't a total surprise to me.
Let's shift gears again. I want to talk about the week before Dan Brophy died.
Okay.
On the morning of May 26th
Yes.
of 2018, did Dan injure himself?
He did.
What did he do?
He had decided to take a shower downstairs so it wouldn't wake me up. And he took a shower, and he must have twisted or jerked this glass shower door we had because it suddenly shattered into a million little pieces. And I didn't hear it shatter upstairs, but Dan came upstairs and he said, "We've got a problem," and his palms were bleeding, and apparently the bottom of his feet were bleeding. So he'd gotten out of the shower and managed to make it upstairs. He was doing a class. He wasn't doing a class. He was on a panel for a class at PCC that day. So I said, "We got to go to the hospital." So he has Kaiser insurance, and we went to a Kaiser hospital that was as close to PCC as we could get. And he ended up having stitches.
Okay, so while Dan was getting cared for at the medical center,
right?
What did you do?
I got in the car and drove over to PCC, and he'd given me a map as to where to go. And I went up to where the panel was, and I said, "I know Dan Brophy's supposed to be here right now, but he's having this medical procedure, and he'll be here as fast as he can." And they were all real relaxed, and they said, "That's great. When he gets here, he gets here." And so then I drove back over to Kaiser, picked Dan up, who was finished close to then, and we went over there, and he went to his panel.
What did you do while Dan was giving his presentation?
He was in what I would call the student union building, although I'm sure it has a different name. And so in the bottom floor, there's a cafeteria type place and a lounge where you can sit. And I was going through my emails. I had my computer with me, and I was going through my emails. And
did you get an email that excited you?
I did.
What was it?
I did. In the Witches trilogy, I had gotten an email from an editor saying that they would like to look at it.
I'm going to show you what, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 209. Is that the email that you opened up?
That is, and I misspoke. I said it was from an editor, it was from an agent.
And I think I misspoke because I said it was the 26th and not the 25th.
Oh, okay. Yes. And so it's an email. It's an email that tells me how to submit it because they would like to see it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Britton. I don't remember if this has been admitted, but if not, the defense would move to admit Exhibit 209.
Not sure either. Does the state object?
Pre-admitted, I think.
I think it's been pre-admitted, but we don't have an objection.
All right. It may have been, but in abundance of caution, 209 will be admitted if it hasn't already.
I confess to losing track. Over the next several days, over the next week, where was your head?
Oh, I'm trying to shape the story up to send it to this agent. It's a trilogy, and I'm finished with book 1, although it needs editing again. I'm finished with book 2, and I'm 60% through with book 3. So I have to make sure that I've got everything I need in book 1 that I'm going to need in book 3. I know that doesn't make sense, but you live and die by the first book. You can't suddenly introduce something in book 3 because you need it if you didn't refer to it in book 1. So what I was doing was trying to finish my story, trying to get the first story together so I could send it to them, reading it through one more time to make sure there wasn't something stupid that stood out in it.
Was there something stupid that stood out in it?
Oh, there's always something stupid that stands out in it. That's, half of writing. You realize that after you've looked at this story 25 times, you misspelled the title, It's just one of those things that happens.
Was there a plot hole in, I think it was the third witch's book?
There was a huge plot hole, and it had to do with bending time and bending light. And I was frantically trying to figure out how to bend light in a tunnel and get my plot moving along. And there was several plot holes with it, but I was working on it night and day.
Okay.
I would say 97% of my time was spent on these characters.
When you say working on it night and day, were you working on it on your computer, working on it in your head, working on it in a combo of those?
All those above. I'm jotting notes places. I'm doing everything I can do to put this story together.
Were you completely immersed in that story?
Completely.
On June 1st, the day before Dan died, do you remember what you did?
Yes. We met for breakfast at...
Who's we?
Dan and I met for breakfast. He had gone down to school to drop off his carts. Or at least I assume right now that that's where he'd gone down to do that. But he had gone down to school to do something. We met at the Six Corners Cafe, which is this little breakfast place that we like to go to that's had about 1,800 different names. But it's at the intersection of Shoalsbury...
Beaverton Hill Hill Highway.
Yeah.
Let me help.
Thank you.
What'd you do after that?
We drove back toward our house and stopped at St. Matthew's rummage sale. And there's a Lutheran church that has this great rummage sale every year, and we had talked about going to it, and we went.
Did you find anything at the rummage sale?
We did.
What was it?
Well, for Nathaniel, Dan had found a food dehydrator. And so I know that he had been in contact with Nathaniel, asking him if he wanted a food dehydrator before he bought it for him. And then I had found this kind of adorable little toy box that was a little beaten up. The wood was fine, the paint job needed serious work. And I thought, great, this is perfect. So I bought this little toy box because Nathaniel's wife was pregnant. And we had a new baby on the way, and he had another daughter who was. I thought this would work out really well for them, so I bought this toy box.
Now, is that something that you did?
Yes.
Took things like that and restored them or refinished them?
It's very. It's a great thing to do when you're a writer because you don't have to think about a lot of the stuff you do. I mean, when you're slapping gray paint on something because you need a primer coat, you can do that in the dark. Well, you can't, but you know what I'm saying? You don't have to pay attention to every brush stroke. It's very meditative. You can think about your story.
So when you got home, did you actually do that, start to begin?
I did.
That chest?
I did.
And were you still pretty immersed in your story?
Yes.
What were you thinking about when you went to sleep that night, or did you go to sleep?
Well, it was another night where I wasn't sleeping well, and part of that I blame on age, but part of it I blame because I am trying to get this story solved so I can move on, so I can get it sent off. Because if it's got I don't want to be the slow one on the end of somebody who says, we'll publish your story for you. I want to be the one who's there and ready. So that was what I was doing, was, working through how to bend light.
You said that you had trouble sleeping. Did you ever get to sleep?
It was probably off and on.
Okay. Was there a time in the night that you got up to go to the bathroom?
Yes, 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 but I think what you're referring to was I came to bed much later than Dan because I was working downstairs on some of this, and there was water on the floor, and I realized we had a leak under the sink, and I pulled up the wet towels and threw them in the sink and what have you.
Does Dan usually get up earlier than you?
Much.
And do you, does he get up the same time every day, or would you get?
I would say within a 30-minute time frame, he gets up the same time every day.
Okay.
Even on days he doesn't have class, he still gets up early.
Okay. June 2nd, though, he had class?
He had class.
And June 2nd, he had not just class, but a special class, live fire, is that right?
Yes, yes.
What's the first thing you remember about the morning of June 2nd? Remember waking up?
I do. And I'm looking at Dan, who's leaning over the sink, looking at wet towels, going, what are these wet towels here for?
When you saw that, do you know whether Dan had already had a shower or whether he was planning to have a shower?
I don't know. I just don't know.
What's the next thing you remember?
Him going downstairs with the wet towels.
Do you know where you were when you
I was
saw
still
that?
in bed.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember?
I leaped up out of bed and put on as minimal clothes as I could.
You say minimal clothes, what do you mean?
I mean tights and flip-flops. I already had a nightshirt on. And
on most Saturdays, or most days when you don't have to go to work, when you don't have to go to a Medicare kiosk, how would you spend your mornings?
I'd go get coffee at Starbucks and I'd come home and get back in bed and write.
How many mornings in the last several years did you go without a Starbucks?
Oh, not many at all. Dan and I used to joke that we were pretty sure we were building a retirement home for this guy.
Okay. So typically on a morning that you didn't have to be at work, you'd get up, you say you would leave your nightshirt on?
Yeah. You know, who's going to see me? I'm running to Starbucks, I'm going to the drive-in, I'm coming back home.
And then writing?
And then writing.
You remember putting pants on or tights on?
Right.
Do you remember anything else from that morning?
No. The next thing I remember from that morning is the phone ringing and it being Maxine.
And that's Maxine Borcherding?
Yes, it is.
We heard from her earlier in the trial.
We did.
And where were you when Maxine called?
I was in bed writing.
What did Maxine have to say?
She said, do you know what's going on at the school? And I said, no, what? And she told me about the fact that Potluck in the Park had called her and there was some sort of police interaction going on down there. And so I said, let me call Dan, I'll call you back. So I called Dan and he didn't answer and I texted him and I called Maxine back and said, I'm not getting an answer.
When Maxine called you, did she talk to you about some sort of a news report?
She did. She said, it's on the news. And I said, okay. So the whole time I'm dialing Dan, I'm flipping channels on the news to see if I can see anything at all that tells me what's going on.
Okay, so you talked to Maxine and then you try to reach Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how you tried to reach him?
I know I called him. And I know he didn't.
This. Why didn't you leave a message if you called him?
I may have, but I don't think I did. Because if he doesn't answer his phone, he's going to see it's me and he'll call back. And I texted him, because usually he's better at texting, particularly when he's got a class going on. And he didn't respond. And I talked to Maxine and said, I don't think I'm going down there, because you know how you can hear your husband laughing in your mind where you're saying, yes, I came down to rescue you. And he's going, what are you thinking? If it had been a problem, I would have called you. You know this. And so I'm hearing this in the back of my mind. But at the same time, I'm worried that this text message is going unanswered and there's police there. You know, this is not looking good. So
At some point before you called your mother-in-law, did you have any information about any more details about what was going on at the school?
somewhere in there, I had learned there was shooting. At that point, I wasn't sure that I knew somebody was dead or even somebody was injured, but I knew there'd been a shooting.
What did you do then?
I called my mother-in-law. And, Karen Brophy is a sweet, sweet woman, but she also has a core of steel. And I have looked to her to be the mother that I lost, because...
What did you say to Karen Brophy?
I said, I don't even know why I'm calling you. It's just I wanted somebody to worry besides me. And Karen came back and said, I'm sending Jack down. You go down and I will pray. And I thought, okay, that's the plan. We'll do that. And when we hung up, I immediately put on clothes and went down.
Okay. I know there's been some confusion about this. Did Karen Brophy have to call you another time to prod you to go?
No, she did call me another time. She and I agreed there were 3 phone calls. She called me, the next time she called me, I was standing in front of the police, and she calls me and says, what's happening?
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit.
Sure.
You decide to go down to OCI.
I do.
Did you have to change your clothes? What'd you do?
Well, I'm still in a nightshirt. So yeah, I had to put on clothes. I may run to Starbucks in a nightshirt, but most of the time I'm not running around downtown in pajamas. And so I put on clothes, and I didn't take a shower. And I know that because I had paint on my hands. And I leaped into the car and hitting the buttons as I'm driving, trying to find more news reports. Now, I don't know exactly when I figured it out, but I knew by the time I got to school there had been a fatality.
Describe, just kind of help the jury understand what you're feeling, what's going on in your head as you're driving to OCI.
I'm feeling, that feeling in your throat where you can't swallow and you think you want to throw up and you aren't throwing up. And I realized that my hands hurt, and I looked down and I realized my hands hurt because I'm white knuckling the steering wheel with one hand as I'm pushing the buttons with the other. And I'm feeling really mixed. If I get down there and it's nothing, Dan is going to laugh. But that's the worst that can happen. The best that can happen, I can get down there and everything will be okay and everything will be fine and what have you. But the fact that I still have an unanswered text from Dan, the fact I have an unanswered phone call from Dan, and there's police everywhere down there, and there's been a fatality, I am not thinking things look good. I am working myself up into a state without knowing anything. And I can also hear Dan in the background going, well, you know what we say, it's never too early to panic. And I know that I'm doing that, but I can't seem to stop myself from panicking at this point.
When you got to OCI, what did you do?
I kind of found a place to park. I kind of invented my own little parking spot. And on Jefferson, at the corner, there's yellow police tape all the way across. So when you get down to Jefferson, you absolutely have to turn on, what street am I on? 17th. You absolutely have to turn on 17th because the police aren't letting you through. And there's a cop car right in the middle of the yellow tape. And I walk over to the cop car and I said, I'm Nancy Brophy. And he didn't even ask what I want. He said, I want you to wait over there. And I said, okay. And I went over to where he pointed. And he said, somebody will be out to see you.
What could you see from where you were waiting?
I could see lots of people. There was lots of people milling around. But the most important people I could see milling around were the people Dan worked with. Woody Bailey, Brian Wilkie. All these people are standing around and nobody.
Can you find Dan?
No. And he would have been with those guys. These guys were his friends. And I know he would have been there and he wasn't there. And that worried me a lot. Just a minute. Hold on. Anyway. This worries me that I'm seeing all these people who know him. It worries me that every time I look at the people who know me, they're not looking at me, they're looking down, they're looking away. And I'm thinking, this isn't good.
What happens then?
The police come, this policewoman and a couple other people come and they get me and we walk half a building and they're saying, stand over here so you're out of the light of the media. And I said, okay. And I'm crying. And a police woman who, if you asked me later, I would have told you was 100 pounds, but it turns out she wasn't, reaches out and hugs me. And that's the exact moment when I knew. Just a minute. When I knew Dan was dead. And I knew it because I don't know how often you've been hugged by the police, but I don't get hugged by the police all that often. And so this is not a good sign. And she's hugging me and I'm crying. And apparently, according to the tips woman, wailing, which didn't really horribly surprise me when she said that. And then 2 detectives walk over and said, we'd like to talk to you, and led me to the van. We're not even 5 feet from the van when Karen Brophy calls me again.
What did you say to Karen?
She said, what do you know? And I said, it's Dan. And Karen starts to wail. And I want to wail. But I'm dealing with the police who are standing right in front of me. And I have to tap everything down and said, I'll talk to you later when I'm talking to the police now. And she said, okay. So we hung up the phone. It was a very short call. And so
Did you go into the van, the police van?
We got into the van.
Who's inside the van besides you?
Well, the van has a table in the back, and so I've slid around to where I'm kind of at the very back. Detective Posie sits next to me, and Detective Merrill sits across from me, and that's who's in the van. You know.
What's going on in your head while you're sitting there?
I'm trying to pull myself together because, you know, these guys want to talk to me and they're the police and I'm okay with that. But everything in my mind is screaming, Dan is dead. And I'm really having to struggle to get that out of the way so I can answer questions semi-intelligently when they ask me, you know. And that's, I mean, once I went through menopause, my hands were never cold. And what I can remember is my hands were ice cold. And my heart was thumping, 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 thumping. And I'm probably sniveling just like I am now. And all I really, really, really wanted was for them to tell me it was a mistake. This isn't, you're wrong. This is wrong. Yes, he's hurt, but he's not hurt bad. He's certainly not dead.
Did you try your best to answer their questions?
I tried. I tried to pull it together enough that I could sound like I knew what I was doing. But most of the questions that they were asking, I wasn't thinking about the questions. I was thinking about what is his routine. Okay, here's his routine. You know, this is what he would do. I'm sure this morning was the same, except, you know.
Whose morning do you think they wanted to know about that day? When you're talking to Detectives Posie and Merrill, whose morning did you think they were focused on? Yours or Dan's?
Oh, Dan's. I don't think they gave a rip about what I was doing.
Is that what you were trying to help them to understand? What
Yes.
Dan was probably doing?
Yes, so that maybe some weird little thing had happened and they would spot it right away and say, aha, you know.
They asked you whether Dan owned guns and whether he might have brought a gun to school. Do you remember that?
I do. I do.
What did you think? Did you get a sense of why they wanted to know that? Or did they tell you why they wanted to know that? Why they wanted to know if Dan brought a gun to school?
Well, I assumed, and perhaps this is just assuming, when we're talking about a shooting, there are guns involved.
Okay.
You know.
So when they asked you about Dan's gun ownership, or did you think they were asking you about a gun kit?
No.
Did you think they were asking you about gun parts?
No.
What did you think they were asking about?
I thought they were asking about the Glock I thought was sitting on our closet shelf that hadn't been messed with much since we bought it.
I don't want to get too far into your politics, but is it fair to say that they are somewhat left of center?
I think that would be fair, yes.
Okay. And for many years, would you have told people that you are anti-gun?
I would have. My first husband was a police officer, and he had a gun collection. And we negotiated when we were married that he, in fact, would not have the gun collection in the house. I felt that strongly.
Do you have good friends and family members who are adamantly anti-gun?
I do.
Would you say that before June 2nd that would you say you were still anti-gun?
No. I would say my thinking had shifted on that over the last 2 years. That the country had gone crazy. And, you know, we were having all these school shootings, and that didn't happen in the last 2 years. That's been over the last, 10? But I was less anti-gun than I had been in the past. But I was more worried about our safety than I ever had been.
On June 2nd, after you learned that your husband had been killed with a gun, how did you feel about your decision to buy a gun?
Well, in the lighter moments, I thought it was karma kicking me in the ass. But in the heavier moments, I thought, we own a gun and it didn't protect us. We bought a gun to protect us and it didn't do its job. Job. Sorry.
You told the police that...
Wait, I need to wait just a minute.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm me. Okay.
You told the police that you thought the gun was ugly.
I think at that moment I'd never hated that gun more than I ever did. In that
You told the police that you were embarrassed to have bought the gun.
I was.
You told the police that you decided you really weren't gun people.
Yes.
Were you embarrassed at that point by gun ownership?
Yes, I was. I was embarrassed that we had a gun and it was at home and Dan was dead. You know. And I think embarrassed is only one of the emotions I was feeling at that moment.
After you talked with the detectives, did they ask you to speak with a young woman?
They did.
And did she testify in this case? I don't remember.
She did.
And at the end of that conversation, did she give you a little booklet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 237.1. It'll show up on your screen there.
Yes.
And what was that inside the booklet that she gave you?
Yes. but I didn't open the booklet when I got home. Sue Lute, Darla Lukenbaugh, and Linda Smith had come over, and one of them opened the booklet and said, "Hey, there's really good information in here." And that was when I looked at it and thought, these are things I need to do.
Among the things that you need to do, did they tell you to notify insurance companies?
They did.
And can you scroll down and look at all the things that they tell you to do? No, you can't. He has to do it for you.
I know. But I'm seeing one of those comments right here.
Okay. Is it too little now to see, or are you good?
Okay, so it says notify insurance companies, including automobile insurance, of immediate cancellation and request any refund. Carefully check all life and casualty insurance and death benefits, including Social Security, credit union, trade union, fraternal, military, etc. And there's some place in here, or maybe it was in another sheet, but that it says, get your insurance policies together, get your will together.
Okay. Sometime in the next couple of days, did you try to find the will?
Yes.
Did
Yes.
you find it?
I had, yeah, where I thought it was, it wasn't. Karen Brophy came over several times in those periods, and at one point or another, she and my niece Rachel, they said, "What do you think you need to do?" And I said, "I need to find the wills." And we went through, my upstairs bedroom was an attic, and so it's long, but it has these cute little cubby holes off of it that are storage for stuff that, in our case, we stored Christmas ornaments in that and other things along those lines. But we went through everything in there because there was also boxes we hadn't unpacked from the fire we'd had 10 years ago. And I said, I haven't seen this will in a while. And so we're going through these boxes trying to see if I tucked the wills in there.
Did you begin to pull together all the life insurance policies?
Life insurance policies were easier for me to pull together because I had a file cabinet that had life insurance in it, so it wasn't that hard for me to pull them together.
Based on your experience, what was your sense of how quickly a life insurance company would pay a death claim in the case of murder?
I'd never had a client who had been murdered. I had no idea. But when I talked to the insurance agents, the insurance companies, because you call them and you say, "I need to set up a claim," and they ask you questions, I immediately began to realize it was going to be, this was not going to be a quick payout by any wild stretch of the imagination. That, they said, "Well, send us this, this, and this," and so I'm taking notes and saying, okay. But part of it was stuff that, I didn't have even yet, Did
one of the insurance companies tell you that you should call the police to get a letter of exoneration?
They did. That was Forrester's.
Before you made that call, did you talk to your sister?
I did.
Is your sister a lawyer?
Yes, she is.
And when you told her that's what the insurance company had told you to do, what was her reaction?
It was strictly humor. She said, "Yeah, that'll be happening." That's kind of sarcasm that runs in our family anyway, where they were saying, and Holly and her law partner had dealt with a lot, because they're probate lawyers, had dealt with a lot of these things. And I relied very heavily on her in those days as I was quizzing her on what I needed to do and what have you.
We've heard the call that you made to Detective Posie.
Yes.
And I don't remember now exactly when the call was made, but it was soon after Dan's murder, is that right?
It was.
I want to move forward again.
Okay.
After you were, when you were arrested?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
September the 5th. I had gone to a United Healthcare meeting, and I had come home, and I needed to fax. I was having, what was it? I was having a printer problem at that point, and I needed to fax something to someone, and so I'd driven to Office Depot and faxed it and come home.
And you were greeted by police?
I pulled in my driveway, and a car I didn't know pulled in right behind me.
Pretty soon you were standing in the middle of your lawn in handcuffs?
Pretty soon, that's exactly how that happened.
At some point, soon after you were arrested, the police described to you the evidence that they had, or at least some of the evidence that they had?
Yeah, I sat in a holding cell for, I'm going to say, well, I got arrested 2 o'clock. I'm going to say it was between 6 and 8 o'clock. They finally.
I want to just ask you some specific questions.
Okay.
Though. Did you learn that the police had video, or were you told that the police had video of you driving in Beaverton?
Yes.
Did that surprise you?
No, I could believe that.
Okay. Did they tell you that they had video of you near the murder scene?
Yes.
Did you believe that was true?
Not for 1 second. I thought, they're making this up. This isn't true.
So shortly after your arrest, were you represented by a lawyer named Katie Dunn?
I was.
And at some point, did Ms. Dunn come to show you some of the evidence in the case?
She did.
And did she show you a photograph that kind of shook you to your core?
She showed me a photograph of what looked like my van and what looked like me in it. And what looked like me in clothes I recognized.
What do you mean clothes you recognize?
That nightshirt that we've talked about, the nubbly black one with the white lace applique. And I was obviously somewhere near the school. I can't remember if the backdrop was Bellagio's or whatever. I wasn't that involved with the backdrop, but I can tell you it looked like me. I can tell you that I was, oh man, I was frightened to death. You know, you know what they say? They say old age isn't for sissies. So what happens is I turn 65 as I'm starting to lose my eyesight. Then I'm starting to lose my hearing. I'm looking at this and thinking, oh man, I'm now losing my mind. Because that's what you think. You think, how can this have happened and me not remember this? How am I sitting here in a vehicle and have absolutely no memory of how I got there? And they're saying it happened at this time, and it's video stamped. It's not like it's, you know, trust us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's this time. It was not that. It was this picture, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm not even sure what I was thinking, to be perfectly honest, because even now as I think about it, my mind kind of goes blank with the horror of it, you know.
Are you familiar with that Goose Hollow neighborhood?
Oh, very much so.
How familiar?
Probably the entire time I have spent in Portland has been associated with the Goose Hollow neighborhood. I went to school there. I worked at 19th and Flanders for over 10 years. Dan taught there. Of all the neighborhoods that I'm comfortable with and that I feel I know where I am all the time there, that would be Goose Hollow.
And have you written, kind of used the Goose Hollow place as a writing place?
I have.
What's attractive about that neighborhood for writing?
Well, one, it's shady. Two, even though I know it is a home for a great many homeless people, and I know it is a neighborhood that has a lot of drug people associated with it, I still felt safe there. I had been there enough that it was just comfortable. It was more comfortable, in fact, than the neighborhood I'd lived in for 20 years.
When you would come into Portland from Beaverton,
Yes.
how would you come into the city?
I'd leap on 217, leap on 26, get off at, what's that exit called? One right after the zoo that takes you right down, right down on Jefferson.
Okay. Is that typically how you enter the city?
Yes.
Later, after Ms. Dunn had shown you this photograph,
Yes.
Did you watch videotape surveillance of the footage taken near OCI?
Yes.
Did any of that video spark any memory of what you might have been doing on June 2nd?
Yes. So I am seeing myself sitting at this park writing. And the reason why this sticks out is it was a parking lot and it was empty, but there was a white van there. And there was some guy who kept walking back and forth, walking back and forth, walking back and forth. And I think he was working on the van, but it was just enough to throw me out of where I was that I moved. I said, no, I can't pay attention to him and think about what I need to think about. And so I moved the car.
So in this memory,
Yes.
Is it a real memory? I mean, this is a real memory, right?
Yes.
What are you doing when you're in the car?
I have a pad of paper. I'm jotting things down. And it's a pleasant day. I can remember that because it wasn't raining. And it's shady. It's, I'm just sitting here pulling it together, but that's when I can remember is that it would be a place I would have felt very comfortable writing. And so I'm sure that is a true memory.
Do you know whether, you said you had written in that neighborhood before?
I have.
And you're saying that this video triggers this memory?
Yes.
Do you know whether this event that you're describing occurred on June 2nd?
No.
Do you know that it didn't?
No.
There was testimony from your cousin.
Yes.
About coming to visit you in August.
Mm-hmm.
And having you get lost while driving home from the airport.
Yes.
And lost again when you were driving to the forestry center?
Yes.
How many times had you been to the forestry center?
Hundreds. We did a lot of catering there. The zoo was right there. We'd taken our granddaughter to the zoo. We'd gone to the zoo. The mushroom show is held at the forestry center every year. I've been there hundreds and hundreds of times.
Were those 2 times that she described the only times that you got lost?
Oh, no. I spent a lot of that whole summer pulling up my GPS and trying to figure out where I was and where I was going.
Can you just describe, Your Honor, you're looking at the clock?
I am, but I think you've got time for a question and an answer, so let's go ahead.
Can you describe generally, just describe for the jury, the days, weeks, and months after June 2nd? What's going on in you?
Okay. Dan dies. And I'm walking around in a fog. And I have people who are coming to see me all the time and are really working hard on taking care of me. Making sure that I'm eating right, making sure that I'm taken care of. And just about the time that I think I can probably start coming back to life, my brother dies. And so it's like another body blow. So now, because I was left as the executor of the estate, I'm going back and forth to Texas, functioning. I'm putting on my, I'm okay face. Oh, I'm okay. And my smile that is neither sincere nor humorous or anything. And I'm getting through my days. Step, step, breathe, step, step. And you know what they tell you? They tell you that when you grieve, you go through these 5 steps. And we've all read this. We know this. We know the 5 steps. It doesn't work like that. They don't tell you that the steps, that it's not a little smooth transition. Okay, now I'm in this step. Now I'm in, no. I could go through all 5 steps in the morning and still be ready for the afternoon. I am in a fog. I have no idea what's going on 90% of the time. And fortunately, I have people who are just kind of stepping into my life and helping me out. My family sent Susan to me. And I wanted Susan to come, it wasn't that. But they keep her with me until they think I should be able to function. And I'm probably alone for a week then when my cousin Janet comes. And all it is my family saying, we're with you. We know you're suffering and we're just here to help if we can. Then my Uncle Ed dies. And when Janet described him as the Mr. Rogers of our family, he truly, truly was. He was probably one of the nicest guys in the whole wide world. And then I get arrested, and that's my summer. And I'm thinking, nowhere in there have I had time to grieve for any of the losses, much less Dan's. And I'm in a fog, and I go into, the one thing you can tell you when you get arrested, there are 2 things that never happen. It is never quiet, and it is never dark. And it's been 4 years since Dan died, and I know one thing. I know I still haven't grieved appropriately for him. I know. I know in 4 years I should be in a different place than I am. And I think a lot of that is because of that summer and how it happened.
Go ahead and take our break now. We'll come back about 3:32.
All right, Aussie Gardner found this link. That's the Nancy Brophy story that has Sybil Shepherd in it. So it came out in 2023, I think it was. It says, hold on. It says Nancy Brophy story 2024, but it premiered September 11th of 2024. So that has Sybil Shepherd in it. So if you guys want to check out the Nancy Brophy story, it's on YouTube. It looks like it's for free. I don't know if there's commercials in it. Maybe if you don't have Prime, there might be some commercials. But there's the story of Nancy Brophy. So something to watch. Something to watch. All right. So good job, Aussie Gardner. Thank you for that. All right, we can zoom here. Let me just close this up. If you guys haven't had a chance, vote in our newest poll. So the other poll I asked, how is Nancy coming across so far? 162 votes. She's terrible and not sincere, 41%. I'm finding it a bit hard to listen, 34%. She's doing pretty well, 19%. I believe every word coming out, 4%. So 4% of you thought that she's coming across pretty good. There's always ads, but it's free to watch, right? Yep, watch it tonight. So, yeah, Aussie, good job, good find. One of our fantastic mods. Good job, Aussie. All right. So we'll watch. Let's continue on. We don't want to cut into our viewing pleasure here. That's for later, right? Now let's get back to. Cross has to be coming up soon.
All right.
All right, please be seated. When you're ready, Ms. Maxfield.
Thank you, Your Honor.
when we broke, you were talking about the fact that that same summer there had been other losses.
Yes, I was.
I just want to have a better sense of just kind of what's going on with you during the summer after Dan died. We talked about the fact that you got lost, but were there other ways that you were just disoriented?
And again, if you wanted to take off your mask, you could.
I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah. Oh, just weird shit. I found food in places that it shouldn't have been food. Like the tomatoes were in the linen closet. And, you know, I was constantly having to think of my way through every step of my day, saying, okay, we're going to do this now. Step, step, breathe, step, step. Yeah, Dan used to claim we had a pair of glasses within 10 feet of us at all points, and I went through periods where I couldn't find a single pair. It just, everything, when I went through the house, every room was memories. And they were all good memories, but they were all sad memories at this point because Dan wasn't there. My friend Rita came to see me, a couple of years before, and I was cleaning up, and I turned to Dan and I said, you know, I could use your help here. And Dan says, what do you want from me? I had put out the welcoming squash and all over the living room, tucked into all bookcases and everything, were squashes, winter squash, because he grew winter squash. And so now when I'm sitting in my living room, I'm looking at this and I'm remembering the winter squash, and I'm laughing and crying all at the same time. And that's how the whole house is for us. You know, and I expect him to walk in the door any day and say, they made a mistake. I don't know how it happened, but here I am. I saw him walking all the time. He would be a little ahead of me, and I would want to run up to that guy because there'd be something about him, and I knew it wasn't him. I expected him until actually fairly recently to walk into the trial and go, what the hell is going on? He probably wouldn't swear that much, but you know, he's gone and he's not gone. He's with us all the time, you know. I talk to him every day. He's a little quieter than he was, but I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. People have testified in this court that you didn't display the appropriate grief.
Yeah.
How do you feel about public grief?
I hate public grief. I don't even like crying when I'm alone. I think crying is so worthless. It doesn't accomplish anything. You know, I think this is, in fact, I'm sitting here now like I'm a watering pot gone astray. You know, it's just embarrassing. You know, how do I feel about crying? I hate crying, but I really hate public crying. And when somebody dies near you, there is a real thin line between sympathy and pity. And man, when you think you're starting to cross over that line, you really, really just want to be away from everybody. My whole plan after Dan died, I had a plan. It was to go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and wake up in 2050. You know, it wasn't to have to deal with Mark's funeral and Uncle Ed's passing and, you know, all this stuff. So people tell you all the time, they say, oh, there's no right or wrong way to grieve. You know, you'll work through it yourself. And then they're sitting there with a check mark list saying, oh, no, she's not showing enough emotion. You know, there's no right or wrong answer here because, well, there is a wrong answer, and it's always a wrong answer no matter what you're doing. So they may feel that way. I certainly feel I didn't grieve enough, and I still feel that way. But, if people think looking at me, I wasn't sad or wasn't brokenhearted over losing my husband, they would have been wrong.
After Dan died, you prepared to get that house sold quickly, is that right?
I did.
Why is that?
Oh, okay, so I've got all these deaths going on around me, and then I get the cheery little news that I'm not on the note, and Wells Fargo can, whether I'm behind on the payments or not, does not matter. They can foreclose on the property because the note holder is dead. And I'm thinking, oh man, so now I get to add this to my list of stuff. You know, if it was up to me, we could have waited another year to have sold the house, except now I've got Wells Fargo breathing down my neck. And he said, be careful, don't let Wells Fargo know. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean I don't talk to Social Security? Dan wasn't on Social Security, so that wasn't a big issue. But, you know, do they not read the papers? Do they not say, look at this, a guy died? It wasn't like it was a big secret, but...
Were you in a hurry?
I felt more like in a hurry once I heard that news. I felt like I didn't have any leeway.
Did James, Danny, and Tamara Alva pick up the pace of trying to get that backyard cleaned up?
They did, but it was also summer and it dried up enough that they could get the big equipment back there.
And did you have friends coming over to help you get things cleared out?
Oh man, everybody helped. I mean, honestly, you really find out who loves you when something terrible happens, because people came over and said, I'm here, what can I do? And the people who didn't say that, when they saw me, said, if you need anything, call me. Friends organized other friends, and they would come over in groups to help me pack. Susan called her boyfriend and told him to come up. You know, it was like they were trying to make up for how much Dan had meant to me, because they knew how heavily I relied on him.
Part of cleaning out the house was to clean out a lot of Dan's stuff.
It was.
We heard about for example, we heard about the downstairs. It's just filled with canned goods.
I gave Jack half-gallon containers. I gave him 48 half-gallon containers of fabulous stock so that he could use it at the homeless shelter. And it was duck stock, and it was chicken stock, and it was turkey stock, and it was beef stock. It was the kind of thing that if you were a foodie, you would have said, I'm moving in here. We had a stove where if you were a foodie, you would have said, I'm moving in here. You know, our house was dedicated to Dan's cooking in lots of ways.
And all those canned goods, did you try to find homes for that?
I did. Some of them, I thought people were going to start closing their windows when they saw me coming because, oh no, they'll give us any more stuff, you know.
What about some of the other things like cooking things and utensils and things like that? His multiples of tongs and...
We had enough friends who were foodies or cookers or chefs or what have you, that a lot of that stuff I was able to give to people who I knew would use it. But some stuff, you know, we gave to Nathaniel specifically because we knew that he also loved to cook and there would be things he would like.
Who's we?
Dan and me. I mean, he's not here. I'm sorry.
How many different people do you think were in and out of your house helping you move things around? Or pack things up or throw things away? Both friends and people who are hired. How many do you think came in and out?
Probably somewhere between 25 and 35.
Did you know them all?
Yes, I did actually.
Well, what about the people like that, oh, my brother's guy?
No, yeah. Okay, I didn't know those people, but that was, and you're right, I didn't know them all. I didn't know the guys that Tanya sent over. I didn't know the All My Brothers guys. But they came for a specific piece of what I wanted, what I needed to have done, and for the most part, not Tanya's friends, but for the most part, they were paid for it. You know,
Did you watch every box get packed?
Oh, Lord, no. Most of the time they said, just leave, just, go find something else to do and let us do this. We would, at the end of a day, where I felt like I had done nothing, which was probably a pretty good accurate statement of what I'd done, we would have 20 boxes that we'd need to take to storage, and Susan organized everything. I mean, she has some strong organizational skills, and when the police got there, they must have just groaned when they saw how many boxes were in there, because a lot of the stuff I couldn't get rid of.
The police found the gun kit in storage.
They did.
Marked GK.
I packed that box.
You gave them the gun, the Glock 17.
I did.
That had the little zip tied through it.
Right.
But there isn't a slide in evidence. You know where that slide is?
On the day I was arrested, if they had asked me, I would have said it was either in storage or in the house. I hadn't seen it for a while, but I had no idea where it was.
You know where it is now?
No, I would have thought that somebody would have found it.
Once Dan died, was there time to subdivide that property? Or once Dan died, was there time to subdivide that property?
No, at that point I was just trying to get it cleaned up and put it on the market, and so I didn't lose my equity in it.
Because Dan died by murder, were all the insurance claims kind of come to a screeching halt?
Yes.
Slowed down?
Yes.
Did you make all the claims
Yes,
that you were legally entitled to make?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Did you feel guilty about making claims on policies you'd been paying on for all those years?
No, that's why I had them. I would have thought if the circumstances were reversed, I would have expected Dan to behave in exactly the same way.
Would you have wanted him to behave in the same way?
Absolutely. We didn't pay on that for any other reason than to protect the person who was left surviving.
Dan died and he was 64 years old.
He was 63. He would have been 64 on June 27th.
In a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That very expensive return and premium policy that you'd bought, was that worth much more than the 100,000 term policy?
It wasn't worth any more than that. I could have, if I'd had a crystal ball that was working, I could have saved hundreds of dollars every month.
But because he died before the age of 78, all the extra payments that you were making were to no benefit at all?
That's right.
Now it's August, you're cleaning out the house as fast as you can.
Mm-hmm.
About the time you got arrested, how empty was the house?
It was actually pretty empty. I'd gotten rid of most of the furniture, either in storage or I'd given it away. There were still boxes in the office, and I still had the bed upstairs. But pretty much we were close to being ready. We still had repair work we had to do, but I had done a lot of the inside touch-up painting toward the end of August. And so, we were pretty close to ready.
How soon did you think you'd be able to have it on the market?
I thought by mid-September. And so I got arrested the 5th. I would have said 2 to 3 weeks after that. So maybe late September.
You weren't going to make this extra premium of Subdivision, though. You didn't have time to do that.
No.
Where did you think you were going to go after the house was sold?
Well, I had a slew of offers from people to come and stay and visit or stay, period. And that's happened up until even today, that I get offers from people who are friends and family who say, when you're out, you can come stay with me, But I didn't have a plan. Step, breathe, step doesn't allow for planning.
There have been testimony, I don't remember which witness, but there was testimony that somehow you were talking about moving to a condo.
Mm-hmm.
Was a condominium in one of the possibilities that you were considering after Dan died?
Well, sure. I mean, why would I want a farm when the farmer's dead? I don't want to maintain a couple of acres. I don't want to maintain a big house. A condo seemed ideal at that point, but it was like all other ideas I was having at that point. It lasted about this long before I went to another idea. I didn't have a firm idea. It was just an idea I'd flirted with. So.
Was there ever a time that you were expecting, for even a second, that you and Dan were going to leave that house and move into a condominium?
Oh, never. No. Even when Dan and I were living together before we were married, we were living in an apartment. And the thing I knew early on is that we had to get into a place where he could garden. He just needed the garden. He needed the earth more than anybody. When I told you he was different than anybody I've ever met, he was. But he and the earth were one. And they were one in some kind of unique ways. But he felt he was saving the planet one thing at a time by the way he collected stuff and by the way he recycled when he planted. For example, you care if I just go on?
No.
We had, utility sink, those square plastic sinks. Dan picked those up for a song, and he buried a lot of things in those plants that had decent drainage, and there were water lilies on top. I mean, he really utilized every inch of what he had. And he really cared. If it had been up to Dan, the entire yard would have been edible landscape. I just couldn't see corn growing in my living room. I mean, we really were, that was a joke and it wasn't even funny. I don't know why I told it. But he really cared about the environment in such a way that it was serious. He had an arrangement with Starbucks where he would go over and get these 5-gallon buckets full of coffee grounds week after week. And every week he came home with at least 8 to 10 of them. And I mean, really, our whole backyard, when we had good soil, we had good soil because Dan worked on it. We had good soil because he did this thing called lasagna gardening. And that's where in winter you layer your soil so that in spring when you're ready to plant, it's got newspaper in it. I think it's got straw in it, but it's several layers of different things, which is bringing nutrients back into the soil. There was, if I had ever said to him, well, I did say to him, I said, the kind of radishes I like the little long radishes that are called English radishes or breakfast radishes. Guess what we planted that year? We had English radishes or breakfast radishes.
Okay,
sorry,
hole.
I'm running
Rabbit hole now.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I guess what I want to know is, that was that farmer's life.
Yes.
That layered lasagna garden.
You're right.
The corn growing in your living room, if that were to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Were those things that were going to happen with Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine them happening without Dan?
No. 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 And I couldn't have imagined it happening with anybody, even somebody else who loved gardening as much as he did, because he just had a unique take on the world.
So I know that the summer of 2018 was disorienting,
Yes.
maybe even blurry.
Yes.
But when you imagined what life was going to be, was there any way to imagine that it was going to be the same?
Oh, no. You know, one of the things that I said to the police and that embarrassed me endlessly was that I knew I was supposed to be thinking about Dan and what have you. And all I could think about, and this has probably been true the whole time, is how am I going to get by without him? If I had been given the choice, I would have much rather been the one that died than Dan, because I think he would have done better than I would have done on his own.
Still talk to him?
Every day.
A suggestion that your marriage deteriorated or that somehow something had changed over those 24 years, 10 months, and 2 days, and that you felt differently about him in June of 2018?
Oh, no. If anything, I said this earlier, and I truly believe it. It's easy to be married during the good times. It's easy when there's no adversity. And for some people, adversity tears you apart, and you realize you can't be married to this person anymore. For us, adversity actually brought us closer together. When we had the house fire, we were a team. When we went through our financial upheaval, we were a team. When we came up with a plan for our retirement, we were a team. You know, there was never a point where we said, this would certainly be easier with somebody else, because I never felt that way, and neither did he. When the detectives, apparently we had some discovery, and they said, oh, they found someone Dan was having an affair with, and I said, not in this marriage, they didn't. And I was absolutely right that it was an earlier affair during the first marriage. And, but I knew he had never cheated on me. I knew I'd never cheated on him. You know, the joke about you have to kiss a lot of toads to find the prince? Well, when you find the prince, you quit kissing the other toads, you know? There's no percentage in it. So, and I thought we both felt that way.
And that never changed?
It never changed.
Did you kill Dan Brophy?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Brophy.
Good afternoon.
Back in 2018, did you carry a purse?
No.
Carry a wallet?
No.
How did you carry your critical pieces of information, like an ID and stuff like that?
In my bra. I know that's weird, but so much of what I did was not aided by having a purse. So I had my phone in my bra if I needed a driver's license or a card, you know, and I rarely had cash. So in my bra.
And you wrote this letter to Dan in 2015.
I did.
That's been referred to a couple of times. After you wrote that, did you print it?
Yes.
And what did you do with it?
I put it in an envelope, and it was a purple folder, and I put it on a desk that we shared. So if something happened and he came back and had to go through the desk, he would see it first thing.
And that was the only thing in that envelope?
Yes. Oh, no, there was probably copies of the policies in the envelope in addition, you know. Not only did I give him the information, I gave him the policies themselves.
And how would Dan know to have looked for that letter after if you were to pass during that time?
I figured sooner or later he would go to our desk, is what I figured. That sooner or later he would be looking for something and there would be the photo with Dan on it and he would see it and read it and realize what he had.
Okay. So you put this letter and some policies perhaps and put them in this envelope, put it on the desk. And,
Folder.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Purple, you said envelope. It's a purple folder.
Okay. Purple folder. And did you write his name on it?
Yes,
Okay.
in big letters.
Did you say something about a picture? Did you not say that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it says Dan on it.
Right.
Okay. And is this a folder that closes, or like, is there a snap on it or anything like that?
Can you hold up that orange folder? Thank you. It's a folder just like this. It's a folder.
Okay.
And it's purple.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And so when you got back from your surgery,
Right.
was that folder still there?
It was.
Right where you left it?
Yes.
Was there any indication to you that Dan had ever read that letter?
No. As far as I can tell, Dan never read it.
In that letter, you direct Dan to keep paying on the Americo policy because he'll get the premiums back in 9 years.
Yes, my math skills were a little iffy there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Is your math wrong, or did you just have a typo, or what?
I'm going to tell you my math was either wrong or I had a typo. I had no idea, but it is wrong. You're absolutely right.
Because it's actually 19 years, right?
No. And by that time, it was probably more like 15 years.
Okay. So probably not a typo then, because the 9 is... But he had about 15 more years that he needed to pay on.
Did.
Okay. And you knew that. You knew that about the policy.
I did.
And you also knew that if you were to get to that point where you were collecting, or I'm sorry, had the ability to collect the premiums back, you knew then that if you were to take that money back, that you'd actually have to give up the policy.
Nope.
You didn't know that?
No. I could continue paying on the policy for Dan, but I could take the money out of it.
Didn't your insurance expert testify, did you hear him testify and say that if you were to take that money out of that policy, that you would have had to forfeit the policy?
If they said that, I didn't understand, but I can tell you this. They have a schedule in the policy that shows what happens if you have this money. For example, if Dan died when he was 78, we didn't get $100,000 back, we got $167,000 back. But if we took the $67,000 out of it, we can continue paying for the policy. Now, that's not to say it was a 20-year term. That's not to say they might not raise the premium on it, but we could continue paying for it.
You disagree with your insurance expert?
I disagree with that aspect if that's what they really said.
Okay. And this, you said, was part of a bigger retirement plan, correct?
It was?
Correct. And so, this idea that, would you agree it's pretty risky?
What is risky?
Well, the one, you have to live to be able to collect on the policy, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. And if you don't want to give up that policy, well, I guess you disagree with that notion that you have to give up the policy. So I guess I'll just ask you this. You agree that you paid 3 to 6 times
yes.
More for that policy than what you could have bought a similar coverage for?
I do.
And so...
purposefully.
And just asking, did you guys have the thought that, well, maybe we should put this money away and actually be able to access it whenever we need it, instead of risking not getting it at all? Did you have that discussion?
Okay, I need to break that down and answer your question.
Yeah, let me ask you in a series of questions.
Okay.
Did you have the discussion with Dan that, well, maybe we don't want to spend all this money on a policy right now. Let's pay for a cheaper policy, but let's put some money away, like as if we were putting it in to the life insurance.
We would have had that discussion if either one of us were savers. Yeah. But at that point, I knew I was not a saver. So I understand this about myself. Part of the reason why I have forced savings policies is because I know I'm not a saver. And if I can put this money away where I can't get to it, we will have it later on when we need it. If we're just doing a savings account or we're investing in the stock market,
Sure.
I'm not good like that.
But you agree that you treated the forester's policy that also had this savings component. You know, it's forced savings, but you were just taking the money.
I took the money out when we needed it because it was there, because why we had it was for A, retirement, but B, emergencies, and this qualified as an emergency.
Not much of a forced savings, though, if you're just taking the money out, right?
That is true.
And in fact, you didn't pay that back either.
No, we did not, but part of our plan was to pay that back. When we sold the house, we were going to overfund the policy.
Sure. And in that Dearest Dan letter, you also told Dan, or you were writing at least, that he should try to collect on a Conseco policy, even though you knew that it wasn't really enforced, correct?
No, it had been, let me go back and explain that a little differently. It had been Universal Life. Conseco had an iffy reputation at that point. We had decided to let that go. But when you have Universal Life that you can't borrow against, it continues on because the money you have in there continues to pay the policy. So I knew it was being paid even though I had stopped paying on it. I knew there was a real good possibility it was in force.
I see. You just weren't really sure.
Right.
Okay. And when you, 4 days after Dan's murder, you called Detective Posie, is that right?
No. Dan died Saturday morning. I called Monday afternoon.
That's when you called Detective Posie regarding the insurance policy?
Right.
And that was?
I had done what they had told me. I'd called insurance companies and started the claim, and that's when we had a conversation, and then I called Holly, and then I called Detective Posie.
We'll break that down. I just want
sorry.
You're saying that was on the 4th?
I think so. I think it was that Monday.
And if your call records show that it was actually the 6th?
It could have been.
Okay.
The call records are going to be more accurate at this point than I am.
And also on the 6th, you actually, during that phone call with Detective Posie, you only disclosed a $40,000 policy.
Yes, but he
Remember
didn't
that?
ask me about anything else.
I understand. I don't think he even asked you about that. Isn't it true that you actually just offered that it was
That's
just
true.
a $40,000 policy?
Mm-hmm.
The smallest of all of your policies?
No, it wasn't the smallest, but it was a small policy.
Besides the Life Map $2,500
Right,
policy?
but it was the smallest.
The only one you
That one.
offered to Detective Posie was the smallest policy?
Yes.
During the same conversation that you're asking him for a letter of exoneration?
I'm asking to see if that's something that he would have said, oh, sure, we'll do that for you, or if he said no. I mean, I was prepared for the worst. I was prepared for him to say no.
Sure. Isn't it true that you actually talked to all your insurance companies that day?
I did. And not a one of them asked for that, but Foresters.
Okay, so you called all your life insurance companies,
Mm-hmm.
notified them of Dan's death.
Yes.
One of them asked you for a letter of exoneration.
Mm-hmm.
You asked Detective Posie for that.
I asked if it was possible to get that.
So, when did Susan Estrada get into town?
Susan got in, Dan, okay, let me think for a minute here. Susan got in on that Friday, the following Friday. So Dan died on Saturday the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. She would have gotten into town on the 8th of June.
So you would agree that she was not with you when you made that call to Detective Posie?
I would. And I don't think I think I told her about it and her memory was just off on it.
Sure. She was not sitting next to you while you made that call?
No. I would think that after 4 years, her memory was just fuzzy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you telling us why she forgot or something?
I was telling you what I thought happened. I thought her memory was fuzzy on what happened.
Based on your work history and Dan's work history,
Right.
would you expect Dan's Social Security income to be higher than yours?
Oh, we already knew it was. Social Security sends you a statement, I think every quarter, And they tell you, if you work till this age, it'll be this much. If you work till this age, it'll be this much. We knew his was a lot higher.
And when Dan could have started collecting that at 65?
He could have started collecting at 62,
Right.
but we decided not to do it.
Until when?
Until he was 70, when we got the maximum benefit out of it.
I see. But you chose to draw yours sooner.
I did.
You started drawing yours at 65?
I know. I started drawing mine at either 66 or 67. I'm not sure which one we decided on. It might have been 66. It would have been 60. No, I think it was 67 that I started drawing it.
If Dan had started drawing at the time that he died, what would he have been able to collect?
I don't know.
But it was more than yours?
It was a lot more than mine. You know, he was employed and I was self-employed. And if I declared a loss in my company one year, and believe me, in 2002, 2003, after 9/11, I had losses. And if I declared a loss, then Social Security was also part of that, and you didn't have to pay. So my Social Security was a lot less than his was.
And isn't it true that if Dan's, after he died, you could actually collect his Social Security instead of your own?
I'm not sure exactly how that works. I know that's the theory, but I think he had to have claimed it first before I could have claimed it for me. You know what I'm saying? If he hasn't claimed it, then I can't come in and claim it. But I could be wrong on that. You know, Social Security is like Medicare. It's 8 million rules that are secretly hidden in a mayonnaise jar somewhere.
You hadn't done any research on that, even though you guys were approaching or looking at retirement planning?
Yeah, but we weren't looking at retirement planning where Dan was dead.
Right.
You know, that wasn't part of the plan. You know, the plan was he was going to take Social Security at 70.
And when were you actually planning on selling the house? When were you, before Dan died, what was the plan for when the house was going to go on the market?
It was, okay, I was aiming for September. He said, I want to garden one more year around the edges while they finish it up. So he was aiming for later in the fall.
Okay, so you guys agreed that fall of 2018?
Yes. But later in the fall probably meant October, not December.
Sure. What does downsizing mean to you?
Well, we had a 4-bedroom house and there were 2 of us. We didn't need that much space. We had a 4-bedroom house with a full basement. And, you know, I think Dan needed some sort of space for his stuff, but we didn't need that kind of, we needed a good kitchen and, real frankly, a couple of bedrooms. And I like a nice bath, but other than that, I'm really pretty flexible.
And you had started to look at some properties?
No, we had started to locate properties. We hadn't looked at them. You know, we just said, look, I found some things in this area.
What kind of price range were you looking in?
Well, what we wanted to do is be able to pay it completely off. And we thought we would have about $400,000 to do that with. So we were probably looking in the 350 price range, somewhere like that.
And you're saying out in the kind of halfway to the coast?
Well, Dan liked Delilah's property, and it is east of Banks. It is west of Banks. It's toward the coast. I like Vernonia. Vernonia is this charming, charming little town. It has a lake. It has this downtown that on the light posts they have these metal cutouts of bears messing with honey. It has flat land. It has no trees. I liked Vernonia. Now, Vernonia was a little further on and to, I'm going to say, the northwest. But it still would have been a straight shot down 26 pretty much.
How many times did you visit Vernonia?
Oh, I was in Vernonia all the time. I had clients there. I liked the town. When we started talking about there, I'd gone down there 2 or 3 times and looked around at the houses and the neighborhoods and what we could get. So, yeah, I was in Vernonia a fair amount.
When you were going to sell your house, would you agree that you had about a little under $250,000 owed on your mortgage?
I would think that's right.
And you did sell your house later that year, is that correct?
No, I sold it the next year. I sold it in 2019.
Oh, when in 2019?
I'm going to say February, March, somewhere in there. Maybe as late as April.
And it sold for about $565,000?
Yes.
So after fees and realtor fees and all that, would you agree that you probably would make a little less than $250,000?
Yeah, I didn't see the settlement statements on that, so I really don't know.
Okay. But that wouldn't, okay, well, we'll move on then. Now, you said part of the reason of selling the house was basically you don't necessarily want stairs anymore.
Yes.
But at the time that Dan died and the time you guys were deciding to sell the house, you two were both relatively healthy still.
Yes.
You could still do the stairs just fine.
I was struggling with arthritis in my knee, but yeah.
Okay, but you didn't, you still had your bedroom upstairs.
We did.
You didn't move down to the main floor to deal with that? Okay. I was a little confused about the discussion of the tiny houses.
Oh.
So whose idea was that?
It was Dan's.
Okay.
Dan, who needs more room than anybody I know, said, "Oh, we could live in a tiny house." No, we couldn't. But his fantasy life, like mine is going to be an expat, Dan's was we could live in these little tiny houses. And, that would work fine for us. And I thought, smaller than our kitchen now, which, Dan was spilling out of. No, we couldn't live like that. And the other thing is you have to be in really good health to live in a tiny house because most of the bedrooms are loft-like bedrooms and you have to climb up this ladder, night and day to get up there. Plus, real frankly, once you hit that 40 age group, you and I both know that we're up more in the middle of the night than we've ever wanted to be. And I don't want to go up and down the stairs or the ladder 18 times in the middle of the night.
So was he joking or?
No, he was serious, but it was a fantasy. Yeah. It was like lots of things. It was like my wanting to go to Portugal. This would be a fabulous idea. And so, we sing and dance to the other one, and the other one pokes a hole in that balloon, and says, that's not going to work for us.
But so his ideal situation was that he would have his own tiny house and you would have your own? No,
he would he would have a house for junk, and then he would live in mine where it would be tiny.
So the plan was to subdivide this property.
Yes.
You and Dan discussed, was it to, I wasn't quite clear on this. You weren't going to divide it into 3 lots like your neighbor, correct?
We didn't think we could. We thought we needed 2 lots to make it work.
Why did you conclude that you couldn't do that?
Well, we could have done that, but here's the thing. In order to bring the driveway all the way through, sitting right in the middle of that's a garage. So we have to tear this garage down, which isn't a great loss, except the house in front now no longer has a garage. So now we have to figure out what to do. But if we'd brought it all the way down and only divided it in half, we could have put a garage back here with the driveway that turned into it.
Okay. So ultimately that was the plan?
Ultimately, but it was one of many plans, I would say.
Okay. And you reached out to Richard Frymark to sort of start that process? And
no, I reached out not to start the process, but to consult with Richard, who I've always thought had great ideas. And Richard then told me how to start.
Sure. I guess that's what I meant. I apologize.
Okay.
To consult. And then he gave you some names of some people to contact?
He did.
And did they provide you some information on how to?
They did, but we never set up an appointment. We talked about it, and they said, when you get closer, you get the backyard cleaned up, give us a call, and then we'll look seriously at it.
And who did you talk to out of the people that he told you to call?
K and something engineering. I have it written down somewhere.
Okay.
But I called whoever he recommended, and he'd even given me a name of a guy.
You heard him testify and rattle off a few names of people that he told you to call?
Yeah.
When one of those people is one of the people you called?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Okay. And what kind of information did he give you?
That to clean up the property and then we'd look at it. Okay. There was nothing they could do with the condition it was in at that point.
I could be wrong, but is that K&S Engineering? Is that right, or something like that?
Or was it K and N? It was K and somebody,
Okay.
you know.
I'm not going to hold you to it. I just,
Yeah.
it's just ringing in the top of my head. So, but K and something Engineering. Nonetheless, one of the names that he gave you. Okay. Is that Nick White? Does that sound familiar? Or is it one of the other names?
It could have been. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I'm guessing.
Okay. Well, let's not do that. I'm just
Okay.
seeing if you remember. So, did you talk to anybody else out of that group of people that he had given you?
No, because once they said clean up the yard, that was where we focused our energy.
Okay. And when was that again?
Yeah, you know, once again, I'm guessing. I would have to go back and look at the date, but we talked to Richard about this in at least 2017, but it could even have been as early as 2016.
Okay. And it was after that conversation with him that you decided to go and make sure that you were on the deed?
No, Richard pulled up our information and he said, Nancy, you're not on the deed. There was no making sure. He said, you need to do this, and he sent me paperwork to do it.
Yeah, and maybe my question was bad. It was after that you went to correct that?
Right.
Okay. Based on the information you were getting from Mr. Frymark?
Right.
You said that Dan had fallen in love with Delilah Marvell's property. But hadn't he only been out there one time?
Yes, but he walked the property. It's 80 acres. He and Delilah were friends. Delilah had been his student. Delilah had come back and do mushroom hunting, but he realized it was a type of property that he could have made work. So maybe it wasn't that he was in love with her property per se, as it was the type of property and the location that he could have made work.
You said you weren't looking at homes yet, but had you contacted a realtor to talk about options yet?
No.
Okay. What about to put your house on the market?
No. I mean, I talked to the realtor who lives down the block, and he gave me some advice, but once again, the advice was clean up the backyard.
And that realtor was Paul Johnston?
Yes.
And he's a realtor neighbor of yours?
Yes.
And did you and Dan and him talk about that?
I would say if he and Dan talked, Paul had been a chef, and Paul is also a serious gardener. In fact, his entire front yard is a garden, and I knew Dan secretly envied that, but I was holding on to the front yard. But no, what they would have talked about, I'm betting, rather than what the property's worth, is how did you grow this? How did you make that?
Sure.
Dan made a Worcestershire sauce. It was really, really good. He made a Tabasco sauce that Paul made one that was similar. And so, you know, it was that kind of exchange of information, you know.
You saw them having those types of conversations?
Yeah. I mean, Paul's out all the time and they're walking the dogs, and, you know, we're walking the dogs. Dan is. And yeah, and during that, you know, I know we shared the habanero sauce with him, and I know we shared the Northwest sauce, the Worcestershire sauce.
Did Paul ever come over to the house and actually look at the yard?
Not until after Dan died.
Okay. And I know you said that they had conversations, but mostly around probably food.
Gardening.
You know, I'm sorry?
Gardening.
Oh, and gardening, yeah. Did you never saw them, or you were never around when they talked about the property, selling the property?
No.
As part of your retirement plan, you said the $35,000 was meant to catch up on the mortgage because you guys had fallen behind.
Right.
And get the yard ready.
Right.
Why didn't you guys use that to pay down your high interest credit cards?
Because Dan was already doing that. If you recall, when Ms. Crouch testified, she testified that he had already started on that plan.
Right.
With the Avamere money. The Avamere money was for that. This money was for the house.
Right, but
And trading one interest loan for another interest loan wasn't really working. You know, we needed to pay off the credit cards, that's absolutely true, but we needed to get the house in shape.
What was the interest on the credit card?
I don't know.
It's about 15%.
You know, I don't know because Dan paid them and he paid attention. But I think one of them was higher than the other.
What was the interest on the 401k loan?
It wasn't very high at all. It was a really low interest. I was kind of surprised by that, but I can't tell you exactly what it was.
So let's just hypothetically, if Dan's credit card was 15%.
It was probably 5 on the 401k loan.
So would you agree that it would make more sense to pay off a higher interest credit card and then just save that money or use that for something else?
I would agree if, in fact, we hadn't already had a plan in place and working on it.
We heard a lot about the yard. A lot about the yard. We got a little conflicting information about who actually cleaned it.
Yes. I heard that myself.
What do you have to say about? What do you have to say about that?
James Denny did the heavy duty work. Trust me, he had the tractor, he did the heavy duty work. But Susan and her boyfriend did a lot. They called it something else, but I thought it was a ditch witch. And they pulled up a lot of the blackberries. So it was a combination effort that everybody's laying claim to, you know, and I don't care. You know, fine. As long as it got done, I didn't need to, I could have handed out ribbons. You got this, you got that, you know, but that was just sarcastic. Ignore that. What I would really say is everybody worked hard on it. Everybody deserved credit for it.
Sounds like you had a lot of help.
I did.
Guessing, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that help was maybe available to you before Dan died as well.
No, not in the way you're talking about.
Which way am I talking about?
Well, I mean, I cannot imagine having 35 friends drop by to help you pack when Dan's alive. I just can't even imagine they would think that was a fun idea. Now, I would tell you that before Dan died, I had friends who came over and helped me organize. Linda Smith is a librarian. And I can tell you that our books never looked better than when she came over and did them. I had other people who would help me with organizational things, but no, I don't see 35 people. I couldn't even imagine Dan thinking that would be a good idea. You know, having 35 people come through our house to help us pack.
Just to
No.
be clear, what you're saying right now is what you think that I was going to ask you.
Oh, yeah, so perhaps I've jumped the gun, and I believe my lawyers have suggested to me I not do that. What I thought you were asking was, did I have that same type of help available to me before Dan died? And I thought you were talking about the 35 people who helped me pack. Is that not what you were talking about?
I was just going to ask you if you called Jack Brophy to come help you with something, would he do it?
Oh, did. Jack Brophy was, you have no idea how much help he was. If I had an issue with something, he would come and help me. Jack was great for us. You know, you couldn't have asked for a better father-in-law.
You had a lot to do to get ready to sell that house, right?
I did.
Besides the yard, what was it that you were doing to get ready to sell the house?
It was beyond the yard. It was also the basement. It was also the garage. It was also the packing. It was also getting down to the point that you could look to see what actually needed to be done on the house in terms of repairs to have the house ready.
So what of that were you doing to get ready to sell? And I'm talking about before Dan died.
Oh, before Dan died, we were going through areas and cleaning up. For example, bathroom drawers, you know, the simple, stupid stuff that manages to grow like mushrooms in there. But we were working on it. We just weren't pushing it as hard as we would have been.
Even though you're planning on putting it on the market in a few months?
Yes?
Or you agree that the basement was full?
The basement was full.
Garage was full?
The garage was full.
Sounds like the rest of the house was full.
Not in the same way.
So what you had done up to the point of Dan's death to prepare to sell the house was have the yard worked on, and you cleaned out some bathroom drawers?
No. I mean, we talked seriously about, we probably had 1,000 books. We went through our books. We discussed what we needed to do about those. And in the end, we didn't do that at all. What we did was I donated them to the library. We were working on things. We were going through things that we regarded as important to us, but not necessarily something somebody else wanted. We had a booth at one of the garage sale places, and we started hauling stuff over there and selling it through the garage sale places. And that's how we ended up getting the storage building to begin with, was through the garage sales place.
And after Dan died, your plans for moving, I know there's mention of a condo, and I think your attorney asked you about the condo.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying that wasn't an idea in your head until after Dan had died?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And did you have any thoughts of moving to Arizona or Texas or Nevada, anything like that?
No. Those places are hot. I don't know anybody in Arizona or Nevada. I know too many people in Texas.
Okay. You planned on staying in the area?
Not necessarily, but I wouldn't have moved someplace south.
Where were you going to move?
I have friends in Colorado, and I might have considered that. I always liked living in Colorado.
I think there's been a lot of testimony, and I'm assuming you'll agree, that Dan was a really beloved member of the community.
Yes, he was.
Held in high regard.
Yes, he did.
Would you agree that his death was a devastating blow to the entire community?
I would.
Everybody loved Dan, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
I certainly did. But I would have people come up to me all the time and say, "You're Chef Brophy's wife?" I love Chef Brophy. And I said, "Me too."
Right. You're talking about before.
Before.
And then after, outpouring of love and support for this man.
Yes. And he deserved every bit of it.
Is it fair to say that there's numerous qualities that Dan had that you admired?
Yes.
And that he admired about you?
Yes.
I mean, in some ways, we're even envious of the way that people looked up to him and...
Oh, no. Oh, no. I can remember a dinner that Karen and I and Dan went to, and we all sat down at the table. I think it was back when Hall Street Grill was still in business, and appetizers came out. And we all looked at each other and said, we didn't order anything. And the person putting it down said, no, the guys in the kitchen saw Chef Brophy come in and they wanted him to try this appetizer plate. It was nothing to go to dinner with Dan and have the chef come out of the kitchen and sit down and say, we're thinking about changing our menus and here's what we're thinking about doing. What do you think of that? That was not envious. That was proud. I was delighted that people thought so highly of this man, and with reason. He was smart, and he gave them his full attention and gave them his best possible answer. That was never even a minor irritation for him.
Do you think the way that people thought of Dan and treated him, that they then transferred that to you as well?
There was some of that, yes. I thought that I got some of that as well, and that the fact that when I had a catering company and he talked to his class about my catering company, that my catering company gained a better reputation also as a result.
Is there anything that you did yourself in the community? Well, let me ask you this. Did you think that you were held in high regards in the community as well?
Yes, but not in the same way.
Did that make you jealous?
Oh, no. Oh, no. That made me proud that, we were a couple who went together. There was no jealousy there. First off, Dan was so humble that being jealous would have been just completely out of the picture. I mean, this was a guy who wasn't gloating because people felt that way. This was a man who was quietly pleased. But no, I was never jealous that he was like that.
I assume he wasn't jealous of you either.
I can't imagine why he would be, But no, he talked about me to his classes, and he had a joke that I was management. Let me tell you a story, and I think this kind of sums it up. Dan was co-teaching with another instructor, and the other instructor was whining because he said, it's so hard to cook with your wife because they don't understand mise en place. And so mise en place really is get your stuff together before you start cooking. That's a translation I'm sure the French would roll their eyes at. But they turned to Dan and they said, well, you don't have that problem because your wife is culinarily educated. And Dan said, I don't have that problem for another reason. And they said, what is that reason? And he said, my wife doesn't cook. And so I think they spoke kind of slowly to him in case he wasn't catching on and said, your wife owns a catering company. How can you say she doesn't cook? And he said, my wife hires people to cook. My wife can close a deal. And that was the first time that I thought he actually understands completely what it is that I do. And there was no jealousy there. There was pride, And yeah, I never cooked a meal in 25 years. So 24 years, 10 months, whatever.
Is that the end of the story?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
What did you normally order from Starbucks?
Oh, venti non-fat 2 equal latte. He ordered a chai tea latte. We had our drinks.
Did Dan know your order?
Yeah.
Did he often go to Starbucks in the morning to get your
He did.
Your coffee? Was that really the routine?
That was really the routine.
You would wake up, stay in bed, he'd bring you Starbucks.
Mm-hmm. Even when we were on vacation, he would go out and find coffee for me. And even if we were in a foreign country, that was our routine. And he would come back and I would get up and get dressed and drink coffee.
Is that every day or most days?
Most days, He was a tea drinker, and so he drank Lapsang Soussong. And Lapsang Soussong is a strong smoky tea. And I love this about him. He drank that because he read a book by James Michener called Centennial. And in it, they talked about how the Scottish traders drank this smoky tea. And Dan was so interested in it, he went out and got some and tried it and liked it. Now, how can you not love a guy who has chosen a literary reference for his tea? We were a team.
In the morning that Dan died, you expected him to have a cup of his tea.
I did.
You told that to the police?
I did.
That was true.
Yes.
Carried it pretty much in the same cup?
Yes. We had a number of those cups. He could change them out.
I don't want to jump too far ahead, but the idea that somebody had maybe gone to Starbucks that morning, maybe not, I don't know. Do you recall back, did you have a Starbucks at any time that morning?
I did.
Just don't know how you got it.
It was part of my routine. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember it. I just know that it was part of my routine.
Could Dan have brought it to you?
At that point, no. He had live fire that day. He would never have stopped to do something like that when his day was already going to be as packed as it was.
You knew about that live fire?
I did.
We'll talk about that in just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
You testified that you read an article regarding ghost guns or gun build kits, and you found yourself on the website searching around. You're saying you bought this gun kit as a research. When did that story start in your head?
It came together when I read that story. When I read that article in the paper about this guy, and all of a sudden I knew how I could twist it and make it into a story. You know, ideas come, out of the blue, and when they come sailing by, you write them down so you don't forget them, and then sometimes you act on them.
And that was November of 2017?
Sometime in November of 17.
You read the article, started doing research. And you visited the Ghost Guns website several times without purchasing anything.
That's true.
And what were you searching for on the Ghost Guns website?
Research.
What were you looking for?
I was looking. Keep in mind, I know nothing about guns at this point. I knew nothing about guns. And so what I was trying to do, if I'm going to write a story on building a gun, I got to learn a lot about guns in the time frame that I have. I cannot be the person who knows nothing and write a story anybody would believe.
Okay. And were you doing other research online regarding ghost gun build kits?
Not that I remember. I was pretty happy with the Ghost Gun site, and I know there were other sites that did similar things, but the Ghost Gun site made it seem simpler than some of the others.
Okay. And you felt that it provided you some information on how the build would occur?
Yes.
Were there plans or anything on there?
What do you mean exactly? Plans? You mean like architectural plans? Like plans that show like when you're putting IKEA furniture together plans?
I guess. I don't know.
Not that I saw.
And so I guess what you're saying is then when you decided to purchase one, you just thought that it was going to be easier to build.
I leap into the water first. Yes. Dan's a researcher in that regard.
You are a researcher or you're not?
No, I said that backwards. I'm a person who, once I have an idea, tends to leap forward. Dan, once he has an idea, tends to research it to death, and then the chickens are a perfect example of this. He would read to me at night from the romantic books called Chickens in Your Backyard or Chicken Tractors. But when we got chickens, Dan had a whole plan for how they were going to work. If I had thought, hey, chickens would be fun, we would have had a plan, build it as you go plan. He was just a planner, and I was not.
So were you researching for a book or not?
I'm sorry, did I go off target there? I was researching for a book, but I wasn't researching beyond here. Let me see if I can say this simpler than I'm doing it. I was researching for a book, but it didn't occur to me that putting the Ghost Gun together would be as complicated as it was. What occurred to me was, hey, here's this system I can use. And now that you mention it, when I got the Ghost Gun in this little case, there was instructions in there, I'm fairly sure. I'm not sure now that I've said that, sorry.
Had you finished your answer? All right, we are now at 4:45, so let's break for today and resume again at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, we'll go on questions and move to what next. All right.
All right, so that is the end of day 21. So we heard a whole day of her talking there. But I wanted to read before we get to day 22, which would be her second day. And that's about 3 hours morning and then 25 minutes. So we still have about 3.5 hours of Miss Brophy to go through. But for those that are kind of new coming in, so there's Dan with his chicken. Dan liked his chickens. So this happened June 2nd, 2018. She's on trial May of 2022. She was found guilty, I think, May 27th, 28th, somewhere in there. I'll look it up again. I forget the exact. But Sean Overstreet, Nicole Herman are the prosecutors. She has public defenders, Lisa Maxfield and Kristen Weinmiller. So she was 71 at the time of the trial. She said she was 65 in 2015. So 10 years, she's 75. So I don't know when her birthday is, but she was 71 when she got when the verdict came in. So that was in May. So some point this year, later in the year, she turns 75. So I did want to read this just as a little break from all of this. So this is her. Let me get to this. Let's see. All right, hold on. I'm going to read some of her excerpts. Did I throw them away? Oh, shoot. Don't tell me I threw them out. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm going to read some of her excerpts. Oh, this is so funny, you guys. All right. So here's some of the books that she wrote, right? So here's some. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. The sad thing is my mom had she loved her Harlequin romances. If you guys know the Harlequin romances, my mom had all of these Harlequin romances. All right, so this is from The Wrong Lover. Wrong never felt so right. And I'm sorry, I'll try and read this in a serious voice, but it's just hard. It's just hard. Hello, he said, working to keep the annoyance out of his voice. For a woman whose fast thinking he previously admired, she appeared disoriented. No, not disoriented. All right, hold on. All right. Before he had time to act, her appearance drew him in again. Raw desire pooled in her deep brown eyes, not a calculated gleam, but pure undulated lust. He almost chuckled. 100 good reasons raced through his mind as to why he should send her away, but the yearning in her eyes and the flush on her cheeks held back the words. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed the gap between them, grabbed her partially raised arm, and pulled her to him. His wood sprite offered no resistance. I guess she's a wood sprite. That's right, darling, dinner is served. Expecting her to fight, slap him, or pull away, he tightened his grip. Instead, she floated in a dream state into his arms. Her unfocused eyes worried him and overwhelmed his better judgment as his mouth covered hers. Her soft, pliable lips parted to welcome him, assuring him that the hunger he'd seen was not an illusion. A low moan escaped. He pulled back to study her face. Her heavily lidded eyes flickered open briefly before she wrapped her arms around his neck and drew him closer. He adjusted his leg and deepened the kiss. She squirmed closer. Her body molded to his as if they were longtime lovers instead of total strangers. Any resistance he possessed vanished. It just goes on and on. Her panting was, to say the least, embarrassing, but at least his breath was equally ragged, and he sported, I'm not going to say that word. She stifled a giggle as a feeling of giddy relief swept through her. So. Let's see. Lily swam in desire. Real fantasy, who cared? Her body trembled under the force of it. The hand stroking her back and squeezing her assured her this was true. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to make a joke of this, but this is just too much. So anyway, that was The Wrong Lover. Wrong never felt so right. So I glossed over some of the more racy parts, but yeah, that's The Wrong Lover. There it is. There's The Wrong Lover. Here's The Wrong Lover. That's the one, the purple one, The Wrong Lover. There, The Wrong Lover. Wrong never felt so right. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to make a joke of it, because again, my mom loved her Harlequin romances, and that's what this stuff reminds me of. So anyway, I thought I'd read an excerpt from that. Marshall and Lily are too old, too busy, and much too clever to fall in love. The oceanographer Marshall views women as a wonderful recreational pastime. Lily, the successful caterer, seeks a fantasy man for one steamy, passionate night. This was the perfect arrangement. What could possibly go wrong? So that's some of her work. So there you go. If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right exactly. Exactly. Michelle, yeah, this is hilarious. So anyway, serious question. Can anyone become a published author in the U.S.? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. All right. What's another one? Here's let's see. She has all these wrong. She has this whole series of wrong. Here's the wrong hero. Let's read another quick sample of the wrong hero. The high-pitched, alcohol-induced giggle pulled Pierce Johnson's attention from his computer monitor. The only Charlie on this end of the floor was Charles Weatherby Stewart III, a Harvard-educated lawyer and senior partner in Staunton, Lambeau and Stewart. So this is chapter 1. Tuesday evening, Portland, Oregon. So she's writing about what she knows about. Pierce rushed to the door and flipped the deadbolt while Miss Candypants rattled off instructions. Grab his computer and search his pockets. Who's Miss Candypants? Wait a minute. Wait, this gets even better. Who's Miss Candypants? Here you are, the brunette delighted squeal bounced off the walls as she flounced into Mr. Stewart's office. Her short sequin dress sparkled in the dim light, and her sugar threatened to spill out of the low-cut bodice. How much did you cost, baby? Pierce asked the monitor. Charlie, you have been very naughty to think I've taken every ounce of you've dished out. Finally, it's paid back. The brunette sidled between the desk and Stewart's arm, hoisted herself onto his desk, and spread her. Happy birthday! Stewart's manicured fingers curled around her. Yep, that's the money shot. Pierce snickered. Come on, boss, let's see some technique. It's not your birthday? Long, curly brunette tresses stumbled in front of the monitor and obscured the light. Pierce squinted, trying to see her face, but the darkness hid her features. I guess that's Miss Candypants. Miss Candypants. She has a character named Miss Candypants. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Miss Candypants. Yeah, fill in the blanks. Sorry, I just cannot read this. Oh no, not Naughty Candy Pants. I can't read this with a serious face. All right, let's go back. Now you got a little glimpse into her writing style. All right, let's. I would love it for the prosecutor to end that. Read that, Drunky. Yeah, I would love the prosecutor to read this in his closing. Totally. Sugar britches, candy pants. New channel incoming. Squeegee reads wrong. I know, right? Definitely Pulitzer winner. Yep, absolutely. Read the wallet. Yeah. Well, she. I guess she writes from experience. I don't know. All right. So this next clip is just shy of 3 hours. So 2 hours and 56. So I told you it was going to be a longish day. And let's keep the jokes to ourselves. So let's see. All right, we're going to pick up on cross.
I would ask for, Your Honor, counsel has 2 Glocks sitting on counsel table, which I anticipate he plans to use during the cross-examination of my client. I would ask for a 104 hearing with respect to that particular demonstration because I have some strong concerns regarding the extreme prejudice that would come from him asking my client to handle a Glock in the courtroom.
I would never
have you retake the stand.
Is that word? Okay.
And you're still under oath, so we won't have you retake the oath. We'll just have you have a seat and remove your mask when you're ready. And then we'll continue with Mr. Overstreet's cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Brophy, I want to start. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. I want to start just clarifying something from yesterday.
Okay.
That I believe you testified to. You said when you got downtown later that morning of June 2nd that you kind of figured what was going on based on how people were reacting around you. But it is true that nobody actually told you that it was Dan that had been killed until Detective Posie, correct?
Yes,
And that was during that interview.
yes,
But you stated that Karen called you before you went into that interview,
yes,
Dan's mother, Karen,
yes,
and that you told her that it was Dan and that he was dead,
yes.
based on the fact that you thought that Dan had been killed.
It was more than think.
But you hadn't been told.
I had not been told, but I had not heard from him. All of his friends avoided looking at me, and the police officers knew who I was before I got there, and one police officer hugged me. This is not good news I'm going to hear.
What if you were wrong?
Then I would have called Karen and said, happy days, I was wrong. And Karen and I would have celebrated, and we would have laughed, and we would have had family jokes about this for 20 years, and it would have been much, much better than it turned out.
Stated you bought this ghost gun build kit and you realized you couldn't put it together.
No, I realized it was more intricate. I didn't realize I couldn't put it together. It was more intricate than I had thought it would be.
Okay, and based on what?
Based upon the fact that it was supposed to be few parts, and I thought it was a few too many parts.
What steps did you take to actually try to build it?
I didn't take any because I wasn't ready to write that story yet.
You decided to write that story months prior,
Yes,
but you weren't ready to start writing it.
that's right.
So what was the need to buy the gun at that point?
I was celebrating. It was Christmas.
Right. But what was the need to buy the gun if you weren't writing the story yet?
Mr. Overstreet, we have had testimony upon testimony upon testimony about the fact Dan was a collector. Dan wasn't a collector by himself. I had my little piles of stuff. You know, what I have found in life is if you see something you want it, you can afford it, buy it now, because circling back for it, it may or may not be there.
And so now you're a gun collector?
No. Now I have a piece of writing information research.
Did you said you didn't take any steps to try to build this gun.
I did not.
And I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. First of all, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Do you recognize all the parts in here?
Well, you're further away than I would say, but certainly it looks like all the parts are there.
Is this what it looked like when you got it?
Yes.
Approximately.
Approximately.
Okay. And you saw this part in the kit.
I did.
Was there anything you needed to do to this to make it functional?
I hadn't gotten that deep into this gun. I'm not sure how to answer that question because the answer is I don't know.
Was there anything in the instructions or anything you saw online that made you think that you needed to manipulate this part?
And once again, I go back to I don't know because there are a slew of parts. You know, the only thing I can attribute it to is when you buy an IKEA thing, there are pieces that come fairly close together. And that isn't where you celebrate. You celebrate the little bags of all, you don't celebrate the little bag. Let me say this sentence again where it makes sense. You're delighted to see pieces more or less together. All the little parts, you're less delighted to see.
And is this why you never even opened these little baggies?
I wasn't ready to start yet, and I didn't want them misplaced.
Okay. And so you made no attempts to try to build it. You didn't do any further research because you weren't ready to write this story?
That's right.
Thank you. Your defense attorney stated in opening that you knew, or that you thought you knew, that Nathaniel had previously done a build kit.
Yes.
You knew that, or thought that at least.
I thought he had said that, and I believed him.
When you had this story to do a gun build kit, and you actually purchased a gun build kit, you didn't ever talk to Nathaniel about his experience with a build kit.
No, and that wouldn't have been where I would have gone with that. Where I would have gone first would be to my father-in-law, Jack, who I knew had every equipment in the world and could help me drill out the parts that needed to be drilled out.
Okay, but you didn't do that either.
No, because I wasn't ready to start yet.
And how did you know you needed a drill press?
Because it was on one of the videos.
One of the videos.
Uh-huh.
How many did you watch?
I don't know.
Why were you watching videos if you weren't writing the story yet?
I was watching videos to see how to put it together.
But I thought you weren't ready to put it together.
I'm not ready to put it together, but that doesn't mean I'm not researching what I have to do to get it ready to get put together.
Okay, so now you're doing research online.
We have stated previously, and I am not backing down from that I investigated. One of my friends has a sign over her desk that says only James Michener gets to use all his research. You research everything to maybe come up with 6 sentences in a book that will make the book more realistic. So I do tons of research.
You do a lot of research.
I do.
So I'm just having a hard time having that make sense with what you said about planning and preparing.
Dan was a better planner than I was.
Hang on, let me ask you a question.
I'm so sorry.
You said yesterday that you're not a planner. Did you say that?
I did say that, but let me put a caveat on that.
Please.
I am not a planner in the initial stages the way Dan was, but I rarely go into anything willy-nilly, and I rarely do anything that I don't complete.
States Exhibit 82 showed that you were doing some of your research, maybe, on February 1st. You were searching for gun shops at that time.
I'm not sure what State Exhibit 82 is.
Okay, it was your some of your internet history.
Okay.
It was showed to you yesterday by your counsel and asked to you by your counsel about February 1st, and you're searching for gun shops in Portland. What were you searching for?
That was different. I wasn't researching that. When I'm looking for gun shops in Portland, it was not for gun pieces. At this point, it's on a whole different conversation. That's writing, and that's a little cubicle in and of itself in my life. What Dan and I were talking about was, did we need to own a gun at this point? And while we had both been adamant anti-gun people for a long time, the last 3 or 4 years had changed how we felt about that. And we were discussing it and had been discussing it for well over a year.
So as what was described yesterday as a left-leaning individual,
yes,
your response to gun violence in the country was to buy a gun.
In 2017, one of the memes of the left was, if we continue to be anti-guns, does that mean that everybody in the country who will own a gun but the people on the left? And it was a serious concern. Lots and lots and lots of people were changing their ideas about gun ownership because the country had become so diversified.
Well, Ms. Brophy, I appreciate a meme as well and what other people's opinions might be, but I'm asking your position as somebody who was so anti-gun, in fact, that your law enforcement husband wasn't allowed to have a gun in the house.
No.
Hang on.
Sorry.
So anti-gun, but your response to gun violence increasing in this country was to buy a gun yourself. Yes or no?
Yes, with a caveat.
At what point, from the time you received this ghost gun to June 2nd, did you decide that you were not going to use it?
That we're speaking now of the gun that we bought at the gun show.
No.
Oh, all right. Ask me the question again, please.
This ghost gun that I just showed
Right.
you, what point did you decide you were not going to use it?
I never decided I was not going to use it.
Is that why you kept it?
I kept it because eventually I was going to put it together and write this story.
Okay. And you decided the way to keep it would be to put it in a box with scarves and purses and store it in storage.
No. What I decided was to store it away until I reached the point that I would do it, but I was trying to get moved at that point. Certainly there was, I didn't see another big option there, and I even marked the box because at any point I expected the police to come back to me and say things like, does Dan have a computer? Do you all have a computer? Can we look at any of this? Do you all have anything else? So I marked it so I could find it again. That was for the police benefit. That wasn't for mine.
Oh.
I marked the box that I packed that it had a gun kit in it because I thought sooner or later the police are going to come back to me. And the police never once talked to me after that.
Did you literally just say that was for the police's benefit?
That was literally what I said. I marked the box for the police's benefit so that I could find it again when the police came back.
For what?
I sort of thought that if the police didn't find something, they would want to come back and re-interview and I would be able to show them things. I thought the fact that all they had was Dan's phone and not a computer from us they may have reached a dead end and said, Mrs. Brophy, is there anything you can give us that would help? Any electronic equipment? Anything else? So I was kind of in my mind making a list. At that point, silly me, since I believed I didn't kill my husband, I didn't think I was a serious suspect.
Despite you telling people that you were.
I told people I was the suspect because it's always the wife.
All right. So you lost me there for a minute. Let's circle back. You said something about computers.
Right.
I didn't ask anything about computers. I'm asking about a gun.
You're asking why I was marking things for the police.
I did not ask you that.
Okay.
I think maybe that's where I got a little lost.
Okay.
You said that you marked that box for the police benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you thought that was important to the police, that they might want this gun kit?
I had a hard time believing that I would be interviewed by the police for 45 minutes. We would have a brief conversation on the telephone, and I would never hear from them again till the case was solved. I thought for sure the police would come back and say, is there anything else you've got that could help us? And that would have included the gun kit.
Let's make this easier. What is the relevance of this gun kit to the police?
None, but we had it. I figured they'd ask for it sooner or later.
Why would the police ask you for a gun kit that they don't know that you own? I'm failing to understand what your rationale was for making this available to the police. You think it's so important to them that at some point they're going to come asking for it, but you don't call them.
I figured the police were doing the police job the way the police did it, that they probably did not need, I will be the first to tell you, I got my detective's license on TV. And I can guarantee you I had ideas on how this case should have gone. But I sort of figured the police had more experience and they were the ones in charge.
So you think you have relevant evidence to a murder investigation and you don't think you should mention it to the police?
How does a gun kit, even though I marked it, how is a gun kit relative evidence?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because I don't think it is, because it's never been put together.
Then why would you mark it for the police?
Because I figured the police would come back and want to know.
So what else did you think was relevant to the police investigation that you marked and did not share with them?
I thought they would eventually want to know about the computers. I thought they would eventually want to go through the computers and see what they could find, if anything, that would help them.
And did you give them a computer that belonged to Dan?
No. We had a computer. They never asked for it. But in my mind, I knew they would eventually, if they didn't solve the case by somebody coming in and confessing, they would eventually come back and say, can we see your computer? My computers weren't packed because I thought they were relevant to the police if the police wanted to go in that direction.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? I mean, you had a computer in storage.
No. I had a computer in a box in one room and a computer by the bed in another room. That's not in storage.
Right, one in a box in your room. What about the one that was in the storage unit?
There was not a computer in the storage.
So there wasn't a laptop in the storage unit?
There was not.
Okay.
What your guys' testimony was, they found the computer in a bedroom, and they found the computer in a box in what had been the office.
Mm-hmm. And you would agree then that the stuff that was found on the computer that has been shown here in court was on the computer that was packed away in a box?
I think that's how they did it, but, you know, it were the two computers.
Why did you get a new computer in March of 2018?
When you open the computer, the old computer, you can't read the screen because it's become lines across it.
So you did all your research of all these guns on one computer, then packed that away and put it in a box in the closet, and then you got a new computer, is that right?
I get a new computer every year. I take a computer with me when I go out to the fields. I beat a computer up. I buy a fairly inexpensive computer because I know I'm replacing it the next year.
Okay. And you thought the police would want that, but you didn't give it to them?
The police never contacted me again. I assumed that they were doing their job and didn't want my interference.
So you told your friends in this car ride, that was in February, right?
To one of them, yes.
The one where you're telling Darla Lukenbaugh about the fact that you bought this gun kit?
Yes.
And at that point, you had already bought State's Exhibit 26, the full gun from the gun show, correct?
If I hadn't bought it, I was close to buying it. I'm not sure the exact date of the car ride in February.
In fact, you had not only bought this gun during that car ride, but you were actively bidding on the slide and barrel. Isn't that right?
Yes, probably. If it was after the 15th of February that we did this.
And we'll get to the slide and barrel in a minute, but your testimony and what your defense has asserted in their opening statements was that you bought that slide and barrel for writing.
That's true.
But you didn't tell your friends about the slide and barrel.
I was more on the story than I was on the gun kit.
Right. You would agree that you never told law enforcement that you owned this ghost gun kit?
No, because this ghost gun kit, despite the fact you refer to it as a weapon on a regular basis, is not a weapon unless I hit somebody over the head with the case. There's nothing about that gun kit that's a gun, except that if you spend a few hours and put it together, it could be a gun. But I've got eggs and flour in my pantry, and that's not an omelet either until you put it together.
And you would agree that you also never told the police about the slide and barrel that you purchased on eBay?
Mr. Overstreet, when I talked to the police in June, they asked me specific questions. My husband had just died. The fact that I was coherent at all is a miracle. The fact that they never came back to me after that for a follow-up interview, I thought was shocking. You know, I thought this was on the police. This wasn't on me. The police said, we're handling this. You just go home and rest. You know, you go home and take it one day at a time, you know. And they never contacted me again, except for the things that they asked me for, which was Dan's schedule. I got that to them, and I was having trouble with their email, but I did what I was asked to do.
Are you declining to answer my question?
Perhaps not. What was your question?
That was a lengthy answer for not remembering my question.
Well, I go off on tangents.
So I asked you, is it true that you did not tell the police about the slide and barrel?
It is true. I did not tell the police about the slide and barrel.
The slide and barrel that would fit perfectly on the gun show gun that you purchased.
The slide and barrel that I was using for research for my writing, I did not tell them about that.
You can answer that question?
I did. I said I did not tell them.
Would you agree that it fit on the gun that you bought from the gun?
It was the same thing. It could have been interchanged, yes.
So although you owned, well, we'll get to that in just a second. When exactly did you put the ghost gun in storage?
Somewhere between June 2nd and September 5th when I was arrested. I have no idea.
How big was your property?
We had half an acre.
Half an acre. You're sure of that?
I'm positive of that.
Got some conflicting testimony, as you might remember.
Yes, but it was testimony from a woman who lived in an apartment who thought any amount of lawn was going to be huge.
Okay. So you had a half an acre.
Yes.
And it's true that that lot behind your house was not 5 acres, right? It was actually just about an acre.
It could have been slightly larger. I think I've seen the plot, and it was something like 1.3, but that's been a long time ago, and I could be wrong.
You talked about the interview with the police and how that was, you just found out your husband died, and it's very hard to remember everything that you talked about in there.
Mm-hmm.
But you do recall that you didn't have any trouble telling them about the firearm that you had purchased at the gun show, correct? In fact, you told them the whole story about why and how you purchased the gun.
Detective Merrill said, "Does Dan have any guns?" Dan owned half a Glock. I told him about the full Glock. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic here, although I thought, listening to that sentence, it came out snotty, which wasn't really the way I wanted it to come out. But what I will tell you is he asked me, I answered him the best way I knew how.
Why didn't you just say, yes, we have a gun?
I was trying to be helpful to the police at this point so they would know what was going on. You know, at this point, I thought they were going to find my husband's killer. I didn't think they were going to say, let's look at the one person who didn't kill him.
But instead of just answering, yes, we have a gun, and it's at home, you actually made sure to give them a full story as to how and why you purchased that gun.
Mr. Overstreet, you are having trouble keeping me quiet now because I tell stories as I'm talking to you. Do you think I was less than that with the police when I'm upset? This is how I talk. I tell full stories to illustrate what I'm saying.
Even though you were just informed of your husband's murder.
Well, apparently it didn't make me quieter. It just made me more upset.
And you paid cash for that gun?
Yes, we did.
Your attorney made a big deal out of you purchasing things with your debit card or credit card.
Right.
Why would you pay cash at the gun show?
Well, actually, that was Stan's idea. And when we talked about it and what have you, he said, here's $400 in cash. You get cash from your thing. So I went on Dan's idea on that.
Didn't you actually withdraw the $400?
I withdrew the $400, but he gave me $400 in addition, and he gave me cash.
Okay, I don't know that I quite understand that. Didn't you withdraw $400 from your on-point account?
After he had given me the first $400.
How did he give you $400?
In cash.
Where did that come from?
Dan has cash at the house. Dan operates a cash business. You know, he sells eggs. He sells crap on the cart. He sells, he operates with a lot of cash.
Okay, so he gave you, and we'll talk about that too. So he gives you $400.
Mm-hmm.
You then go to On Point and withdraw $400.
Mm-hmm.
So you have $800 cash.
I do.
What did you do with the remaining $300?
Well, it wasn't a remaining $300. As they were taking the gun apart to show me how it worked, they sold me, but I didn't have a receipt on this. They sold me some oil that they thought I was going to need, and in addition, I had bought a book on Glocks in general. So, what did I do with the probably 200 plus, but not much plus? I don't know. Maybe I gave part back to Dan. That was a long time ago. It wasn't that essential to me. I have no memory of what I did with it.
You didn't put it back in your bank account?
Maybe Dan and I went out to dinner. Who knows? You know, but I could have just as easily given it back to Dan.
Okay. Told detectives, and I believe you testified to this as well, that you got home with that gun and looked at it, thought it was heavy, ugly, some other maybe descriptive terms you used, I'm not quite sure right now. But you realized you didn't want it. You and Dan both realized you didn't want it.
I think we were both ambivalent about it still. This didn't really solve the problem, but I think we went back and forth for months before we bought it and for weeks after we bought it.
Okay, so you didn't decide you didn't want it that day.
That's right.
Got it home, you took it, did you handle it?
Oh, sure. We both did.
What did you do to handle it?
Well, you know, we pulled it out and we looked at it. And, I mean, how would I have known it was heavy if I hadn't held it? You know. And, you know, somebody testified earlier that there were two little dark hairs that were in the slide. In our house, who had two little short dark hairs was not me. You know, that would have been Dan. He handled it.
Did you see him handle it?
Yeah, I was right there.
And what did he do with it?
He looked at it, he picked it up, he messed with it, he pointed it toward the backyard, so, you know, even though it had no bullets in it. You know, I don't recall, we had a great conversation about it, but he definitely handled it.
Did you ever remove the slide and barrel?
Oh, sure, I played with it.
Oh, you did remove the slide and barrel?
Sure.
Oh.
I didn't think that was a secret.
Well, you didn't tell the police that.
The police didn't ask me whether I'd removed the slide and barrel.
You told the police that you got it home and that you realized how much you didn't want it and you put it away and never touched it again. Do you remember that?
I could have said that, but I was upset at the time, so that was probably an exaggeration. I handled the gun. You know, I may not have loved it, but I was still curious about it. And keep in mind, I'm writing a story about a gun, and I need to research guns so I can have it. But yes, I didn't, you know, I touched the gun.
Yeah. And so your testimony today, after hearing all the testimony and seeing all the evidence on the screen, your testimony today is that you have removed that slide and barrel.
I have.
So you know how to do it.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, right?
Oh, it's terribly hard. I broke 2 nails doing it. Don't believe them when they say it's not that hard. You can't just whip it off the way they do it. You have to hold the gun a certain way. You have to pull it back. I broke 2 nails pulling it back, and I thought, this isn't any fun. And you would be shocked at how hard it is to do. You know, yeah, if you've handled guns all your life, I'm sure it's a piece of cake. But I can tell you, for me, it was not.
So you remove the slide and barrel.
Yes?
You can see that it's nearly identical to the ghost gun slide and barrel, correct?
I'd have to look at both of them now, but I would say yes.
Let's do that.
Oh, yeah, we can look at, okay.
I'm not going to hand these to you. I'm just going to show them to you.
Yes?
You agree that these look nearly identical?
I would agree that they look identical, but they obviously are not. One of them is quite a bit longer than the other one.
Quite a bit longer.
Which makes them not identical. When you're circling the little things on which find 5 things in this picture that aren't identical, you would circle that.
Right. This one is slightly shorter.
Yes?
Glock 19 ghost gun. What else is not identical about this gun?
Well, one of them obviously has a zip tie on it, but they are similar, is what I would say, but they are not identical.
Can you see the back?
Yes? I agree they're similar.
Can you see the top?
I agree they're similar.
I'm not going to point this at you, but can you see the barrel?
I can.
Okay. Anything about this side that is not exactly the same?
I would ask you this, as you're demonstrating this, does it fit on the other gun? No. Does that make it not identical? Yes.
And you know it didn't fit, right?
I knew it didn't fit because I knew that I had a book on Glocks, and in order for a Glock to work, it had to work the right way.
You knew it didn't fit, and then you bought a slide and barrel that would fit the gun show gun, right?
No, I bought a slide and barrel that was the same one. I could have easily bought one that fit the ghost gun, but I did not. I bought this one.
Why would you buy another slide and barrel to fit the ghost gun when you couldn't build it? You already own it. You own this piece right here. You own this.
Yes?
So why would you buy another one?
You know, if a trigger had been available, I would have bought a trigger. I'm telling you, I was fascinated with gun pieces at that point because I was writing a story on gun pieces and making it into a gun.
There's a trigger in this kit.
Yes, and I would have bought another one if I'd had it. I figured if I could construct them together the way the character would have, it would have worked fine.
But Miss Brophy, you didn't buy other gun pieces. You bought a slide and barrel that would fit this gun.
That's true.
No other pieces did you buy?
No, but I wasn't finished shopping either.
You were worried, your counsel said this. I don't know if you believe it or agree with it, but I'm going to ask you. You needed to buy that slide and barrel because you were worried about taking this gun apart?
Yes.
Okay. But you just testified that you took the slide and barrel off of it.
That's not taking the gun apart. We're talking about if we took the slide and barrel itself completely apart, could I put it back together and have a gun that wouldn't backfire on me and kill me? You know, and so the fact that when I said to Dan, I can take this gun, the real gun, not the plated gun, apart, and it'll help me do this. Dan said, no, 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 no. I've seen you in action. That's a mistake. Let's keep it together. We may get to sell it.
I'm not talking about taking the entire gun apart.
Okay?
I'm talking about the slide and barrel.
Yes?
The critical piece of information, as you know now, if you didn't know before this trial, you know now the slide and barrel is at issue, right?
Yes.
You keep talking about the gun and taking it apart and all that. I'm talking about the slide and barrel.
Mm-hmm.
You have a gun complete,
Mm-hmm.
slide and barrel intact. You know how to remove it. In fact, you did.
Mm-hmm.
You can manipulate the slide and barrel separate and apart from the rest of the gun,
Mm-hmm.
but you chose to buy the exact same piece. Is that right?
Yes, but I have a caveat on that too.
Of course. Go ahead.
The caveat I have on that was I wasn't thinking, hey, this would work that way. I was thinking because for me, the gun was the gun, the toy was the toy, the pieces were the toy.
I'm not talking about the ghost gun, Miss Brophy.
We're talking about the difference between the slide and the barrel.
I'm not talking about the ghost gun.
Okay.
I thought when you said caveat that you're going to explain to us why in the world, when you already own this exact piece, you would need to buy another one days later. Within days.
What I can tell you is it was for writing. It was not to, as you would have it, murder my husband.
Why isn't this for writing? What's the difference?
Are you tapping the ghost gun or are you tapping the full gun? That isn't for writing because that isn't the story.
Your Honor, at this point, if counsel's going to be aggressive, I would ask that he not have a gun.
What the difference is?
Okay, hold on a sec. I'm going to allow him to hold the gun.
Explain to me what the difference is between this piece right here that I'm pointing to, the slide barrel that you removed yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and the one that you bought on eBay.
I thought we just went through that.
You're telling me you couldn't use this for writing.
No, that was the end piece. That was for protection. The other was for research.
So at this point, you spent over $1,000 in guns and gun parts.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
By the time you buy the eBay slide and barrel, you're upwards around $1,500. About. Your attorney seemed to indicate that you happened upon the eBay slide and barrel.
Yes.
It was just a pop-up ad.
No, it wasn't a pop-up ad.
That's what she said.
Well, if that's what she said, then I probably said that to her at one point or another, but it wasn't something that, the slide and barrel was a, did you say that? Sorry. I didn't happen upon it. At the point that I decided I wanted to do this, I tend to be impulsive, and I bought it because I wanted it.
Where is it?
I have no idea. If you'd asked me on the day of my arrest, I would have told you that it was either in the house or it was either in storage. I haven't seen it for months and months and months and months. So,
And you just bought it in February and got it at the very last day of February, right? February 28th?
could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking at my notes.
You didn't lose this gun.
No.
You didn't lose the gun kit.
The gun kit went to the police. The gun went to the police. I didn't have to worry about packing that.
Ms. Brophy, I'm talking about the time leading up to the murder.
Oh, all right. No, I knew where it was.
You knew where the ghost gun was?
It was on the floor of my closet.
You knew where that gun was?
Yes. And I would tell you that the slide was on the floor of my closet next to the ghost gun.
Just sitting on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Just like literally sitting on the floor?
Well, it wasn't in the middle. It was tucked next to, rather than behind, next to an armoire I had in the closet.
Okay. When's the last time you saw it?
That's what I was saying. I can't remember. I have no idea when the last time I saw it was. I know that I messed with it in February. I know I messed with it in March, but I can't remember seeing it after that.
Why didn't you make an attempt to locate it and mark it for the police like you did the ghost gun?
I stumbled across the ghost gun when I was packing. That's why I marked the box. In my mind, I had a list of things I thought the police might come back and ask me for, and I thought the ghost gun would be among them.
Do you see the irony in not being able to locate that and that being the allegation that that was the murder weapon?
You know, I see nothing ironic about this case at all. I see nothing happy about this case at all.
You're aware that the police searched your storage unit?
I am?
Your pods?
Yes?
Your house?
Yes?
You're aware that they even opened up your appliances inside your house to search for
I was
guns?
not aware of that.
Okay. You would agree that you've previously written about hiding weapons inside appliances, correct? One of your books?
Maybe, but I don't remember that.
Okay. Are you aware that they even opened up a wall to search for a gun?
Yes, they did it after the house went into 8 months. After they had gotten the search warrant, they went back with a new search warrant just before it closed.
So they did all that searching,
Mm-hmm.
got the ghost gun,
Mm-hmm.
couldn't find the slide and barrel from eBay.
Mm-hmm.
But you stored a lot of stuff in your niece's basement, didn't you?
I did. But the stuff I stored in my niece's basement happened after the police were finished with the house. That was everything that was at the end. So the police had either looked at it or they hadn't.
Mm-hmm. You didn't store anything anywhere else before your arrest?
No.
And you're sure that nothing went to your niece's house?
I'm positive nothing went to my niece's house. Until after. Oh, wait, let me back up just a minute because there's a fact here. Susan had left some clothes. For a while, they had been at Sarah's house before Dan died. And I'm going to say maybe as long as a year before Dan died, I went and got all the boxes that Susan had left and put them in our storage building so that when Susan came, I was able to give those to her sister and she took them home. So I have had things stored at Sarah's house in the past.
You know, like you just said, that the police were very interested in the slide and barrel from eBay, right?
I know that from the testimony and from the hearings we've had.
You have the discovery.
I have the discovery.
Here, I have a matter for the court.
All right, let's have the jury step out for just 1 minute. All right, everyone be seated. Go ahead, Ms. Maxwell.
Yes, Your Honor, I am worried that we are headed in a direction where counsel is going to ask my client about what kind of evidence the police wanted and why after her arrest she didn't produce a slide and barrel to the police. And I would make a Fifth Amendment argument against that. If we're going to go down that road about whether she didn't voluntarily produce evidence after her arrest, I have serious concerns about that and would make an objection.
And
I
just
don't
so I
wanna do it in
understand
front
the
of the
objection,
jury.
what type of evidence? We've heard testimony that she doesn't know what happened to the sliding barrel.
I think what the direction counsel went is you knew that the slide and barrel was important to the police. You knew that from reading the discovery, and I anticipate the next question is, even after reading in the discovery that the police were very concerned about finding the slide and barrel, you did not produce it. Now, I know that she's already answered the question in the fact that she said, I have no idea where that our slide and barrel is, but at this point, if we're going to pursue a line of questioning about what evidence she must produce or the jury should think she must produce post-arrest, I think is wrong. And I think it violates her rights not to even have a jury make an adverse inference regarding the production of evidence.
Let me ask, what was the question? What was the line of questioning going to be?
I'm going to ask her about why she didn't. Well, I don't want to disclose the question, Your Honor, before.
Okay, all right.
It's not that. I can tell you that.
Here's where I'm at. So she is testifying. She's not remaining silent. And she's already answered the question about what became of the slide and barrel. I'm not totally sure where the state is going with this line of questioning. So at this point, I'm overruling the objection, but Ms. Maxwell, depending on what the state asks, feel free to raise it again. But at this point, I think it's fair game to ask about what she knew, and I don't know if she knew or didn't know what the state's about to ask, because I'm not quite sure what the state's going to ask.
And I will say, Your Honor, I'm not asking why she didn't give it to the police. She's already said she didn't know where it was. I already have that answer.
Are you asking questions about her refusing to produce other evidence? Or, I mean, can you give me a general idea? I know you don't want her to hear the question in advance, but I'm just trying to get an idea of the theme.
It is not her refusal to produce evidence.
Okay.
That is not my line.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in.
Okay, Judge, I will go ahead and get the jury. We'll go off right.
Objections. Please be seated. I overruled the objections. So, Mr. Overstreet, you can ask the next question.
Ms. Brophy, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But I believe your answer was that you did have the discovery, you reviewed it.
Yes.
Okay. And you do realize or did realize that this slide and barrel that was outstanding was a central issue in this case.
Yes, probably 8 months after my arrest, I realized that.
Okay. And you understand that today?
Yes.
Now, you've testified, well, we've heard different things from your interview with the police and what you've said on the stand, that you sort of hated guns, you didn't like them, but then you became interested in them for writing, then for safety, and then you seemed to have taken quite an interest after that in guns. Is that safe to say?
I would say the irony is that we bought a gun to protect us, and it didn't protect us.
I'm just asking about your interest in guns.
My interest in guns were twofold. One is the protection, which it didn't work, and second is the writing, which has nothing to do with guns, but has to do with gun pieces.
Right. But you said you became obsessed with firearms.
I was obsessed with the writing and the gun pieces, not with firearms. You know, I wasn't investigating AR-15s or shotguns or anything like that.
Just Glocks?
Just a handgun that would protect my character.
And you did a lot of research online?
Not yet. I've started it.
So didn't you just testify,
that I started researching, that I research online all the time, but I wasn't finished researching by any stretch of the imagination.
You had been to a gun show?
Yes.
Bought a gun?
Yes.
Bought a ghost gun? Went through that whole process?
Right.
When did you go to the gun range?
I never have been to a gun range.
Never been to a gun range. So you're doing this research, you're getting ready to do this writing, you have all these people around you that know about guns and own guns and have maybe even done some research themselves for their own books.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you ever talk to Nathaniel about guns?
I have talked to Nathaniel about guns. There was a point I was writing a story early on, and I told him I needed a gun, a type of gun that I could have my hero use, and he gave me the name and explained why.
When was that?
Well, you know, it was probably 2010. Had been a while before.
So in 2017, 2018, you had known for years that Nathaniel had knowledge about guns.
Yes, but sorry.
You talked to Dan's brothers about guns?
They owned them, or at least Bill owned them.
And did you talk to Tanya Medlin and her husband about guns?
Apparently Dan talked to him more than I did, but yeah.
And Terry Reed?
No, I don't think Terry Reed and I discussed guns at all.
What about your other writer friends, including Jesse Smith?
Jesse Smith, Salute. I probably talked briefly to Linda Smith, but I knew how she felt. And Linda Smith does not write that kind of a story anyway.
Why didn't you talk to Matt Gitchell about guns?
Well, I didn't know that he was an authority.
Why not follow up with Tony Hall, who you knew was an authority?
Tony Hall was really Dan's friend. I mean, I knew him, but I never ran into him.
Why didn't you do any research at the gun show or go to a gun store and talk to them?
Because I wasn't ready to write the story yet.
Oh,
that
right.
would have come.
In fact, the company that you bought the gun through, J&B Firearms, that's actually a gun store that's very close to your house, right?
It turned out to be, yeah.
They had recommended that you go to Threat Dynamics or that gun range that we've seen a couple of times. You never went to Threat Dynamics?
Never.
You've never gone to the Tri-County Gun Club?
Is that the one that we keep talking about out on 26?
No.
Oh, well, no, I've never been there.
Where were you going on the 26th when you were out near that gun range?
Oh, on the 2 random days in March that we've been talking about off and on? Is that what you're asking me about now?
Yes.
Okay. Dan and I had decided that that was an area we wanted to look at. I'm driving around frequently out there trying to look to see if there's any property, anything that leaps out at us, anything that is all the requirements Dan has. The land has to be flat for gardening. The land has to be fairly treeless so that we don't have the shadow hanging over it. I know what he requires, and I know what I need in the house.
Isn't that state land out there?
It is after fashion, and that's why I didn't go all the way out to where you're saying it was. I went out after fashion, came back.
You just drove out there randomly, were there less than a couple of minutes, and then headed back to Portland on
No,
the
I
26th?
I didn't do any of the, wait, let's stop. Ask your question to me again, and let me see if
On the 26th, the first day, I believe it was
Okay.
a Monday,
Right,
while Dan was at work,
right,
you drove out to that area,
right.
and according to cell site location information, it appears that you drove out there, turned around, and drove back.
I don't think I drove that far out there. I mean, you know, I know that it's out there. I know because we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, but I have never, ever, ever been there. And if I had been going there, I would have gone there with Dan, and I would have gone there with, we ended up at the closest I got to it, we had what, 2 minutes, 10 minutes that I could have spent there? I can think if I was just going out to fire a gun at dirt, that I could have found someplace a whole lot closer to my house than driving an hour and a half to make that happen.
So you knew about that gun range.
I had heard about the gun range from the J&B people.
In fact, that's your handwriting, right?
I
On
don't
the
know, I haven't seen that note in ages.
receipt. Okay. So you knew it was there, though.
And I'm not sure that is my handwriting as I'm thinking about it. I think they wrote it down.
Okay.
But I can look at the note again and tell you.
Let's not get lost in the weeds here.
Okay.
You know about the gun range. They
I
told
knew
you
about the
it.
gun range.
Your car just happens to be out in that area on the 26th. I'm sorry, your phone happens to be out in that area on the 26th.
And what I can tell you is, Delilah Marvell's property is west of Banks. Vernonia is northwest. The area Dan wanted to look in is this area, and I was looking, and I can tell you we'd been looking for a while. You'll see if you went back and looked at my locations at the kiosk. I frequently was in that area looking, once again, property, what would work. I'm all over town. Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't remember doing any of this, but I'm sure I did it. And since you brought it up so often, I have seriously thought about it. But all I can tell you is it wasn't a day where I thought, whoa, this will be new and different. This was just a day. And I'm assuming the reason I'm driving around out there in that area is because I look for property. This is not a situation where I have a clear memory of it. This is a situation where if I was out there on 2 random days in March, then what was happening was I was probably looking for property. And that is my best guess.
Didn't you have lunch with someone that day?
I could have. I don't remember.
In Portland?
I have no idea. I mean, let's go back. Let's look at the records. I can probably reconstruct, but where does it say I had lunch?
Didn't you go to Nicholas's restaurant in Northeast Portland on Broadway on the 26th?
Okay, I could have.
Does that sound familiar?
I go there frequently. I have a friend who really likes to go there, and we frequently meet and talk about writing there.
And who were you meeting there?
Oh, well, it's somebody who hasn't testified. It's a woman named Marilyn Hull, Hull.
So on the 26th, you get up, you Google how to load a Glock 9mm. You drive out to an area that
Wait, I don't know that I Googled that, but if you say I did, I'd like to see that. But I could have. I mean, once again, I am messing with gun pieces, I am not messing with research. I am not messing with, so I could have put that in that morning if I had some spare time, because I don't think I gave up the gun research until the beginning of April, when I knew I had to get back and finish my other story. Part of the problem is if you don't finish the story you're on, then you have story pieces everywhere. And people say, what's the most difficult thing about writing a book? It's finishing the book. You have to force yourself to finish it. When you've written yourself into a hole, it's real easy to see a new idea out there that would be more interesting. You have to go back and force yourself. So yeah, I had a few months where I flirted with guns, but real frankly, my goal was to finish the book I was on.
Okay, so in March, you are doing research at that point.
I could be, yes.
And can we go ahead and put up State's Exhibit 82?
Sure.
Go there to March 26th, 10:13 a.m. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Searching, loading a 9mm Glock.
Okay.
Immediately after that, searching, cleaning a Glock.
Okay.
And then you get in your car.
Okay.
Drive out to an area that has now been established as where that Wolf Creek gun range is.
I don't know if I put this back on. Okay, but I can guarantee you that I wouldn't have gone that far, and the reason why is because that's all forested land, and it's higher elevation than what Dan wanted. But I'm not going to tell you I wasn't out there, because I probably was. You've got video that shows my phone visited it.
And you're out there for no time at all, basically turn around and drive straight back into Northeast Portland for lunch.
That could be.
Okay.
It could be that that could have happened. I drive a lot in my job. I also drive a lot for meditation, for work, for writing.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
You're saying you drove around 2 random days in March. I'm saying my best guess is I was looking for property. But my best guess could have been I was still filling a plot hole too. Are you following me? That I don't know what I was doing. I'm giving you what I regard as great possibilities of what I was doing.
Great. So you have a nice lunch, you go home.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, you get up and do the same thing.
Okay.
Dan's at work again.
Okay.
You drive out to the same area,
Mm-hmm.
exact same area,
Mm-hmm.
but you're there for longer. Do you recall that?
I recall the testimony that I've heard.
I'm asking if you recall.
No. No. These are two random. I drive all the time. I don't think about this. I drive when I'm thinking about the story. I drive when I'm working. I work all over this whole area. No, I don't recall 2 random days in March that I was driving around.
Okay.
I can tell you for sure I never went to the gun range.
Would it surprise you that that's the only 2 times that your phone, as far back as the phone records go that we have, when you head out that way, that it's the only time you don't go all the way to the coast?
No, that can't possibly be true. And the reason why that can't possibly be true is because I have a lot of clients in Vernonia, and I would have gone out to see them, if nothing else, during Medicare season. You know, I have clients, I drive all over. I love Vernonia. I think it is a charming little town. But that does not mean that that could possibly have been the only times I was out there that I didn't go to the coast.
Do you agree on the 26th and 27th you didn't go to Vernonia?
I don't remember going to Vernonia, but your records show that I didn't go to Vernonia, and I'm willing to believe you.
I want to talk about Dan's routines.
Okay.
We've got a lot of testimony in this case. I think you'd agree that he held a pretty strict routine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whatever it was, whether it was what time he left for work or...
Depending on the day. He held a strict routine depending on what his schedule was for the day.
I think you testified that within a 30-minute window is pretty much he got up at the same time every day. Didn't matter if he was going to work.
That's absolutely true.
What time was that?
It was between 4 and 4:30.
That's when he would wake up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think you testified to, and I know you told the police that he walked the dogs,
Mm-hmm.
take care of the chickens,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes go get you coffee.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty routine for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else?
He frequently, if he needed to do something like go to Wojimaya in the morning, he would do that. He did shopping for his class or for whatever he was doing, usually early in the morning.
Okay.
You know, he worked in the garden early in the morning.
It sounds like you two kind of did your own thing during the day. Like he would go to work, you had your things to do, like you would have go and meet clients, things like that. But you didn't work together.
That's not true. We frequently worked together.
You worked at OCI?
No, but we worked together on different things. If he had a class outside of OCI, for example, I might take things down to him. I took things down to OCI for Dan 3 to 4 times a month because he would get to school and realize he had left something. So we worked together in terms of doing things, but not necessarily on projects.
Right.
Am I being clear?
Not really.
Okay, good.
So would you say that generally you knew where Dan was?
Yes, I would say that.
And in general, would he know where you were?
In general, he would know where I was.
You guys would communicate, I'm going to work, or I'm coming home, or whatever?
Yes, or, you know, I sold a policy, or the dogs are having an issue, or whatever. We were in constant contact.
Okay. And in general, I know it depends on what kind of stuff is happening at OCI. On the weekends, did Dan generally leave around the same time?
In general, did Dan leave around the same time every day? No, it would depend on what his schedule was. You know, if he was working weekends, he left at a different time. If he was working days, he worked at a different time. If he was going mushroom hunting, he left at a different time.
Listen to the question. The question is, on the weekends,
All right.
when going to OCI,
Right.
did he generally leave at the same time?
I would say within a 30-minute window, yeah.
Okay. And on June 2nd, did you expect for him to leave earlier that day because of the live fire?
It wouldn't have surprised me for him to, but Dan was always prepared. Dan took being a Boy Scout to heart, and he was always prepared. We went to a party where somebody cut themselves with a knife. Who had a medical kit? Dan. You know, he was Mr. Prepared. So he could have left earlier. He could have been well enough prepared that he didn't need to.
And in preparation for that live fire, he actually took 2 carts down to the school the day before, correct?
That wasn't in preparation for the live fire. He took
okay.
He took 2 carts down because he does that every weekend.
Gotcha. He does that every Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I hate to commit to every Friday. He does it every weekend, but the days he chooses to do it are his days.
And you were aware that he did that Friday, June 1st?
I was.
Okay. And you know Dan generally parks on 17th in front of the Culinary Institute?
No. I think he parks there a fair amount, but he also parks on Madison. He rarely uses the lot because he's one of the lucky people who have a parking sticker.
Right. He can park on the street.
Yeah, and he parks wherever he parks. I mean, I don't think he has assigned parking or even his idea of assigned parking.
Does it make sense to you, though, that when he is bringing things to the school, that he would park on 17th so that he could unload and load into the school?
That would make sense. But I would also say when he and the Starbucks across the street were doing 5-gallon buckets of coffee grounds, he parked on Jefferson so he could deal with that.
Okay. You stated that you knew that the doors would usually be locked at the school. Is that true?
The doors were always locked. As far as I know, I don't know of an incident where anything but the student door would have been opened, that people could have gone in and out.
We'll talk about the school in a little bit more in just a
Okay.
second. You sort of mentioned this, actually I think you did mention it, that Dan always had cash.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just kind of the guy he was? He liked to deal in cash as opposed to cards and credit cards?
He operated with cash, and so he needed a lot of ones because of the cart. So he frequently would have little money bundles of ones at home from either money he'd made off the cart or what have you. He operated with cash more, but it was largely for the cart.
Right. And it's true that he often didn't even know how much money was in his own account, right?
Dan was more routine than that. I wouldn't say he didn't know how much was in his account. I would say it differently. I would say Dan had the reason why we broke up our finances the way we did was because his expenses were much more routine and he could figure out his money based upon the fact his check was much more routine than my life was.
Right. But he would actually reach out to you to ask you if his check had been deposited, right?
Yes. Occasionally he would call me and say, I need you to look at the bank account and tell me this or that.
Your Honor, I'm about to start a new subject. I don't know if you want to...
All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break then and be back on the record at 10:45.
Okay, we'll go off record and use WebEx, all right?
All right, so that was their morning break. Yep. Live stream starts soon. Let me fast forward. We'll get back to her testimony. If you haven't had a chance to answer our poll, we have a poll going. How's Nancy doing on cross? She's acing it with flying colors. She's doing pretty well. I see a bit of smoke. She's a full-on dumpster fire. So if you haven't had a chance yet, please take a moment and answer our poll.
Ms. Brophy, can you see this okay?
Yes,
I can't see that.
I can see it.
So let me know when you're ready, okay?
I'm ready.
I want to talk to you about your familiarity with the Oregon Culinary Institute.
Okay.
And I asked you if you could see State's Exhibit 1. And that's what you were saying. Yes, you can see that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
How many times would you say you visited the Oregon Culinary Institute?
Hundreds.
Have you been to most areas of the building?
I have been. And before it was OCI, it was a division of Western Culinary. So I have been there many times.
Is that where that's not the building that you went to culinary school though,
No,
correct?
it's not.
Okay. But when it was Western Culinary, you had familiarity with it then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when it became the Oregon Culinary Institute, of course, Dan worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you think you've been there hundreds of times?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any area that you haven't ever been in? You can use the pointer there if you'd like.
All right. This area, it's not that I don't know that classroom, it's that I've really never been in there. And this little closet area in here, I've never been in there. This became a classroom later, but I've certainly been in it when it was an empty space. Other than that, I would say no.
Okay. When you would come down to the Culinary Institute,
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's been some testimony that you used to come to the restaurant quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you generally park and where would you go in?
You can have an hour's parking out in front, and but I never parked in the student parking lot. It was too crowded. So you either parked in our parking lot or across the street in front of the Starbucks in that area.
Okay.
You would go in this entrance down here,
Okay.
and then sit in the dining room.
And then when you came down to say bring Dan something or just come to visit or whatever, where would you generally park and go in then?
A lot of times I wouldn't park at all. A lot of times Dan would leave the vehicle unlocked for me. I would find where he'd parked. I'd put stuff on a seat. I'd lock his car. I would get back in and go. Other times Dan would meet me with a cup of coffee because he knows a good bribe. And he would give me the coffee. I'd give him whatever he'd gotten at the house, and I would not go in. On the few occasions that I went in, I would come in the student entrance because that was the one that was unlocked.
Okay. Now, you said that you visited the Culinary Institute a couple weeks prior to Dan's death.
Mm-hmm.
Also on a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
About 7:30 in the morning.
It could have been.
With cell site location information said that it was 7:30. Would you agree with that?
I probably would, yeah.
Okay. You said that day you were meeting a client and you decided to stop there to use the restroom.
Right.
And you said that Dan had to let you in.
Yes.
Which door was that?
Dan would have let me in the staff entrance, which is down at the end of that strip.
That 17th
Right.
Side door.
Right.
And did you park on the street?
Yes.
And he let you in that door?
Yes.
You said you went to the restroom.
Yes.
Which restrooms did you go to?
I have no idea.
Did you go to the ones in that main hallway or did you have to go somewhere else?
Well, the restrooms are here
Right.
and here. So I went to one of them. I have no idea which restroom I went to.
When you were using the restroom, where did Dan go?
He did whatever he does, you know. He was doing what his routine was or whatever.
What did you see him doing when you were in there?
Well, I was in the restroom. I didn't see him doing anything.
Not while you're in the restroom, when you're in the building.
I came out of the restroom. He came out of one of the classrooms. He walked me to the door, and I left. There wasn't. We didn't have social hour. He was working. I was borrowing the bathroom. I had things to do. He had things to do.
What were the names of the other people that were there?
I didn't see anybody there, but that didn't mean people weren't there. I would have said Yadu was there, and I probably would have said the other instructor was there.
But you didn't see or hear anyone, did you?
Not that I recall.
And that was on May 17th?
I'm not sure.
If the cell site location information put you at the school at 7:30 on May 17th, would you agree with that?
I'm not sure. And the reason why I'm not sure is, and I'm just going to say I'm not sure.
Okay. But you agree that it's 2 to 3 weeks prior?
Something like that.
Okay. And you didn't go another time?
No.
Okay. So, being familiar with this building, you knew there were no cameras in the building, right?
That just never came up in the conversation. I wouldn't have told you if there were cameras in the building or not.
You don't recall telling anybody that you knew there were no cameras in the building?
I may have said that because I may have known more 5 years ago than I know more now.
Huh?
Okay, that I know there was no cameras now because of all these things that have happened. I can't really tell you, although I may have known it, whether there were cameras before that. I just don't remember if I knew that before.
What about outside the building? Did you see any cameras?
Once again, I wasn't looking.
What about over at BMW, or yeah, what was BMW was prior to the property room? Did you see any cameras over there?
Not looking. I wasn't paying enough attention to have told you that.
Did you see any cameras in any of the visits that you came down to the Oregon Culinary Institute?
Couldn't tell you.
When did you find out about Mark's death?
I can't tell you the exact time, but I can tell you the day. And it was, Mark died on June 22nd.
What were you doing when you got that call?
I can't even tell you if it was Susan or Holly who called me. I talked to both of them, and I don't know who told me that. But Sarah, not Susan or Holly, Sarah or Holly, Sarah said, "Can I come over?" And I said, "Sure." But whatever I was doing, it was probably wandering around in a fog anyway, so I have no idea what I was doing.
So did you find out on a phone call, or?
Is it better if I sit back a little? Yes, I found out on a phone call.
What about Ed? What were you doing?
I think Cousin Janet was there when we found out about Ed. We both knew he was in bad health, but I think Cousin Janet may have gotten the text or a phone call or something from that, so we knew.
And you've seen all the video of you driving around downtown at this point, right?
Yes.
Seen any still photographs from that?
Mm-hmm.
And you testified on direct that it looked like your van.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite say. You do agree that is you at this point, right? I do. But I would say that it took me a while to get to that stage. Yeah. But as you sit here today, you agree that it is you driving that van that morning?
Yes, but I also think that only because of the date stamp can I tell you it was that morning.
Right. You're not challenging that. You're agreeing that is you.
We have more things to challenge than me driving around in this case.
You would agree that you're driving around and in front of the Culinary Institute at the exact time that Dan is being murdered?
No, actually, I don't agree with that. I was driving around for a full hour before Dan got murdered. I was down there before Dan ever got to school. Was driving around writing for a full hour. I was only in that vicinity for 6 minutes, and I don't know that Dan was murdered in that 6 minutes. We agree that he was murdered in that time frame, but in terms of when he arrived and shortly thereafter, but whether it's not in that 6 minutes or not, I don't know.
I'm sorry, did you just say that you were driving around writing?
Yes, that's what I was doing, was driving around writing. I testified to that yesterday, that I would find a place to park and I'd jot down ideas.
I thought you didn't know that you were driving.
Yesterday, what I testified for was that when I was sitting in there, I could remember being in the parking lot writing. Didn't I say that yesterday?
No.
Okay.
So let's go back over.
Okay, let's go back.
So, Mrs. Brophy, don't ask questions. Mr. Overstreet, don't answer questions.
Sorry.
So, yesterday, you stated that you remembered a time being in that area, and you were writing. There was a white van. There was a man going back and forth between the white van and some other location. You assumed that he was working on the van. It was distracting to you, and that you decided to leave. Do you remember that? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Your attorney then asked you if that was on June 2nd.
And I said I did not know.
Right. So if you do not know, you have no memory of driving around downtown on the morning of June 2nd, how can you sit here today and say that I was driving around writing?
Because if I was down there, that's what I was doing. And you're right, I stand corrected that I should have answered the question differently and said I don't know. But I do know, based upon the timestamps, that I was down there an hour before Dan died. And that I was only down there for 6 minutes or less from the time that he signed into the building until you see me again leaving the area.
Right. That 6 minutes, you just happened to be in front of the Culinary Institute during that time.
No, I wasn't.
Did you see the video where you can see your van turning off of 17th onto Jefferson at 7:28 a.m.?
I did see that, but that doesn't mean I was in front of the Culinary Institute. That means I would have come up from another street to have gotten there.
But you're not seen on any other cameras until that moment.
But as you all testified, if there's a train, you can't see when people cross Madison. So I could have been, and what I actually think I was, if this is having thought about it for a while, is in another parking lot off Madison at that point. So I can say at 7:28, I definitely turned the van and was driving there, and we all saw it, but I have no idea, and I know I wasn't parked in front of the building, so what I would have been is riding someplace else and coming around. Now, I'm doing this based upon putting stuff back together, not based upon actual memory.
Right, you said you know that you wouldn't have been parked in front of the building, but how would you know that?
Because I would have gone inside, because I would have said, "Hi, Dan, how are you?" Because when Dan came out of the building, he would have said, "Hey, Nancy, how are you?" You know, we're not foreigners. We know each other.
How do you know you didn't go in the building?
I know I didn't go in the building because I didn't kill Dan. You know, I know that for a fact.
If you have no memory, how do you know you didn't go in the building?
You know, I'm reconstructing this, but I'm reconstructing this based upon what I know in my heart. And what I know in my heart is the reason why I have no memory is because I was stunned by the fact Dan was dead. And I wouldn't have been stunned if I'd been in the building and shot him.
I didn't suggest that you did go in to shoot him. What I'm suggesting and asking is, did you just go in the building? And how would you know if you didn't?
I agree that, but he wasn't part of my focus that morning. My focus was on my story and getting it out and getting it done, you know. And Dan is at work. you know, you don't, your wife doesn't drop in to see you at work just because she's driving by. You know, she assumes you're working. I assume Dan is working.
You did it 2 weeks prior.
I did it for a specific purpose, which was to go to the bathroom.
Right. So, Ms. Brophy, would you agree that it's possible that you went into the OCI on the morning of June 2nd to use the bathroom?
No, I wouldn't.
It's impossible.
I would say it was impossible.
Even though you have no memory of it?
Even though I have no memory of it.
Where did you normally go to get Starbucks?
It depended on where I was going that morning. If I was going to McMinnville, there's a Starbucks as I drive on 217 that I can hop off on. If I was going to Oregon City, if I was going to Oregon City, what I actually did was I didn't stop for Starbucks because there was a Starbucks in the Fred Meyers where I was going. So I would have gone there. If I was at home, there's a Starbucks on Beaverton Hillsdale Highway right by Jesuit High School. There's a Starbucks on Hall where it intersects with right across from the Beaverton Mall. Those are the two I tend to go to occasionally. But if I have time and I'm going to sit there and write, then I usually go to the one at 17th and Canyon, which is just the other side.
Other side of 26?
Right. No, the other side of 217.
I'm sorry, 217, that's what I meant. Other side of 217, from your house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so have you taken a look at your bank records?
I have not.
In preparation for this trial, you haven't seen your bank records?
Well, I saw them months and months ago.
Okay. And you've heard testimony that you go to Starbucks quite a bit.
I do.
I think somebody said almost $1,000 in a year or something like that.
Yeah, I was shocked by that figure too.
I think we all would be. But there's no charge for Starbucks on the morning of June 2nd.
Yes, but if you go through my bank records, you will see there's no charge for Starbucks a lot of days when I know that I had coffee. You know, if I had cash, I could have paid cash. Keep in mind that I don't have my purse with me because I'm not carrying a purse. I'm not wearing a bra, so I don't have a credit card with me. I don't have my phone with me, so I would have had cash and just given it to them.
It makes more sense that you'd have cash over a card?
It makes more sense if I don't have a bra that I don't have a card with me.
And you do agree you left your phone at home that morning?
I agree I wasn't wearing a bra, so my phone wouldn't have been in my bra.
Right. So just this day is the day that you paid cash at Starbucks?
I pay cash at Starbucks a fair amount.
Right. So in the morning, if Dan doesn't bring you coffee, it would be normal for you to get up, not fully get dressed, run to Starbucks, use cash, use a card, who cares, right? Go back home and write.
Mm-hmm.
That was normal.
That would be a normal morning.
Okay.
On a day when I wasn't committed to doing something else.
Right. But on June 2nd,
Mm-hmm.
now you're saying that morning you got up. Well, let's take a step back.
Okay.
The night before, your
Okay.
testimony was that you went to sleep late, or went to bed late.
Mm-hmm.
And when you went to bed, you went up to that attic bedroom,
Yes.
and Dan was already in bed,
Yes.
and he was asleep.
Yes.
And the reason you went to bed late was because of a leak? Was that
No.
the reason you went to bed late, or it just happened to be?
No, I frequently went to bed much later than Dan.
I see.
Dan went to bed early because he got up early.
Okay. What time did he go to bed that night?
I don't know.
Okay. What time did you go to bed?
I don't know that.
Well, you said it was late. What's your reference point?
Well, it was later than Dan. My reference point was that there was water on the floor.
Okay.
And the water on the floor, I was trying to clean it up enough that, we didn't step in it in the middle of the night and didn't make it worse.
And which sink are you talking about?
The sink in the bathroom upstairs. So my bedroom is long and narrow. And right off of my bedroom to the left is a bathroom. And as I stepped in there, we go from carpeting to sheet goods, and I could feel the water under my feet.
Okay. I think it was maybe just a little confusing. There was some testimony about a problem with the kitchen sink, but you're not talking about the kitchen sink.
No, and I thought that was not, I thought it was confusing, but I also thought at that point I was probably making a point rather than pointing to the right sink, just pointing to a sink in general.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're talking about the right sink.
Right.
I just wasn't clear on that. So you're talking about the sink with the leak that was of concern on June 1st was in the bathroom upstairs. Okay. So you kind of clean it up. You go to bed late. It sounds like maybe you woke up at some point in the night.
I wake up every night in the middle of the night.
Do you have a specific recollection of waking up in the middle of the night that
Nope.
night? Okay. And by that, you mean like you have to use the restroom or something?
Or, I really don't sleep very well at all, and I particularly don't sleep when I'm wound up. And when I'm working on a story, I'm wound up. So I'm just not a great sleeper anymore.
So when you wake up, was Dan already up?
Yes, Dan was standing over the sink in the bathroom.
And what was he doing?
He said, why do we have all these towels in the sink? And so that was what we talked about, was the fact that I think there's a leak, and I had felt underneath, but I couldn't feel it, on the, whatever that long pipe's called, that, he said, well, I'll get something, he said, I'll get something, or maybe I know he got something because I saw it. I'm not sure which way this is the truth here. But when I dealt with it later, there was a white bucket underneath. But the last thing I saw him doing was taking the wet towels down the stairs.
That's the last time you saw him? You talked about a leak. He walked downstairs with some wet towels. You stayed in bed.
Oh, no. This is where I got up and threw on a minimum amount of clothes and ran to get coffee.
I thought your testimony was you don't remember going to get coffee.
I don't remember going to get coffee, but I do remember throwing on some clothes and leaving the house.
That wasn't your testimony yesterday.
That I didn't throw on clothes and leave the
You said
house?
you got dressed, but you said you didn't have any recollection of leaving to go get coffee.
Well, I think we're splitting hairs here. I don't remember getting coffee.
You can agree to disagree on that, but okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Which is it, Ms. Brophy? Do you remember going to get coffee or don't you?
I do not remember getting coffee. I remember putting on clothes and heading downstairs. That's almost always a prelude to I'm going to get coffee.
And Dan was already gone by the time you got downstairs?
Oh, no. Dan would have been there for quite a bit longer. I was expecting to get coffee and be back before he was out of the shower and dressed and everything else,
Do you see him?
No, he's in the basement. He took the wet towels down.
Okay. So he's still there, but you didn't see him?
He's still there.
So now you remember, you went downstairs, you got dressed, you went downstairs.
Okay, and I have a real problem with this, and I have to apologize to you, because what I do is I reconstruct based upon what I know would have happened, not what actually happened. So allow me to apologize for the fact that I am misleading you here, and that was not intentional. What I would tell you is, I don't remember running into Dan, but if I would have, I think I would have remembered it. He's downstairs, I'm assuming, dealing with the towels. I'm assuming that most mornings I'm right back in bed before he ever leaves.
Okay, so what time did you leave?
I have no idea.
What time did you get back?
I have no idea. What I know is the last time somebody saw me was I was in a video at 7:28.
Right. So that morning you wake up, you get dressed, you go downstairs, you leave, you don't have any recollection as to where you went.
No.
And you don't know how long you were gone.
I know from your, okay.
Your memory.
Memory, no.
You have no idea how long you were gone.
No, I have none.
You know now that your phone was not with you.
Yes.
When you got back, was Dan still there?
No. But I couldn't even tell you, wait, once again, I'm filling in for blanks. I don't know that Dan was there or not there. What I remember is that I was sitting in bed writing when Maxine called. There's a huge little blank in there.
I know you jumped ahead with your lawyer. We're going to go slower.
Okay.
So you assume you go get coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Get home. You don't know if Dan's still there or not.
I don't remember if Dan's still there or
Don't
not.
remember. You do remember some point you're back in bed.
Yes, because Maxine called and I was in bed writing.
And what time was that?
I don't remember that either. Maxine called, what, 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in there?
Sure. You remember that?
I remember Maxine calling.
And you remember what she told you?
I do.
You remember how you responded?
Yes.
And then you remember calling Dan?
Yes.
You remember trying to text Dan?
Yes.
You remember him not answering or responding to your text?
I do.
You then called Maxine Borcherding back.
Right.
You remember that conversation?
Right.
You got off the phone with her. You called Karen Brophy.
Right.
You remember that conversation?
I do.
You remember after that you got dressed?
Yes. Well, yes. Yes.
You got your phone?
Grabbed all my stuff.
Got your stuff? Went downtown? Drove downtown?
Mm-hmm.
And when you drove downtown, did you take the normal way that you would drive when you were going to the Culinary Institute?
I'm going to say that technically, I don't really remember, but based upon habit, I would have bet money on it.
Okay. So the same road that we see you coming in on Jefferson earlier in the morning, that's the route that you most likely would have taken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when you came in, when you get to that roundabout, did you go down Columbia and turn on 17th?
Yes. And I parked at Potluck in the Park.
Tricky here, I want to show you a map. Showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 95. I talked about the roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
When you came in here, did you come down to 17th and park on this corner right here?
I didn't park on the corner. I
Or
parked
in here?
right in there. Yes.
There's like a few spots there.
Well, it's a delivery driveway, and I don't think they think they're spots. I just created a spot.
So you didn't come in, drive around Lincoln, and come up Jefferson, right?
If we're talking about after Maxine called, well, the video shows I'm down there another time.
We're to the point in the morning where you've talked to Maxine, you've talked to Ms.
Right.
Murphy.
Right, and so I would have gone exactly the way you showed and parked in Potluck in the Park.
So you came down here, turned on 17th, parked somewhere in here.
Right,
At Potluck in the Park.
right.
Okay. And then where did you walk to from there?
Can I use the pointer?
Yes, please.
All right, so there was police tape. Sorry. There was a police tape that ran from this corner right here across the street so that you could not turn either onto 17th or continue on. Right in the middle of the street was a police car. And I walked from here to the police car.
Okay. And you said you interacted with a police officer at that point?
Did?
A male police officer?
Yes.
And he directed you to go somewhere?
I said, I'm Nancy Brophy, and he said, wait here. And he said, I want you to wait over there by that building, which that building was the corner of, directly opposite of OCI.
Okay.
And I went, stood over there, and he brought other officers.
Okay. Is that when Officer Wells came and gave you a hug?
When Officer Wells gave me a hug, we had walked from the corner. I would gone around the corner and come up, is that 17th? And so we were frankly, right about where the Ave is on this sign.
Uh-huh.
And they had said, we want you to stand back over here. so that you're out of the range of the camera from the press. And I said, okay, and I'm crying. And that's when Officer Wells gave me a hug.
Okay. And did she tell you anything?
She told me she would like to be married to a chef.
Okay. Did she tell you anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And did you speak with the tips volunteer before you went into the van or after?
I did not speak with them before.
Okay.
And I was in the van and they escorted her in.
Do you recall seeing Brian Wilkie and...
Yes.
Okay. Where was he?
They were across Madison, and there was Brian Wilkie and I know Woody Bailey was with him. There were 2 or 3 other people who were kind of all standing together over here.
And you recall when the detectives walked up to you and said they wanted to speak with you in the van?
It was in that period of time.
And you remember getting in the van?
Yes.
You remember where the detectives sat?
Yes.
You remember having a conversation that was recorded with them?
Yes.
You don't necessarily remember all the conversation?
I would tell you it's spotty, but I've heard that tape enough that I can tell you what was on the tape.
Is there anything inaccurate that you were reporting to the police?
Not intentionally.
Not what I asked.
When the police said to me, "Where were you this morning?" I told them where I was. And I told them where I was based upon the fact that when Maxine called me, that's where I was.
In fact, what you told the police were you were in bed.
Okay.
You woke up when Dan came upstairs.
Yes.
That he came upstairs to take a shower.
Yes.
That after he got out of the shower, you two discussed the leak.
I told him after the shower.
Well, maybe, I don't know that you specified exactly when, but...
Well, we're on Veracity here, so we need to be accurate.
Well, you tell me.
I don't think I told him it was after the shower.
Okay. Was it before?
I did. I think my memory is that I don't remember if he had taken a shower or not. That's why I was surprised you said that.
Okay, but you told the police that.
You could have been.
Well, you said you've heard the tape.
I've heard the tape.
Okay. You told them that you took a shower. Sorry, that Mr. Brophy took a shower.
I think I told him he came upstairs to take a shower. I don't think I told him he took a shower.
You said that after the shower he got dressed and left. Do you remember that?
No. But I may have said it.
And you said that he left at 7:05 to 7:10-ish. Remember that?
Yes, but that was based upon when he always left.
Okay. But you just testified to something completely different.
Here's the thing is that, no, I'm still on the same thing. I testified to the fact that I was trying to help the police so that they had an idea of what Dan did in the morning. I didn't think this whole thing had a damn thing to do with me. I thought it had to do with what was Dan doing? What can you do? What can you tell us to help us so we know what his routine is?
So was what you told the police inaccurate?
It could have been, but at that point I was screaming in my brain, Dan is dead, Dan is dead. And if I was inaccurate, it was not to mislead them.
Do you remember going into quite a bit of detail with the detectives, even regarding Dan's accident the prior week when he cut his hand?
I could have, yes.
You've heard that on the tape, though?
Mm-hmm.
You've seen the video, heard the testimony. You would agree that the critical moments that you've been asked about, your responses has been you don't remember.
Critical moments that I have been asked about, my response, I don't remember, is the most accurate thing I can tell you.
Right, but at the critical moments that you were there in the area, at the same time that someone happens to be shooting your husband within a 6-minute window with the exact type of gun that you own and is now mysteriously missing.
That's your version of what happened. That is not my version. The only thing I know for sure is I did not kill Dan. And I have no problem with that. I know I didn't kill Dan with the gun that was put together, the gun that wasn't put together, or the slide that we can't find. But, you know, when your husband dies, everything around you grinds to a halt. And what I told the police said, this is a death notification. But it wasn't a death notification, it was an in-depth interview, as seen by the fact you're bringing up every moment of it as we're coming back. And a death notification, they would have said, we can see you're upset, let us schedule an appointment, let us come back and see you this afternoon, let us do something different. Instead, they hammered away at me with questions. Hammer, 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 and I can tell you this, I tried to help them the absolute best I could. I tried to give them what I knew was his routine. I tried to help them in any way I could. And the fact that you have managed to construct a case against me out of that is you've constructed a case. But I think your case is held together with, real frankly, Band-Aids. You know.
Anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think I'm done. Probably more than I want to be.
Isn't it possible, with your memory problems of the morning, that you actually went into the building and shot your husband and you just don't remember?
No, it is not. No, it is not. Because the one thing I knew I had a strong thing is the last time I saw Dan. I see Dan every day. I talk to him every day. This is not a man I would have shot because I had a memory issue. It seems to me like if I had shot him, I would know every detail. You know, I could have told you all sorts of things that was true. I did not shoot my husband, and I don't know even how to defend myself against the truth, you know.
We've talked a lot about Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about the devastation to his family,
Yes.
to the community. And you've seen the devastation in person, right? Multiple times, over and over. All the people reaching out to you, the memorials, and the testimony in court.
Yes.
You would agree that up until the time that you took the stand, you didn't really show a lot of emotion in this trial.
No, I wouldn't agree with that at all. The fact I didn't cry doesn't mean that I didn't show emotion or that I didn't have emotion. It's mean I didn't do the overt thing. What I would tell you is it wouldn't have mattered if I'd cried or not, because if I had cried, you would be sitting here saying to me, do you agree that you were overly dramatic? So I don't think there's a win-win in this conversation for me.
But you chose to take the stand.
I chose to take the stand.
Explain your side of the story.
Tell my side of the story, which I might point out I have been absolutely quiet about from the day Dan died to now. I have not had press interviews. I have not done any of the things that where I could have told my story early.
Okay. When I talk about emotion or lack thereof while you're sitting over there at council table listening to testimony, you agree that you actually laughed on quite a few occasions. Is that right?
The fact that when I think about Dan, it still gives me joy. I do laugh. I love people who come up and say to me, and I've had several people who've said this in the last 4 years, Dan was my teacher. I loved him. And I said, tell me stories about him, because that gives me joy. You know, yes, I find that, you know, am I brokenhearted? I'm brokenhearted. Am I delighted to hear stories from people who loved him as much as I did? Yeah, I am.
Hearing those stories make you emotional as well.
Talking about Dan, period, makes me emotional. But a lot of the people who came up and cried, well, they weren't crying for Dan, they were crying for themselves. I had a horrible experience happen to me. I'm crying, and I am empathetic to that. But when Karen Brophy teared up, my heart broke, because I knew she loved him as much as I did. Yeah. And I knew that she was crying for Dan, not for some other reason.
What about the students that knew Dan and loved him?
The students that knew Dan and loved him didn't testify earlier. Who testified a lot of earlier was the instructor, 2 or 3 of the people who had been in the pastry class, and I am grateful to them for the fact they did what they could do. Do not misunderstand me, but I don't think it changed their life. They went back to school the next weekend. They graduated from the program. They weren't testifying they had to have counseling as a result of this. I'm saying the people whose heart were broken, the people who missed Dan and loved him the most, the people who loved him the most, I cry with them because we know.
Sorry, did you just testify and say that the person who literally tried to save his life was not negatively affected by this?
No, I said she went on with her life. That she didn't, I did not say that. She had a horrible experience. I said I was empathetic to that experience. But I also know that she wasn't crying that day in court because of that. She was crying because she had had a terrible experience and it affected her with bad memories. But it did not stop her life. Her life went on. Her life, she went back to school. She graduated with the program. You know, it stopped my life. It stopped the Brophy's life. There were students he had whose life had stopped and coworkers he had who were truly, truly brokenhearted.
Ms. Brophy, did you listen to the testimony of Clorinda Perez?
I did, and I've heard it 3 times now. The first time she told me, I cried, because she told me in person. Every time she's been on the stand, Clorinda Perez has sobbed and sobbed. And I am sympathetic every time she does it. I know she went through a terrible experience. But she's not crying for Dan. She's crying for the terrible experience she had.
You mentioned that. I'm asking about your feelings.
Okay, let me ask the question again, please.
You listened to Clorinda Perez testify about her experience.
Right.
How she saw Dan on the ground. She knew CPR. She took it upon herself to try to save his life.
Yes.
And failed.
Yes.
She felt that.
Yes.
You saw her tell that story on the stand. It was absolutely devastated about that experience.
No, I disagree with you entirely on that. I think she had a terrible experience. I think that it was a bone-jarring experience for her. I think she did everything she could, and she was proud of the fact, and I was proud for her that she did everything she could. But when she's crying 5 years after the fact because it was a terrible experience, I think she's crying for the fact she had a horrible experience, not for the fact that Dan Brophy, a man she barely knew, died.
Keep mentioning that. We're going to play what's marked as State's Exhibit 116. Yes. I'll play just real briefly and have you identify the voice.
So far, they haven't covered anything.
Who does that sound like?
Well, I'm also looking where it says call to Sarah Gitchell, so I'm assuming that's Sarah Gitchell.
Who's the voice that you hear?
Yes, that's my voice.
That's your voice?
Yes.
And this is a phone call that you made to Sarah Gitchell?
Could be, yes. That's what it says.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and go back to the beginning? Play that.
So far, they haven't covered anything that we didn't know. I mean, they had all these little girls who cried today, you know, and I've seen all these little girls. Well, I've seen particularly the Spanish girl cry 3 times now. So, you know, she cries off cue.
Didn't I just say essentially that?
That's your response after hearing these people testify to their experience. That's what you thought about that?
I thought it was interesting that Clorinda Perez, when she told me, did not cry. When she's on the stand, she cries and she sobs and she carries on. I think she had a terrible, terrible experience. That I totally agree with. And I am sympathetic to that. But I also think she can cry on cue when she gets on stand. because she didn't cry when she told me. She told me and I cried, you know, when we went to an event that she came up and said, I am the person who did CPR. And I immediately burst into tears, you know, and she told me the story. And I told her how wonderful I thought she was, you know, that she had done that. But
You seem to be a couple steps ahead of me throughout this.
Sorry.
You're expecting this?
I don't know if expecting that is what I would say. But I'm sorry, I'll try and be quieter.
When you keep saying Clorinda Perez over and over, and you keep mentioning her name, in this audio, you don't actually say Clorinda Perez.
Okay?
Is she the one you're referring to when you say the Spanish girl?
I think she is. I don't think the others were Spanish, but they could have been.
Okay. And did you see Clorinda Perez at the farmyard? I'm sorry about the name, but the farmyard memorial in August?
That's where she told me.
Okay. Isn't it true that when she came up to you and tried to talk to you, you actually ignored her?
No, it's not.
Dr. Warford testified and called you a problem solver. Would you agree with that?
I think on my feet, yes.
It's true. You're not a lawyer, right?
No,
You got a lot of lawyers in your family,
true.
including some of them that practice criminal defense.
Yes.
Ms. Brophy, do you know where I can go in the metro area to rent night vision goggles?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a place I can go where I can just try them out, handle them?
I have no idea.
But you bought a pair.
I had a person who worked for me who took a loan from me, and that was what he used for collateral. He paid the loan back, he got the night vision goggles back.
Sorry, the line of questioning with your lawyer was things that you had purchased in order to further your writing.
It could have, yes, I can see that, but in a way, I purchased it. If he had not come back and reclaimed it, they would have been mine.
We heard from a few of your writer friends that are quite successful. Lots of published books and make a decent living. That's not true for you though, right?
No, I started, most of those people started being published about 5 years earlier than I did. And I have not been successful. I have sold books, but I have not sold enough books to make me break out and have people say, hey, this is an author I remember. But considering that with the advent of Amazon, that 10,000 books get published every month, it's now harder to do that than it's been in the past.
Right, and you're actually a self-published author,
I am.
correct? Have you ever been published besides yourself?
Yes, I have.
What book was that?
It was a book called Sex in the Office. It was published by Black Lace Publishing, and it was part of an anthology.
When was that?
Uh, 2005, maybe 2006, somewhere in there.
Not much success after that?
I would say publishing changed, and I would say it differently. I would say I didn't get into romance writers with the idea that of being published. That was never my goal. My goal was to write because I like to write. Friends like Sir Lute said, no, you need to write toward getting published. And we were friends long enough that I wrote toward getting published.
When did you start writing?
I can't remember a time I haven't written.
Whole life?
Whole life.
And when we talk about being published, there's been some questions to you about this Witches book or Witches trilogy that you wrote in this email that you got. That was from a publisher?
That was from an agent.
An agent. So not a publisher.
That's right.
It was an agent asking to see more of the writing so they could determine whether they were going to be interested in purchasing it, correct?
That's true.
Nobody
No. They weren't. No. An agent acts as your go-between. A lot of editors won't look at your work without an agent.
So nobody was actually telling you they were buying that book?
Nobody was telling me that, no.
How many people do you think you sent that manuscript to?
I didn't send the manuscript to many people, but I queried a lot of people.
You didn't send that manuscript to...
At best, I sent a chapter. Editors,
Sure.
agents don't want to have you send their manuscript unrequested. You send a little bit of the writing, they look at it and say, yes, we're interested in this story, no, we're not.
I'm not an author, so I don't necessarily... I might be using the wrong terminology, so feel free to correct me. You sent a sample, a piece
Right.
of the story to how many people, do you think?
Oh, I probably sent it out to 10 to 20,
You got rejected from all of them.
yes,
You got this one email about somebody who may be interested.
right?
You didn't respond to that email.
Yes, I did.
Where's that?
I sent them the manuscript.
Where's that?
What do you mean, where is it? It went magically by email to her. A few months later, if you look down the road, you'll see that she sent me a rejection letter. And I would guess, based upon what I know about this, that it would take her 90 days to do that.
You testified yesterday that you didn't know anything about guns. So you had to do some research.
That's true.
And that began in 2017?
That began with this particular story in 2017.
But you actually know quite a bit about guns before that, right?
I wrote heroes that operated with guns, but where I would get into trouble because I didn't write in depth about guns, like for example in 2015, I did a lot of research on dirty bombs and on plastic explosives like C4, and so you research what you need. I hadn't really needed, I could pass guns off by throwing out equipment stuff. I could talk about flashbangs and I could talk about this. So it sounded like my guys were in that. You know, romance writers don't need a technical description. I'm not Tom Clancy. What they need is enough believable things that they can get by. Now, when you're writing a book about guns and putting it together, you need information about guns. But for the most part, and in that book, I needed information about how C4 worked and what a string of pearls were and things like that. I needed information. I've researched Navy SEALs because several of my heroes were leaving the military and they had been Navy SEALs, you
Right.
know.
But when you say things to the police like, oh, the shooter thingy, I mean, you have more knowledge than that.
I have more knowledge than that, but the shooter thingy is when your husband has just died and your words are leaving you. I would have said the shooter thingy when I was stressed. You know, I talk to myself in that video. I say, Nancy, this. I don't talk to myself in third person. I haven't gone over the bend that far. And yet I listen to myself in that thing and I think, whoa, I was stressed as hell that I'm talking to myself in third person.
2015, you wrote and self-published a book called The Wrong Husband, correct?
I did.
On page 231 of that book, it says, Austin counted to 25, slid out from his hiding place and fired 6 shots into the body on the bed. At the 7th squeeze of the trigger, the gun clicked. No more bullets.
Okay.
That sound right?
Yes.
You wrote that?
Yes.
In 2017, in 2017, you wrote and self-published a book called The Wrong Seal.
Yes.
On page 178 of that book, it says, slowly she eased the gun out of her pocket and propped the barrel on the branch. Each shot had to count. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Something you wrote?
Yes, but you notice none of that required any in-depth knowledge.
In January 2015, you self-published a book called Hell on the Heart.
I did.
On page 4064, it says, the gun fired. The force of the projectile entering her body rocketed her backward. Recall that?
I'm pretty sure there was not 4,000 words in that, 4,000 pages in that book.
I'm sorry. I might have the page numbers wrong. I'm sure you're right. I don't think you wrote that lengthy of a book. Also in that book, you wrote, instead, a darkened window descended and the barrel of a gun sparkled in the sunlight and the shot was loud. Does that sound right?
Could be.
Later on in that book, you actually talk about a Glock specifically. You say, Dare emerged, his Glock in his hands, but pointed toward the ground. Does that sound right?
Yes. And as long as we're on that, you ask or somebody
Let me
asks.
ask the question.
Sorry.
Also in that book, you talk about a Glock again.
Mm-hmm.
Instinctively, John counted each shot while pulling his Glock free of his shoulder holster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You wrote all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As a writer, is it true that you spend a lot of time thinking about murder?
Oh, yeah. When you're romantic suspense, somebody's dying.
You also consequently think about police procedure quite a bit. Is that right?
Yes and no. I mean, I have wrote that, and I know what you're quoting me on, but I think less about police procedure and more about, because with the exception of only one book, do I really talk about police. Most of my stories, real frankly, are about the same thing, but police procedure is not, I don't go through it step by step. The only book that I have about cops is The Wrong Cop.
Right. I wasn't necessarily talking about what you were writing about. Talking about
What
your
I think
thoughts.
I know, I don't think a ton about police procedure. You know, for one thing, I would have known more if I was paying attention in this case. This case has taught me a lot that I will never be able to use again, but it has taught me a lot about police procedure I had no idea about.
You've obtained books regarding police procedure, is that right?
I have research books on any number of things, but police procedure I don't really think would be the thing. I've attended classes where they talked about police procedure.
Right. You took that class with Miss Smith out in Washington County?
They didn't talk about police procedure then. I mean, there may have been some references to it, but they talked about what does the sheriff's county do and what does each department do and how are they working within the community. It was an interesting class. It taught me a lot of things, but it was for the benefit of the Washington County public relations, you know, that shows we are working in a different way than you think we're working. And it was very effective because I was dazzled by some of the things that they said.
And as a romance writer and thinking about murder and police procedure, you also consider what motives people might have. Is that correct?
Yes, because I don't think people murder willy-nilly unless you're a professional hitman. I think lots of people who say things like, I would never murder anybody. And I say, it's between you and your child. It's him or it's your child. What would you do? And I would bet money that that's all of a sudden their ideas of I would never murder anybody might radically change.
Would you agree that financial reasons is a big reason people might murder?
Yes, but I don't ever write about that. I mean, I think financial is a big reason.
Yeah. And do you agree that divorce is expensive and may not result in you getting anything or much?
Divorce is expensive. I don't think that is a mystery to anybody here. But I don't think that it might result in you're not getting anything. You know, real frankly, I suspect that you will get half of what you have, you know.
Sure. And as a romance writer and thinking about these things, you know that people might consider using guns or knives or poison to commit a murder. Is that right?
Weapons, yeah.
And you also would, if somebody were to ask you, you advise against them of considering a hitman because you're bringing somebody else into your
How many Lifetime stories have we seen where the girl hires a hitman to kill her husband, and lo and behold, the hitman turns out to be an FBI agent? Woohoo! You know, I think that's a stomped-on theme.
Right. And you actually find it easier to wish people dead instead of actually killing them, correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so much easier to say than to actually do anything, because by the time you're over being annoyed at them, you're over being thinking they, you know, need to have bodily harm.
My last question to you, Ms. Brophy, is if there's one thing that you know about murder? Is it that anyone is capable of doing it?
I absolutely believe that. And I believe that because, once again, if it's your child or the person in front of you, 10 to 1, you will find yourself capable of murder. I think most people don't murder for flimsy reasons. I think people get pushed into a corner where they have no other options. I think people murder because they're protecting somebody they love. I think people murder, well, there's some mercy killings perhaps where people murder to save the person they love pain, but I think that's rare. I think people murder in rage. I don't think people murder because they say, well, we'll just sneak down and do this quickly, I think if you're going to murder somebody, 10 to 1, that person knows that you are not happy with them. I don't think that should come as a mystery, to anybody. I don't think people murder willy-nilly out of the, just because, yeah, financial reason is a big reason. But going back to my case, there's not enough financial reason there to make it. I do better with Dan alive financially than I do with Dan dead. There's no financial gain here. We had solved our problem. I turned the book into an editor and I said, well, they had a problem here in October of 2017, but they had solved it. But then she murdered him in 2018 when they had solved their financial problem. Where is the motivation, I would ask you? An editor would laugh and say, I think you need to work harder on this story. You have kind of a big hole in it. I think people murder out of anger more than anything else.
I'm going to ask everyone to stop there. It's now noon. We'll take our lunch break and we'll be back at 1:30.
Okay, all rise.
Boy, she just kept talking and talking and talking and talking. That was one long monologue there. I guess that's her. Well, there's 25 minutes left in the next clip. So that was his last question. And that was Mr. Overstreet. So that's Sean Overstreet. All right, so now we're going to get to day 22. And then this is 25 minutes. This clip is about 25 minutes. And then they get into other testimony, which we won't show. So we're almost done. Then I want to show a news clip that's only a minute or two, then the verdict, then her sentencing, and then her family speaks. So if you're kind of figuring out your schedule, 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. We have a half hour, about an hour. We have about an hour left. So just so you guys know, if you're trying to sort your schedule out. But yeah, what do you guys think of Miss Brophy? Oh wait, I have to hold on before I start this. I want to do. We have to end. How do you think she's doing on cross? We have a poll going. How's Nancy doing on cross? Actually, I'll end it because I think she's done with cross. I think now they're going to do rehabilitation. So let's see. How did she do? How did you guys think she did on cross? 127 votes. So thank you for voting, everybody that did. So 127 votes. How do you think she did on cross? Uh-oh. I need to go rescue Rafa. His nail's caught. Hold on. All right, he's fine. He sorted it out. All right, so how's Nancy doing on cross? She's a full-on dumpster fire, 72%. I see a bit of smoke, 16%. She's doing pretty well, 7%. She's acing it with flying colors, 3%. Interesting. All right. Yes, you did hear a meow. That was Rafa. He had his little whatever the thumb. I think he had his thumb. Yep, they're going crazy right now. Okay. I think this is redirect. So let's see how she does on rehabilitation.
Are you tired?
I'm exhausted. I am truly exhausted.
Throughout this trial, the one objection that seems to be most uttered most often is the objection about hearsay. Do you now know what hearsay is?
I have a handle on it, I think.
And is hearsay when somebody offers something that somebody else said?
Yes.
You began your testimony talking about a memory hole, is that right?
That's right.
And so there's a space of time that you remember there are things that you remember and things that you don't.
Objection leading.
I'll allow that question.
That's true.
So as we kind of go through these things, can we talk about things that you remember? And if you don't remember,
Yes.
has that been a struggle?
Oh, I think I've missed that mark on so many occasions. This has been so frustrating. I realize that the day of June 2nd, not only is there a memory hole, but I have a hard time making it clear what I actually remember, what people have told me, what I have read, and what I know to be our family routine. I also feel like part of the memory hole, before the psychiatrist, before the psychologist, before everybody came in and had a theory, part of the memory hole was from the fact that the day just didn't matter to me. It was totally irrelevant until Maxine called me. When Maxine called me, my day began. All the rest of the stuff was just stuff. It was a black cloud of nothing. But when Maxine called me, my day became alive. And I can tell you what happened from that point on. I just can't tell you what happened to any clarity before that.
We've heard some testimony about writers living in two worlds, one kind of in the world with their characters and one in the real world.
Yes.
Before Maxine called, where were you?
Oh, I was definitely in my writing world. I was living in a little bubble,
After Maxine called on June 2nd, were you back in your writing bubble?
Not at all. Not at all.
Were you still in a different kind of world?
One of terror.
I want to, you said that you bought the gun kit on December 24th of 2017?
Yes.
Is that right? And I think the states introduced some exhibits to show the time that happened.
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 228. We showed this to Ms. Medlin, but I'm wondering if you can identify it. What is this?
This is the route from Avamere, which is in the lower part of the screen, to our house in the upper part of the screen.
Okay, and how long does it take to get from Avamere to your house?
Depending on traffic, I would say anywhere from 5 minutes to 7, 8, 9 minutes, maybe.
The defense would move to admit Exhibit 228.
No objection.
228's admitted.
There was a lot of back and forth about why you bought the slide on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That's right.
And I think you testified, but I want to be clear on this. You testified that there had been a conversation with Dan in which he didn't think it was a good idea to take the Glock entirely apart.
No, he thought that was a very bad idea.
For you to do it in particular.
Yeah.
So why did you buy the extra slide and barrel?
Because I could take that apart and play with it.
And you said that the slide and barrel in your mind went with the gun kit.
Yes. Yes, there was a big separation between what was writing and what was for protection.
Okay. There was a description about where the slide and barrel was kept in your closet.
Yes.
Where was the slide and barrel kept in your closet?
It's a fairly decent sized closet, and I had an armoire here, and beside the armoire was the gun case and the
gun case?
The gun case for the put it together gun, and the I'm sorry, I'm losing words here, and the slide and barrel. So they were all kind of together in this little area.
Where was the put, as you call it, the put together gun, or the gun that had already, the real gun?
The real gun was across the closet. It was on a higher shelf, and it was tucked behind clothes so it couldn't be found easily.
Did you ever use the sliding barrel that you bought with the Glock 17 that you bought?
No.
Did you ever?
They were two different things. One was for riding and playing, and one was for protection.
Did you ever use the sliding barrel with the gun kit? Did you ever use the sliding barrel in the gun kit, I guess I should say?
No.
When do you last remember seeing the slide?
I haven't seen the slide forever. I'm not sure I saw it. I'm not sure I saw it even before Dan died. It could have been I did, but I don't have a memory of that. What I can tell you is that my closet was a jumbled mess for 3 months. While we decided what we needed to keep of Dan's, what we needed to throw away, there was stuff everywhere. Did I answer your question?
You did. I'm sorry. I was just trying to think of my next question. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I thought maybe I'd wandered off topic again.
When did you start packing up boxes after Dan died?
I didn't start packing up boxes after Dan died. Susan did. And it was because Susan was here and she could see by looking at our storage building, we'd already started packing boxes.
Well, I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of timing. When in the summer did boxes begin to get packed?
I'm going to guess maybe 3 weeks after Dan died that Susan had started on stuff.
Okay, but how many people total were involved in that effort?
Oh, as close as I can get to a count, I think it was 35.
How many weeks or months did it take to get the boxes packed?
They weren't packed by the time I was arrested, so that was September 5th. I mean, I still had a slew of stuff that was in the basement, that was in the upstairs office, that was next to the bed, that hadn't been packed at all.
Okay. But there were many boxes that were packed and taken to storage or taken to pods?
There were.
And many boxes that were packed up and sent home with other people or to other homes?
I think I would describe it differently than boxes that were packed up. I would describe it, we gave away a lot of things that, particularly things that I thought Dan would have wanted somebody to have. I tried to make sure that they get that, that they would, and particularly if he had made it, such as his canned goods or his Northwestern sauce or his habanero sauce, or if it was something he truly valued. Like at one point, Karen and Jack called me and said, we would like a t-shirt. Dan wore t-shirts all the time, and many of them were funny, but lots of them were garden and environment related. And they said, could you find us a t-shirt or each that we could keep? And I found two of his favorites for them, you know?
How many loads of just things that got discarded or debris got hauled away?
Oh, probably 6. And they were, you know, it wasn't a full-size big truck. It was a truck, but it was with high walls, so you could pile it higher, but about 6.
Let me shift gears here. You said something about Susan.
Mm-hmm.
There had been, the council asked you a question that suggested that that you and Dan had not been packing up the house or kind of clearing out the house in advance of a sale of the house before Dan died. Is that true?
No. No, I started in places where I knew I could start packing things away and it wouldn't be an issue. We had a high boy in the living room that had a lot of the things we bought in Asia that we really had enjoyed, but we were prepared to move them on at this point. And I know I gave a lot of them to Nathaniel and his wife. I gave some to other friends of Dan's who I thought would appreciate what it was.
You rented that storage unit in December, is that right?
I thought it was earlier than that, but you may be right.
Okay, and before that, you talked about some kind of a, I don't know if you called it a warehouse or something where you'd taken items to sell?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that?
It was called a garage sale warehouse, and you had a 10 by 10 space, and you put stuff out and price on it and the number of your booth, and then you didn't have to be there for it. They just took the stuff up to the front and purchased it.
So had you rented that for several months?
I think we rented it for 6.
Okay.
But we were done with it by the new year, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so the last 6 months in 2017, you had this warehouse space where
Right.
you'd put a lot of extra items to see if people would buy them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you purchased or you rented this public storage space.
Yes.
And were you moving items into the public storage space before Dan died?
Oh, yeah. In fact, Dan helped me break down the garage sale stuff, and we had things that we needed to donate out of that, but we also had things we needed to put in the storage and things we needed to deal with. And he and I had done that. I don't think Jack helped. In fact, I'm pretty sure Jack did not help on that.
Okay, so you're talking about moving things from storage to storage. I'm asking you whether you moved things from your home into storage.
I'm sorry. The things I moved from my home were, we'd started on Susan's room, we'd started on linen closets, we'd started on areas that we thought, we can move this along.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 2124. I have to make that a little bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is a text message from your husband.
Mm-hmm.
What's the date on this?
3/4 of 18.
Attacking Susan's room with reckless abandon is the question.
Uh-huh.
And so what were you doing from looking at that? What's your best guess about what you were doing on March 4th of 2018?
It was attacking Susan's room with reckless abandon. We had a lot of stuff in there.
Okay. You heard Jack Brophy testify about that room being filled with, I think he called it Dan debris.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, but I had my own little helping in there.
Was that a room that after Susan moved out just kind of became a room where you put stuff?
Yep.
Okay.
And every so often I'd go in and get it cleaned out, and then we'd begin again to put more stuff in there.
Okay. But back in March of 2018, were you taking things from Susan's room and moving them into storage?
I was.
Counsel also asked you about March 26th and March 27th, and some of the questions were about cell site location information, but the other question was about, I think you called it States Exhibit 82. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he suggested that you had, quote, Googled something.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked. Do you remember when Josiah Roloff testified with Ms. Weinmiller?
Yes.
About things that were found on your computer?
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 339. And Mr. Breton, if you would go from pages 3 to 6. Mr. Breton, I have bad eyes. Can you make that a little bigger so I can see some? It starts. If you could make that, I'm sorry, Mr. Breton, if you could make that area in blue just a little bit bigger. Yeah, I can see it better. Oh. So there's an area in blue there, and I think counsel asked you about supposedly Googling loading a Glock, a 9mm Glock.
Mm-hmm.
And can you see over there and can you read the time that happened?
That happened on 3/26 at 10:13:35.
Okay, and what's happening and what's the timestamps on all the YouTubes that go before that?
13:35.
So, and then what about all the ones that come after this loading a Glock? What happens then?
Well, the next three are 35, and then we go to 36. So the next three are in the same second, but the five that follow it are in the next second after following that. So it was 36. It was 36 second.
What after the page after that?
Okay, so we start at the top of the page, and we are at 10:13:36, and we run all the way down the entire page to 10:13:36.
And what about the next page?
That's also 10:13:36, and that runs all the way down that page.
And what about the next page?
It starts at where the blue is highlighted, that's 10:13:36, and after that, the next three are 10:13:45, and the rest of the page is 10:19:38.
Okay, and do you recall Mr. Roloff testifying that this appeared to be an automatic function on the computer as opposed to something that you did on March 26th and March 27th?
I do. I didn't recall it at the time I was asked, but I do now remember it.
Although when when Mr. Overstreet asked you the question about whether you Googled a video, you just agreed with them?
Apparently, I'm an idiot. But ignoring that, apparently I thought it was, as an exhibit, that had been what we had said.
Okay, but that's because it was something that he told you?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about, I think you told the story about these little tiny houses that Dan seemed interested in. And he asked you whether you were going to live in one and Dan was going to live in one.
Yeah, yes, he did.
And what was your answer?
My answer was no. Dan was going to store his junk in one, and we were going to live in the other one.
Did you and Dan Brophy ever talk about separating or ever talk about getting a divorce?
No. No. Yeah, my life would have been so incomplete without him.
When you and Dan had conversations about getting your finances in order, did that ever lead to tension in your relationship or a deterioration of your relationship?
No, no. We both came to the table as adults. One of the nice things about getting older is that you actually get through all the garbage of youth. We came to the table as adults. We both brought ideas to the table. We adapted a combination of ideas. We were both happy. And more than that, we were happy that we had come up with a solution that would work for both of us.
Counsel asked you about whether you'd ever been to, I think he called it the Tri-County shooting lane. Have you ever been there?
I don't even know where it is, so no, I've never been there.
If you knew that it was a private membership club, did anyone ever invite you to go there?
No.
Are you a member of the Tri-County Club?
No. And neither was Dan.
You testified about a time that Dan started to, well, before I ask you that, let me just talk about one other thing. The Bra phone credit card thing. Can you, you testified that something wouldn't have happened because you didn't have a bra on, so you wouldn't have had your phone. And I got confused by that. Can you explain what that meant?
I'm in pajamas. I'm in a nightshirt. And I know there are women who sleep in their bras because they think they're defying gravity, and that just never happens. But I don't. And so when I got up, I threw on tights. I didn't have a bra on. I didn't grab my phone. I didn't grab the stuff that I grabbed that I keep with me all the time when I need it because I wasn't going anywhere. I'm in
Okay.
pajamas.
All right, and again, I want to talk to you about things that you remember, things
Right.
that you think might have happened based on a routine, and
Right.
things that you have been told.
Right?
Getting up and being in your nightshirt and not wearing a bra and not having your phone, is that something, where is that on our continuum?
And on our continuum is that is routine. That is not what I remember. That is routine.
I want to show you Defendants Exhibit 383, and I'll ask you a couple of questions. You remember, we were talking about the AmeriCorps policy, and counsel asked you whether, in fact, that was a policy that would have just terminated if you took the return of premium cash out
Yes?
that came with that policy.
Yes, and I told him that I was pretty sure I didn't think it would, but I could be wrong.
Okay. So, Mr. Breton, if you would first kind of scroll down. Can you, yeah, right there. Can you see Ms. Brophy on that table, that insurance annual premiums table? Can you see where all of a sudden the death benefit jumps up to $154,756?
Yes, I can.
And that's when someone reaches the age of what?
78.
Okay, and if you would go back up to the top, Mr. Breton. There's under the description of the coverage, there's a phrase that says insurance policy endowment at the age of 100.
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What that means is that this policy could continue to 100 if I paid the premiums, but it doesn't mean the premiums will necessarily stay the same.
Okay, but that if you wanted to keep, both take the money.
Right.
And keep the $100,000 benefit.
Right.
That was available to you so long as you were willing to pay the premium until Dan reached the age of 100.
Yes.
You talked about after Dan, you kind of toyed with the little house idea or the tiny house idea, or at least Dan did. You talked about going to Portugal and being an expat. You talked about maybe trying to find, or maybe staying on your property and separating it in half.
Right.
You also talked about different places that you could move outside of the city.
Right.
And maybe have still a little bit of land without the mortgage.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that things began to gel after Dan, or gel, and it sounds like things never really quite gelled, but you started to focus more on at least one option after Dan had visited Delilah Marvell's property near Banks.
Yes.
And do you know when it was that your husband toured Delilah Marvell's property?
I'm going to say 2016, and it was a nice day, and we were all walking around on the land, so I'm going to say it was summer.
Can you tell us about where things stood on June 2nd, 2018, about the kind of property you and Dan wanted to find?
Yeah, I think we were pretty clear by then what we wanted. We wanted someplace that was, as we say loosely, halfway to the coast. Dan wanted to be near mushroom hunting. Dan wanted to be able to go to the coast easily. Dan wanted a little property. Now, how much of the little property was still wildly in flux? I knew we wanted more than a half acre, but I wasn't sure Dan really wanted more than 2 acres because he wanted to garden it and not feel like it was so much. And he may have looked at property and said, as we got serious about it, and said, no, this is too much. This is, Or he may have looked at 5 acres and said, oh, hey, I've got a plan. That was still up in the air. But what we wanted, as much as anything else in the world, was something that we could pay cash for and not have a mortgage.
I just have one last question, Ms. Brophy.
Okay.
Was your relationship, or 2 questions, I guess, was your relationship strained with Dan Brophy on June 2nd of 2018?
Not at all.
Had your marriage deteriorated in any way by June 2nd of 2018?
Not at all. We were planning our next vacation, and we had a plan to make it work, and we were moving forward. In fact, in some ways, I think it was one of the happiest periods of our lives.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, you can put your mask back up and step down.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes her taking the stand, meaning the ego, Miss Brophy, but that by no means means that we're done. So we are going to continue on with the verdict, and but first I'm going to play this news clip. I found this, I thought this might be interesting. This is from her taking the stand.
High profile.
So let's check this out.
Murder case against local romance novelist Nancy Brophy is now in the hands of the jury.
Elizabeth Den is following this trial closely and joins us live in the studio with more. Liz?
Jenny and Dan, so the state did wrap up its rebuttal in the closing arguments earlier today, and now the jury deliberations have begun. And Nancy Brophy, accused of killing her husband, Daniel Brophy, at the Oregon Culinary Institute in 2018. Prosecutors argue only Nancy knew both his schedule and the institute well enough to be able to carry out the crime. Well, the defense argues the prosecution did not, though, meet the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to find her guilty.
You heard a love story in this courtroom, in this trial. You heard about a love that blossomed each and every day they were together.
Miss Weinmiller told you that the last time Nancy saw Dan was that morning when they talked about the leak. The reality is the last time Nancy saw Dan was when she stood over him and looked him in his eyes. As he's breathing in his last bit of life.
At this hour, it is unclear when the verdict will be in. As soon as we hear of it, we will bring it to you. And be sure to look for live reports right here on Coin 6. And of course, if you haven't done so already, sign up for those push notifications to get alerts right on your phone from our app as well. Again.
All right, so that was in between the closing arguments, and then it goes to the jury. So what I found was that jury left the courtroom shortly before 10:30 Tuesday to begin deliberating. Then they continued the entire day, and then they returned a verdict noon, just after noon on Wednesday. So they got it at 10:30 on Tuesday, went through the entire day, and then they came back. So it was about 8 hours. So they deliberated for 8 hours, which is, that's pretty long in the grand scheme of things. Compared to some other trials we've seen, I think that's pretty long. All right, so here comes the verdict. And the verdict is short, and then we'll I won't spoil it for you guys. Or is there? Do we have a spoiler alert on? All right.
All right, please be seated. And it's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. It looks like the verdict is in the hand of juror 46. So we'll collect that. All right, if we can have Mrs. Brophy rise. It says, we, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled cause, do find our verdicts upon the counts submitted to us as follows. Count 1, murder in the second degree, guilty. And then with regards to the 2 questions, the state alleging that during the commission of this felony, the defendant caused or threatened the use of a firearm, the answer is yes. And then the state further alleges that during the commission of this felony, the defendant and the victim were married, the answer is yes. Now, I will ask juror number 46, it indicates your number in the signature block, and that is you who put your number there? All right, and then by a show of hands, I'm going to ask everyone first whether the verdict of guilty is their verdict on count 1. Raise your hand if it is. All right, and then with regard to the question of caused or threatened the use of a firearm, if your answer is yes, raise your hand. And then lastly, if during the commission of the felony, the defendant and victim were married and your answer is yes, raise your hand. All right. Does either side have anything for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. The jury will be excused. We thank you for your time.
All rise.
All right, so let's get to sentencing then. So second degree, she was found guilty. So those were her charges. Second degree, so she was found guilty second degree. I don't know why it wasn't first. Not sure why she wasn't found. Wonder why the charge wasn't first degree. Not sure about that. All right, so let's get to, here's the sentencing now. And this is about 20 minutes. And then we'll be done. I have a victim, I'm sorry, the family speaks afterwards. And then that's it. That's all I have then for today. So we're almost done.
Overstree.
If you want to call the case.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. We're here for State of Oregon versus Nancy Lee, Crampton-Brophy, case number 18 CR 59251. Appearing on behalf of the State of Oregon, Sean Overstreet, Overstreet, bar number 114859. Ms. Brophy is present, currently in custody, represented by counsel. Today is the date and time set for sentencing, and the state is ready to proceed.
Thurman?
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Herman, HERMANN, bar number 126353.
Loeb?
Good morning, Your Honor. Madeline Loeb, spelled Loeb, bar number 173970.
Weinmiller?
Morning, Your Honor. Chris Weinmiller with Ms. Brophy. Weinmiller is WINEMILLER, and my bar number is 863177.
Ms. Maxfield?
Good morning. Lisa Maxfield, also here with Ms. Brophy. My bar number is 844337, and my last name is spelled MAXFIELD.
All right, Mr. Overstreet, we'll turn to the state. Were there any people who wanted to make statements this morning?
There are, Your Honor, and I think I have an order here that we can proceed with. The first would be Daniel Brophy's mother, Karen Brophy. She provided a written statement to have me read to the court.
Okay.
It's been a long 3.5 years for Jack and me. They've been a time of reflecting on the loss our family has suffered. What we heard on that September day, we could not believe. Nancy arrested? You were part of our family for over 25 years. Was that relationship all deception? My heart breaks if this is true. We will never understand how you could decide that it was an advantage for you to take the life of our son, that he did not deserve to live. So you took his life from all of us, a pawn in your plan? You will never know our beautiful great-grandchildren, Dan's grandchildren. These children deserve to know and love him as we all have. It has been heartwarming for us to hear from many what an amazing, wonderful man our son was. We always knew that. Now the world does. I don't know what the rest of your life will be like. Not pleasant, I am sure. But we hope you will find God's grace ahead of you. Karen and Jen. And Your Honor, with that, I believe the next person to speak would be Clorinda Perez.
All right.
Your Honor, unless you have a preference, I've offered both either to stand at the podium or if the person would be more comfortable to sit in the witness stand. I don't know if you...
Whatever the people want to do. In fact, if they even want to speak from back in the rows, that is fine too. But Ms. Perez, I see you want to be here. Okay, I should explain though that your statements will be to me, just so you understand. But you can sit there if you prefer.
I'll stand right here.
Okay.
I speak. Today, Your Honor, I stand for Chef Brophy, for the students and the instructors of OCI, whose lives were changed forever that Saturday morning that Chef Brophy's life was taken. Your Honor, his eyes were green. His eyes told it all. His eyes were green, and they were utterly heartbroken. Utterly heartbroken because he knew. He knew because he's seen who did this. And I will forever have to live with those green, heartbroken eyes. Nancy Brophy did not care what she had to do, who she had to hurt, or who she had to destroy, so long as her evil plan succeeded. And only a heartless, calculated person could be capable of doing this. She did not once think of who was going to enter into that kitchen, who was going to find him, and who was going to be there that day. The student that called 911 and so bravely relayed the operator's information to me, my dear friend who courageously cleared out the kitchen so no one would have to see Chef Brophy the way that she left him, Chef Sadie, who knelt next to me on the floor and begged the Lord with tears streaming down her eyes, begging for Chef Brophy's life. All of us were affected that day. And to hear her say that we went on with our lives and nothing happened, that we weren't affected, is a true statement and a reflection of what a cold-blooded murderer she is. Chef Brophy will continue to live on. He will continue to live on in all the hearts of those that knew and loved him, and his memory will never die. Your Honor, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have a couple of family members joining us on WebEx. I would like to ask if Bill Brophy or Rob Brophy would like to make any comments.
1 second, Judge. I'll need to unmute them because they're not able to unmute themselves.
All right, hold on for just a minute. You're currently muted in the courtroom, so wait for just one moment.
Okay, we'll start with Bill Brophy. If he would like to make a statement, we can put him up on the screen as well.
All right, Mr. Bill Brophy, did you wish to make a statement?
Oh, 1 second, sorry, Judge.
Oh,
There we go.
I need a minute to pull up my screen.
Okay.
Are you unmuted?
Yes, we can hear him. We can hear Mr. Bill Brophy.
You unmuted, babe? Often in the morning, I ponder the fact that I will never see my brother on this earth again. I will never get an opportunity to go mushroom hunting with him. There will be no more yeasted waffles at family gatherings. Because of your most selfish act, we have all experienced a great loss. Even if you are not willing to admit to all of us what you did, I hope you can confess to your Maker. Whatever time you spend in prison is nothing compared to an eternity in hell. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute Bill Brophy. Who is the next person, Mr.
I'll just check with Rob Brophy to see if he would like to make a statement.
Rob Brophy. Okay, give me just 1 second. Okay, I have Rob Brophy unmuted, Judge.
And Mr. Rob Brophy, you don't have to make a statement. You can if you wish. Did you wish to say anything?
Your Honor, I appreciate the opportunity, but I'm just going to pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I just want to ask if there's anybody on the WebEx, the family members that were on WebEx that we did not give an opportunity to.
Okay, give me just a second. We have it set so they cannot unmute themselves, so I will change that. Okay, so if there's anybody on WebEx that is associated with the Brophy family, they can now unmute themselves. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody unmute themselves at this time, so I'm going to go ahead and turn off that ability.
All right, thank you. Then at this time, Your Honor, I'd ask Nathaniel Stillwater if he'd like to make a statement.
Okay.
The years of deceit have spanned decades. From learning that your solution to my father being married to my mother was, I can fix that, to years of payroll and tax fraud that you waged on your employees. You've always thought you were one step ahead. Your largest financial contribution in the latter years was sending my father off to work an extra job so you could continue to pretend to be an author. My father possessed more knowledge, depth, accomplishments, recognition, and joy in life than a person as shallow and self-serving as yourself are capable of. Instead of rising to the occasion, facing life's challenges head-on, and contributing in a meaningful way, you opted to lie, steal, cheat, defraud, and ultimately kill the man that was, for some reason still unbeknownst to me, your biggest fan. You executed my father in an act of cold-blooded, premeditated murder. The man that did everything for you. Cooked your meals, washed your clothes, accepted your sedentary nature, supported your failed endeavors, and brought you into the warm embrace of our family. Your repayment for decades of dedication, trust, and love? To plot his murder on Christmas Eve, while in the presence of his parents and grandchildren. Pain you have delivered to us is immeasurable. Your theft of a parent and grandfather for such selfish reasons is unforgivable. You were, to borrow from your catalog, the wrong wife. Lying at the bottom of a river or buried in the earth somewhere was the instrument you used to destroy lives. Not only the life of the man that loved you unconditionally, but those of my grandparents that offered you acceptance and support, of my wife that took solace in knowing there was family on this side of the country to help support our growing family. Of my eldest daughter, who was beguiled by your feigned displays of nurturing. Of the son my wife was 5 months pregnant with on the day he was murdered. Who would have surely been my father's greatest admirer. And our youngest child, who will never even know your name. You are a monster, and I am ashamed that I have to admit to my children that people like you walk amongst us, undetected, until the moment best serves to let narcissistic personality traits devolve into those of a full-blown sociopath. Unburdened by morality, empathy, compassion, and decency, you chose to extinguish the life of someone capable of giving all of those things to the many people that surrounded him. You lived in the shadow of a great human being. Instead of acknowledging your shortcomings and redirecting your delusions of grandeur, you chose to deprive this world of a teacher, a father, a grandparent, and someone who served as an inspiration to the countless lives he touched. I would suggest you be ashamed of your actions, but that would presuppose you possess the ability to think of anyone besides yourself. In the words of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, there's no greater misfortune than dying alone. Yet for you, Nancy, I can't imagine a more fitting end to this tragedy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe that's everybody who wished to make a statement today. We do have the issue still of restitution. We are requesting that restitution be set over for 90 days, but that we actually set a date for that hearing to happen. And we're requesting 2 hours for that hearing. I think we're trying to work out a date that works best, but of course we need to check with the court to see what works for the court within 90 days as well.
Sure. I would say a Friday is probably going to be the best day. All right. And so no one else then to speak for the state?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Defense?
Your Honor, the defense has nothing to add.
All right. Well, I do want to say to the family and friends of Chef Brophy, as he came to be described during this trial, I can't imagine what it's like to go through years of waiting to find resolution in this case. Although I never knew him, I did learn a lot about him through the various witnesses that testify. And I know that Karen Brophy said it was heartwarming to hear from them, because I think the thing that you can take away, which I hope gives you some small measure of solace, is that he was a mentor and a teacher to many and had an impact over a lot of people's lives. And hopefully they will turn and have an impact on others themselves as they teach. The impression I came away with was that he was a man of quiet dignity. And so I hope that this at least will bring some level of closure to you. Mrs. Brophy, if you can rise for sentencing. In Oregon, for the crime of murder in the second degree, the sentence is a life sentence. I'll order that you be considered for parole after 25 years. And we'll leave open restitution for 90 days. I will let you figure out, I know you want to pick a date right now, so we'll figure that out. I will waive other fines and fees given the lengthy prison time. You can have a seat and we'll figure out the, yes, Mr. Overstreet.
Sorry, Your Honor, I did cut you off. There's still the issue of the gun minimum. This was charged with firearm language attached, and the jury did find that a firearm was used in this crime. And so we'd ask that the judgment reflect ORS 161610, which is the 5-year mandatory gun minimum for use of a firearm. We just ask that that be reflected on the judgment. That clearly runs the first 5 years of the sentence, so it doesn't add anything or change anything.
Sure, and it'll reflect that in this being a murder case, the state will create the judgment for my signature, which of course defense will get a chance to look at as well. As far as 90 days, I've just mentioned that a Friday would be the best day. We'll give you some options in just a moment here.
Days from today is in September.
I'm gone the last 2 weeks.
Yes, it's going to be in the beginning of September, so give me just a second. I'm just having trouble with Odyssey. Could do Friday, September 9th at 9 a.m.
That work for the state?
We can make it work.
It looks like it may not work for someone.
Aaron, also on behalf of the victim, I will be in Washington, D.C., and I expect that if this restitution hearing is necessary, I will be assembling the information needed and assisting the prosecutor.
Okay, what about the week prior to that? What would that date be?
The week, August, you are not, can't do September 2nd, so would September 16th, which would be the week following.
I'm in trial that week. That won't work for the defense.
All right. Can we do it on another day of the week?
We can try. Give me just a second. Let me take a look. We could do... Sorry, it's just frozen, which is fine.
Sure.
We could do the 6th, which would be a Tuesday.
Oh, shoot. I'm going to be in D.C. all of that week.
That entire week? Okay, I think I just misunderstood when that started. Okay. And defense is in a trial, counsel, is your trial the entire week of the 12th through 16th?
Well, I've blocked off the whole week.
Okay, I just am clarifying.
Okay.
I think I learned from this case to block off the whole week.
Sure.
And that's that whole week. 1 second.
The week previous, am I around?
We are not available the week at the beginning of September. I don't have anything listed for the end of September as you being unavailable, other than misdemeanor rotation.
As long as it's within the 90 days, it's fine.
I think the problem is that the 90 days is September 11th or 12th, and then therefore we'd need to set something
Prior to that.
unless the parties are okay with saying that we go outside of 90
What
days.
do we have earlier in August?
Trials.
But not necessarily on a Friday. We could take some time to do this.
Okay, I will pick the closest Friday. So we would have to double book with this case.
Which one is that?
Strickland. Okay. So, and we could do it we could set this in the afternoon. So we could do 1:30 p.m. on Friday, August 12th.
Well, we'll go through the rotation here. Does it work for at least one of the state's members?
At work. There should be. Are you out?
We'll make it work.
All right, and what about for defense?
I think we can make that work, Your Honor.
All right, we'll do that. We'll set that, so that I will do on a minute order today.
Yes, I'm working on the minute order now. So it would be 1:30 p.m. on Friday, August 12th.
Okay.
Okay, and then it sounds like we are set to go off the record, so we'll go off the record now, and I will mute and disconnect WebEx unless anybody has anything else. Okay, we are off record, and we'll go ahead and change WebEx.
All right, so that's enough of Nancy. Let's now focus on Dan. So I found a couple tributes, so we'll check this out. Plus, this is his mom.
Romance novelist Nancy Crampton-Brophy learned her fate today. After more than a day of deliberation, the jury found her guilty of murdering her husband. Fox 12's Connor McCarthy has been in the courtroom covering this trial and joins us now live in downtown Portland with how the victim's family is reacting. Connor?
Well, Pete, after several weeks of witness testimony, evidence, and arguments, it boiled down to what was less than 10 minutes. Shortly after 12 p.m. today, the judge announced that the jury found 71-year-old Nancy Crampton-Brophy guilty of second-degree murder. Dan's family, they say justice has been served.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled cause, do find our verdicts upon the counts submitted to us as follows. Count 1, murder in the second degree, guilty.
Nancy Crampton-Brophy stood emotionless in court Wednesday as a jury of her peers found her guilty of shooting and killing her husband in June of 2018.
Very, very thankful that everything has turned out the way it has.
Dan's mother, Karen Brophy, sat through the trial, listening to all the evidence, all the witness testimony, and all the arguments about Nancy's role in her son's death.
I didn't watch everything. Sure. That's not easy.
What we now know for a fact is Nancy drove to the Oregon Culinary Institute in Southwest Portland on the morning of June 2nd, 2018. She parked near a back loading door out of sight of security cameras. She made her way inside the building where Dan was inside a kitchen. Nancy used a handgun to shoot Dan twice in the chest. Prosecutors say she then went back home and started to create her alibi, which got tested during her testimony.
I've had a struggle believing Nancy. She was our daughter-in-law for a long time. And when she was arrested, it was a big surprise to us until we found out that she hasn't been truthful with us either.
Nancy's defense lawyer, Lisa Maxfield, told reporters outside the courtroom that they wished for a different outcome and are planning to appeal, but she does respect the jury's decision after a long trial. A trial that ended a week before the 4-year anniversary of Dan's murder.
It'll be a good opportunity to remember the man that he was, the father that he was, the grandfather that he was.
And the husband he was to Nancy, because he was a good husband.
Do you feel like justice has been served for your son?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was our prayer. We've had a lot of people praying for this trial all over the country. So I'm a big believer in prayer, and I'm very, very thankful.
Well, Pete, I'm going to read you a statement that we got from lead prosecutor Sean Overstreet that was part of this trial, and he said, quote, "I applaud the thoughtfulness, compassion, and patience of the jury during what was a strenuous 8-week trial that included an array of expert witnesses who were there the day Daniel Brophy lost his life, individuals who knew the Brophies, and the defendant herself. I believe their verdict served the interest of justice today." Now, Nancy Brophy will be sentenced on Monday, June 13th at 9 a.m., and under Measure 11 here in Oregon, anyone convicted of murder gets a minimum of 25 years behind bars. Live in downtown Portland, Connor McCarthy, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, so that was his son and his mother. And now I'm going to get to 2 tributes, and then we'll leave with 2 tributes to Dan. And I love that idea about cooking one of his recipes.
And I think that this was a great way to...
Sorry. That was loud. I love that idea about cooking his recipes. I think that's going to be... I'll try and find some recipes of his. All right, so here's one tribute to him.
Honor him, especially after all the coverage that the trial got and stuff. We wanted to get away from that and just highlight who Chef was and what type of person he was and what he meant to all of us.
Former students of Chef Daniel Brophy are planning a 5-course dinner in his memory. Chef Brophy was shot and killed back in June of 2018 at the Oregon Culinary Institute by his romance novelist wife, Nancy Crampton-Brophy. Students from his final class want to show people how much the late chef meant to them. The 5-course meal, called A Culinary Tribute Forever Brophy, will feature mushrooms, Thai influences, local food, and seafood, things the chef loved.
Just bringing out and highlighting the foods that, he created, the recipes he created, the foods that he talked about and taught us about and instructed us how to prep. That was the best way to celebrate his life and highlight what legacy he left for us.
The dinner is August 27th from 5 to 8 p.m. at Alhambra Cellars in Dayton, Oregon. Chef Brophy's former students say he was a joy to be around and a great teacher. This dinner is meant to highlight exactly who Chef Brophy was.
When you first meet him, people are kind of usually scared of him because he is a very straight edge, kind of serious guy, no smiling in the kitchen, stuff like that. But once you got to know him and kind of broke through that shell, he was really just a really sweet, caring guy.
So that's cool, right? Now, finally, this will be the last thing we play for the evening, because this will be our last thing that we play, our last video that we play.
April 7th, 2011.
All right. And yes, that is Rafa asking for food. All right. So this will be our last video for the night.
April 7th, 2011, the beginning of the OCIB project. Chef Dan Brophy.
Be prepared. My name is Dan Brophy, and I'm the lead instructor in the T2 kitchen. We're giving 4 dozen oysters to each team to see who's done first. Now, hands free. If your peach hits the ground, you're out. My name is Daniel Brophy. I have been teaching since the Oregon Culinary Institute opened. Every year, somebody gets lost, spends the night in the woods. So it's, and we got involved in this project as we wanted to support a local farm. It's pretty exciting. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Say in the last 35 years, I've had about 150 vegetable gardens.
Yeah.
And I just want to look at everybody's scallop. Scallops are edible raw. Some people eat them live from the shell. The mussels are a mollusk that are tied with threads to the rock and to each other. These oysters are shot. But that doesn't mean they're all enjoyable. What do you have for me?
This might be the highlight of my day. Shank, plate.
A mushroom field trip because we want to show our ability to triumph in any habitat. 3 months of washing dishes in Kansas City led to the premier position of graveyard shift in a 24-hour restaurant. Toasting that crouton will give another dimension and texture to this.
I want to hear the prayer to the mushroom gods.
We don't need a suit for today.
Really?
Yeah. The mushroom that we're hoping to find are chanterelles. This is a condition described as deep current gills. In the span of almost 4 years, I probably worked for 10 different European chefs. And they set the bar a little higher. They don't really believe in human rights.
Your experience with hand pies?
I enjoy eating them immensely. Bite-sized kind of situation. How much dirt do you like to eat? I mean, it's all rich in minerals.
Okay.
Put your hands in it. Just
I washed them completely. I washed them.
Let's hope it lasts until 11. So you want to put the rough side on the inside because that grabs the rice. And you lay it on your mat.
Get it?
Keep it coming.
Yes!
Look at that. Yes. It needs to be seasoned, and we need a full quart to qualify your team for this challenge. Today the mission is to see food in a little bit different perspective. So I'm always looking to learn new ingredients, new techniques, new cuisines, and that keeps it interesting for me. 2 minutes gone by. 3 to go, please.
Chicken dinner.
The male flowers just on a straight stem just has the pollen. This wall gets a little protection. Nicotine. We do offer bonus points for making a mud angel here. They come back and talk about the places they've been or where they've externed. That can be very exciting. What you don't want to do is pick a whole random bunch of mushrooms and mix them together.
Yeasted dough. We started it yesterday for full flavor development. Make 2 quarts of sauce.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Team with the most points. You know, we say T2, just another day at the office.
That's right. We all have all of our great memories about Chef Brophy, and I'll miss him every day for the rest of my life.
All right, so there you have it. Hopefully we won't get in trouble with YouTube for that music, but At least we were able to play that. So that was sad. He seemed like a good guy. Yeah, I know, Rafa. All right, you guys. Rafa. It's letting me know he's hungry. All right, so that sounds like a really good idea to honor Chef Brophy and find a recipe or two. Something with mushrooms, because he loved mushrooms, obviously. So I think I'm going to do that. I'll try and find one of his recipes, and we'll do a cooking with Chef Brophy, cooking with Chris and Chef Brophy. Rafa. All right, I got to go take care of little Bean Boy there. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This was episode 5 for The Ego Takes the Stand. And let me know what you guys think. Drop a comment. Let us know if you like this series. Give some suggestions for future Ego Takes the Stand. Remember, it has to be streamed on YouTube. So we have to be able to find it on YouTube and find it on a channel, that we can stream from, not another creator. Because a lot of creators will stream something, but we need it on a channel like a Court TV, Law and Crime, or a local channel. A lot of these clips were from, actually all these clips were from a local news channel. So that's the criteria. So, thank you, Jenny. In case you get hit for the music, thank you, Jenny. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So with that, you guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you you guys for showing up and watching The Ego Takes the Stand. Tomorrow we're hoping we have a live trial. We called the courthouse. They said they weren't streaming, but then we called some local news channels. They said they were streaming. So we're waiting to see. Tomorrow might be a game time decision. We're going to see at like 8 o'clock, see if it's streaming. If not, we're going to go with Courtney Clenny deep dive, because she's coming up in December 1st. So either way, we'll have something for you guys tomorrow. Then there's another trial starting in Florida. Jury selection's going on now. We think it may start on Thursday. Seriously? Dude. he's really... Where are you? Where's your little... Oh, there you are. There you are. Rafa. So... As always, we watch a lot of serious stuff here, a lot of emotionally trying things, emotionally trying trials. So I'll leave you with the kitties. I'll leave you with Rafa meowing. Kittens are over there playing. So with that, guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Have a wonderful evening. And yes, Dwayne, we have... is it Anthony? Yeah, Anthony Tote. We have him on our list as well. So drop a comment if you guys like what you see. Please drop a comment. Tell your friends and family. We are 14,574. So we're cruising in to 15,000 subscribers. So again, thank you guys for your support, and we'll see you tomorrow. One way or the other, we'll either have a live trial for you tomorrow or Courtney Clenny. So either way, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.